Tabling of documents. Introduction of government bills. Monsieur Rodriguez, appuyé par Madame.
Mr. Rodriguez, seconded by Mr. Champagne, asked that we table a bill called Act concerning indigenous languages. This motion is deemed read. Mr. Rodriguez, seconded by Mr. Champagne, proposed that this bill now be read a first time and that this motion is deemed adopted. First study. When will this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
Déclaration du ministre. Rapport de délégation.
Interparliamentary delegation report, presentation of committee reports.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des députés. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition of the Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Table petitions submitted by constituents in my riding of Calgary-Midnapore. These individuals clearly care deeply about the welfare of animals and are asking that the sale and or manufacturing of animal-tested cosmetics and their ingredients be banned in Canada moving forward. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Vancouver Kingsway.
Petitions to be held today, signed by many residents of Vancouver Kingsway, British Columbia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have 3 petitions to introduce today, signed by many residents of Vancouver Kingsway and the Lower Mainland of British Columbia. The first is a petition to establish a national strategy to combat plastic pollution. Many residents point out their concern that plastics are making their way into various bodies of water via storm drains and interfering with our global ocean currents, and this is causing massive problems to species and bodies of water around the world, and they call on this government to adopt a national strategy to combat this immediately. Second, there is a petition calling on the government to enact a Canada Public Transit Strategy, which would provide permanent investment plan to support public transit and establish funding mechanisms for that purpose, and to work with all levels of government to provide sustainable, predictable, long-term and adequate funding. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I have a petition that calls on this government to immediately implement public, comprehensive, universal pharmacare. It points out that 20% of Canadians are unable to fill their prescriptions due to cost, that people have to struggle to pay for the medicine they need, that Canada is the only country in the world with universal Medicare that does not include prescription drugs, and that we can save billions of dollars while covering every Canadian. And they urge this government to follow the New Democrat plan and do so immediately. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise this morning with a petition, an e-petition, signed by 15,577 Canadians. They call on this government. When the petition started, Mr. Speaker, this was not post-dated. As things now stand, they're calling on the government not to do what the government has done, which is the residents of Canada, 15,577, call on the government to immediately halt plans to purchase the Trans Mountain Pipeline or otherwise support its expansion. But I submit, Mr. Speaker, the petitioners would want it noted that they've asked the government to take into consideration that shipping out raw bitumen is also shipping out Canadian jobs, and that we don't know how to clean up a spill of diluted bitumen. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Député de Salaberry-sur-Loire.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Loire. People from Sisasni.
Treatment of drug and alcohol abuse disorder for First Nations, because drug and alcohol abuse disorders have significant impacts on First Nations. People suffering from these disorders have a right to proper treatment, and culturally appropriate treatment methods and holistic approaches are essential to treat substance abuse disorders. So they call on the government to make a funding available immediately for treatment centers throughout Canada. For example, in the White Pine Lodge, Healing Lodge in Akwesasne. Thank you.
For Cloverdale, Langley City.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to table a petition this morning. It is in follow-up to a series of petitions that I tabled in the fall, calling on the government to invest in historic places in Canada, including the reinstatement of $10 million per year for the National Cost Share Program. These signatures come from across Ontario, and I'm pleased to present these on those interested in heritage in Canada. Thank you.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to table yet another petition from the residents of Winnipeg North in support of the government looking into the possibility of having a national pharmacare program for prescribed medicines, and to work with the many different stakeholders to somehow make that happen. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions. Honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Mr. Speaker, it's my privilege for two petitions in the House this morning. The first is from citizens calling on the government to commit to acknowledge eye health and vision care as a growing public health issue and respond to it, particularly with Canada's vulnerable population, children, seniors, diabetics, and Indigenous peoples, through the development of a national framework for action to promote eye health and vision care, which will benefit all Canadians through the reduction of vision impairment resulting from preventable conditions and the modification of known risk factors. The second petition I have the honor of presenting today, Mr. Speaker, has to do with the persecution of practitioners of Falun Gong in China, and is particularly concerned with the apprehension of Canadian citizen Ms. Qian Sun, who was abducted by the Chinese government. The petition calls for Canada to condemn the illegal arrest of a Canadian citizen for practicing Falun Gong, and calls for the immediate and unconditional release of Canadian citizen Ms. Kwai Sun. Thank you.
They're going to be presenting petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Minister.
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Point of order.
First reading of our bill to preserve and revitalize Indigenous languages across the country, and this is a historic moment and a great initiative of co-development.
I thank the Honourable Minister. Of course, this is not a point of order, but I think members understand why he wanted to do that, but it's not strictly a point of order. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day. Ordre du jour. Ordre émanant du gouvernement. Travaux.
Order.
Concernant déclaration d'impôt unique au Québec.
Single tax return in Quebec. Mr. Riaz, supported by Mr. Kelly, moves that given the House has great respect for provincial jurisdiction and trust in provincial institutions, the people of Quebec are burdened with completing and submitting 2 tax returns, one federal and one provincial, and C, the House believes in cutting red tape and reducing unnecessary paperwork to improve the everyday lives of families. Therefore, the House call on the government to work with the government of Quebec to implement a single tax return in Quebec, as adopted unanimously in the motion of the National Assembly of Quebec on May 15, 2018. Debate. Honourable Member for Richmond-Athabasca. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very proud to rise today in the House to discuss this motion that we tabled today, which was supported by my colleague, who is also Minister of a Shadow Cabinet at Revenue Canada. Let's shed light on this motion to understand the extent of the impact that this could have on the lives of Quebecers if the government finally decides to support this motion and stop its paternalist and centralistic attitude. This motion that we tabled today reads as follows, and it's quite simple, Mr. Speaker. I have a hard time understanding why we would be against it. The House has great respect for provincial jurisdiction and trust in provincial institutions. The people of Quebec are burdened with completing and submitting 2 tax returns, one federal and one provincial. And the House believes in cutting red tape and reducing unnecessary paperwork to improve the everyday lives of families. Therefore, the House call on the government to work with the government of Quebec to implement a single tax return in Quebec, as adopted unanimously in the motion of the National Assembly of Quebec on May 15, 2018. I would like to give you some background here for those who are listening to us today. This didn't come out of nowhere, this story. It's a fact. Throughout Canada, the only place where people have to still fill out 2 tax returns is in Quebec. This is an important moment in history. For the first time, all political parties in Quebec, whether they're left-wing or right-wing, sovereignists or other, there are people in the regions, in the centers, they all voted unanimously in favor of saying that they would, like the rest of Canada, would like to have only one single tax return. Something we all have to do in the spring, even though we don't like to fill out these tax returns. On the ground, senators, MPs, our leader, Andrew Scheer, when they went around and listened to Quebecers last year, they did a visit over 2 weeks, and they produced a report, which I tabled myself. It was more than 70 pages, and it underscores what Quebecers told us in the 17 administrative regions of Quebec. So we're not inventing anything here. We're just tabling a motion that responds to the concerns of Quebecers and of the National Assembly, which is an elected assembly and represents the people. So it was obvious. During our first national caucus in Saint-Hyacinthe last year, in May, all the members of the Conservative Party of Canada and Quebec voted in their large majority to go even further in the study. Last August, during our national meeting in Halifax, where more than 3,000 members of our party across Canada were present, the Conservative Party of Canada unanimously said, yes, we agree with this resolution, and yes, we want to support Quebecers. Yes, we want to support the National Assembly and simplify things for Quebecers. What we're doing here in this House is to simplify work for people. We want to make sure there's less paperwork, red tape. We want to make sure that the government works for its citizens and not like what the Prime Minister and the Liberals on the other side of the House would like to do, that the citizens work for the government, that they work for the Prime Minister's ambitions, who spends without counting. They're spending our money. Our money is the money that comes from citizens. It's the money of Canadians, and they are racking up recurring chronic deficits. That's what this Prime Minister is doing. But the Conservative Party of Canada and our leader, Andrew Scheer, they have clearly stated, inaudible, point of order? I may be mistaken, but I believe that the member who is making his speak used the actual name of his party leader, which is not allowed in this chamber. Yes, I believe that the member has understood correctly. This is the third time I've noticed this. I let it go, but I'm sure that the honourable member will no longer mention this name in his speech. Go ahead. I apologize, Mr. Speaker. I know the standing order, but I may be too excited with the upcoming elections. And, of course, I want to mention my leader anytime I can. But, of course, I will be very careful in my speech. So, yes, the leader of the official opposition, and I'd like to say our future Prime Minister of Canada, yes, he clearly stated that the day after the Conservative government is elected on October 21st, we will start procedures with the Quebec government to make sure that Quebecers like other Canadians in the country, will only have one single tax return to fill out in March when they have to fill out this return. And you'll hear from the Liberals and from our opponents from the NDP that they're going to lead a campaign of fear. They're going to talk about history instead of listening to Canadians and Quebecers. And on our side, we're going to continue to work for people. Why? Because the Conservative Party of Canada recognizes provincial jurisdiction. And we want to decentralize powers, and we want to be as close to the people as possible. What does this mean? We want to be close to patients, to customers, to entrepreneurs, to students, everywhere. And this is the ultimate objective of our party, to decentralize things, to make things more efficient and cost less. And that's the work we're doing here in this chamber. And that is why we were elected. We were elected to manage their finances and to manage their money, which they give us. So when I hear the Prime Minister, well, 2 weeks ago, when he met with the premiers of Quebec who were just elected, and they said, yeah, we're going to have a look at all this. And then yesterday only, I heard a parliamentary secretary and a minister clearly shut the door, and they said to Quebecers, we won't be there for you on October 21st. But the good news is that we're coming up to an election period, and we have candidates and members who are working on the ground. And we have a solid and serious presentation that responds to the concerns of Quebecers. And that's what our party does. We work day after day to present concrete results. And this will respect the notion of a distinct society of Quebec within Canada. And it will give Quebec additional leeway to do its work for its citizens. Our opponents often say, even when I was elected, they say, oh, these are election promises. We don't want them. But the members of the Conservative Party have been clear. The day after we're elected, on October 21st, we will start a procedure with the Quebec government to make sure that once and for all, we will only have one tax return. We will allow our entrepreneurs to stop filling out these two ridiculous documents, and they send them these two documents in the mail with the same information. To do what? So that they can enter into the machine the same information twice.
On our side, we believe in the expertise of our workers, whether federally or provincially. They'll be able to work together and come up with solutions for Quebecers. That's the work we're doing in committee when we discuss together, when we see what's going on out there on the ground, when we talk to people, and we try to find solutions that are going to improve people's quality of life. Unlike the Liberal government, the Prime Minister, the Finance Minister, and I would add the whole Liberal caucus, particularly members from Quebec, Liberal members from Quebec, they have not stood up to tell the Prime Minister, this is what Quebecers want. And I would call on them to show some courage today, to stand up, to take the floor, to say, yeah, this makes sense. We're going to roll up our sleeves and we're going to get it through to the Prime Minister why this is a common sense proposal. We're supposed to work for the people, not for ourselves, not for government, not for our own petty reasons. That's what we were elected to do. This Liberal government, and I think people need to hear this, this Liberal government, what are they doing? They're increasing Canadians' cost of living through the carbon tax, by eliminating the public transit credit, for eliminating credits for children's cultural activities. It's this Liberal government that scrapped those tax credits, that took them away from ordinary people, and took away little benefits, for example, for workers who had a meal ticket. And they tried to make that taxable. Why? Because they want to get even more money out of Canadians' pockets. That's the reality. And you can spin it all you like. Why are they doing this? Well, it's because the Prime Minister is a spend-happy Prime Minister. He spends, spends, and spends. He made promises during the debates, and the members opposite have repeated the same things the Prime Minister was saying during the campaign, that there'd be a modest $10 billion deficit because there'd be investments to be made in infrastructure, and that would be paid down by the end of their term. But that $1.9 billion projected deficit is now over $80 billion. Everyone here in this House has mentioned this number. It sounds really big, but it's hard to get your mind around. But I'll give you an example. A $20 billion deficit is the equivalent of building some 50 NHL arenas, like the Senators Arena here in Ottawa. 50 arenas for one deficit that is the fault of this Prime Minister. At this pace, 50 arenas for 4 years of deficit. How many arenas is that? 200. If we keep going this way, every town in Canada will have an NHL arena in it, or could. It's totally ridiculous. And that, they would have us believe, the Prime Minister suggests blithely that deficits aren't a serious thing. They pay themselves off. Budgets balance themselves. No, Mr. Speaker, we're not fools. We've all had to budget. We work hard, we earn our living, and people sometimes have trouble making ends meet at the end of the month. So we all know what budgeting is all about. So ultimately, a deficit has to be paid back. Who pays? Workers, parents, Canadians, companies that are trying to create jobs. And it's hard when you have a government that's destroying all of our international relations, making it impossible for Canadian companies to do business with China, with India, with the United States, with major players in world economic development. This government just goes after more and more money in taxpayers' pockets in order to pay for its irresponsible spending. And that's what motivated me to go into politics. Ever since 2003, I got involved. I started getting into politics, and one of my main motivators was always working on public finance and managing public finances. I have 3 children. Most of us here have children. And all they want is a better world. They want to have the same opportunities we had. They want to realize their own ambitions. But the problem is that this Liberal government, this Prime Minister, is indebting all of us. Our children are going to be buried under mountains of recurring deficits with no plan to balance the books at any date. My leader asked the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister, could you at least table a plan, a timetable for returning to balance? Imagine if you bought a house or a cottage or a nice car. You go to the bank or you meet with your financial advisor and you say, could I borrow a bit of money? They say, fine. Do you have some collateral? Do you think for 1 second that a financial institution would lend you that kind of money with no guarantee? Never. No, none of us has the luxury of doing that. But this Prime Minister, who's been managing our money irresponsibly, I think that every day more and more Canadians are starting to see what's happening. Luckily, we're getting close to D-Day on October 20th, and Canadians will have an opportunity then to decide, do we really want 4 more years of this Prime Minister, of this way of managing public finances? The answer is no. No, Mr. Speaker. You hear them applauding, but the answer is no. That's the fact. The fact is that there needs to be some cleanup done. This House needs to be put back in order. We're going to do that work on behalf of Canadians. We're going to work to simplify the lives of Quebecers and Canadians, workers, entrepreneurs, people who invest their money to create jobs, to support their fellow Canadians so that they can realize their ambitions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to say a few more things. With this request for a single tax return, that's one thing we're doing for Quebecers, but we're also making proposals that are good for everyone. For example, when it comes to our waterways and our environment, there are spills of wastewater into our waterways, thousands of them every year. We're going to invest in our infrastructure to protect our water. This government waited to the last year of their term to start making announcements. For 3.5 years, they waited and did nothing. They just talked. And now they're recycling old announcements of old projects. But near my riding, there's a project. It's a Revenue Canada building, but that money's not going to flow till 2024. You know what that means, Mr. Speaker? It's not even during this term. They had 4 years to announce it, and it wouldn't be in the next term. It would be 2 terms down the road that money would actually be spent. And so it's going to be Conservatives cutting the ribbon on that one, Mr. Speaker, because by then we'll be in power. Canadians have had enough of this government, this Prime Minister. We want concrete solutions that will improve the lives of Canadians, and it begins with this resolution. We're very pleased with this motion that calls on the Government of Canada to sit down with the Government of Quebec immediately and make it possible for Quebecers to have just one tax return to file. And if they don't do it, we'll start doing it starting October 21st on behalf of the population. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable President of National Revenue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a question for my colleague. He talks about a single tax file, and we're talking about 550 CRA employees who work largely for the regions of Quebec. What's their plan to protect those 5,500 jobs and more for CRA employees who work in Quebec? The Honourable Member for Richmond, Athabasca. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister of Revenue for her question. It's a good question, by the way, however, it does imply something. There's a suggestion that we're going to cut jobs, and the answer is that's not true. Absolutely not. For those listening, our leader has been clear. There is no desire to cut jobs through this proposal. The sole objective is to improve the lives of Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Those jobs, those people, those workers, federal workers, with all their expertise, I'd like to thank them for the work they do day in, day out. But they don't just work on tax returns. They work on tax recovery and tax evasion, and the minister knows this full well. And they don't just work for Quebecers. They process files from all over Canada. And they've been in power for 3.5 years. She's been the minister all that time. And I'd like to mention the issue of tax havens and tax evasion. those workers have gone after tax cheats to increase government revenues and to keep our commitment so that we can fund things on behalf of Canadians. So I repeat, no job loss, no desire to cut jobs. And the Liberals, every day, we're going to fight them every day until the next election. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. You know, in the NDP, we agree with the principle of making life simpler for Quebecers, and a single tax return is something that we passed at our federal convention. But there's one very important clause, which is with no job losses for Quebec workers in the regions, in the Mauricie, in the Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean. So how are they going to go about it so that all this can be done? And this work is seasonal for many of these workers. How are they going to do this without any job losses? We've done all kinds of assessments, and this appears to be very doubtful. The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabasca. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for his question. I find it a bit funny because this is the same member who boasted. I could even bring out some newspaper articles about their national convention. They were gnashing their teeth about having a single tax return with no job losses. It's the same as our position, but someone somewhere shook a bit of a scarecrow, and they've changed their position, they've flip-flopped, and they're siding with the government. As I said, I repeat, no job losses. That's not our goal, not at all. Quebecers have said, entrepreneurs, wherever we consulted. I personally took part in a tour. I covered more than 10,000 kilometers. I visited the regions in question, and we told people this is ridiculous. It's ridiculous that Quebecers are the only people that don't have, that aren't allowed to just file one return. So I said, we're going to do our job. We're not going to flip-flop because somebody fear-mongered a little bit. The government is the employer here, and the Conservative Party, with our leader, we will help people out. And our leader has been clear. On October 21st, we're going to begin negotiations with the government of Quebec, as the National Assembly unanimously requested us to do. We're going to ensure that Quebecers will only have one tax return to file and no job losses. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. It's always interesting to see how the member opposite, who repeats himself over and over, but he doesn't have any answers. So I'll ask the question again. What is the plan to protect those jobs so that there's a balance? Because he's talking about savings, but just like with the environment, they have no plan. He talks about wastewater. Well, what's their plan apart from saying, we're going to solve it, we're going to fix it, we're going to fix all the problems? He's a bit of a preacher. What the member opposite is doing is nothing but that. This is an election year. So in an election year, you propose things to Quebec and refuse other things, the same things, to the rest of Canada. So I'm just wondering what's going to happen in the rest of Canada. Do you have an answer? What's your plan? I ask if any of them over there have a plan. We're still waiting for some sort of details from the Conservative benches. The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabasca. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry about the smile. This is a serious issue. I should try to keep a straight face, but every time the member opposite asks about a plan, I can't help chuckling because all they did during the election campaign the last time around was talk about plans and promises, but they didn't keep any of them. Let's just go back in history. I'm not talking about ancient history. We could go back to the sponsorship scandal if you want, but we won't go that far back. The Prime Minister, during the election campaign and since taking office, they've said about 1,000 times, this is going to be the last election with first past the post. What happened? Out the window with that promise. The Prime Minister also said over and over and over during the campaign, all the Liberals said the same thing like parrots. They said we're going to return to balanced books in 2019. There'll be some modest deficits before that. And where are we now? We won't be back to balance in 2019. Our children are going to be paying the bill for years to come. And they're going to lecture us with all their failures and shortcomings and incompetence? No, never. We're going to offer serious proposals to Canadians, and we're going to put our fiscal house in order after the next election. Questions and comments?
Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank our honourable colleague for bringing forth this motion. And it is laughable to hear the message from those across the way, the 14 members of Parliament from Quebec, much the same as the 7 members of Parliament from Newfoundland, have stayed silent about the millions of litres of raw sewage that have been dumped into our rivers, lakes, and streams. Silent in terms of the one tax form for Quebec. Mr. Speaker, our honourable colleague has brought forth an incredible motion. Our leader, much the same as our leader standing up and saying what he's going to do in Quebec, he says the very same things and been consistent all across our nation, said the same in BC, said it right across our nation, unlike the member from Papineau, who's now our Prime Minister, who has said a lot of things in 2015 to get elected, but seemingly forgot it. I wonder if our honourable colleague could talk about the silence, the deafening silence we hear from the 14 members of Parliament from Quebec.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Athabasca. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, and I'm glad that he's raised the fact that our colleagues opposite fearmonger, and they try to lead people to believe unfortunate events. But here's what is true. When they say they're going to do something, they don't do it. They do something else because of their incompetence. And what that means is that citizens pay more in the end. Canadians pay more now than they used to. They have more paperwork they have to deal with because of this government. This government had 3.5 years to implement its programs, but they didn't deliver. We, on our side, from one end of the country to the other, from east to west, west to east, we are going to deliver what we promised on October 22nd. And we are going to put this motion into effect, and we're going to make sure that all individuals in Canada and in Quebec only have to file one income tax return. Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister for National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, once again we see the Conservatives playing petty politics by making empty promises that they have no intention of keeping. My colleague from Mégantic-l'Érable, who was a mayor at the time of a municipality in a region in Quebec that was hard hit by employment difficulties because of the fact that it was a one-industry region, has been accusing me for a few days now to be fear-mongering on a single tax return. But what we're saying is that we are always open to collaborating with the Quebec government to simplify the life of Quebecers, but not at any cost and with our eyes closed. Mr. Speaker, fear-mongering, contrary to science and thoughtful action, is what Conservatives do. And as I was recalling yesterday in response to my colleague, one only has to remember a time when the Harper government tried to impose their employment insurance reform, which consisted in forcing workers to find jobs that paid 30% less, far from their homes and in areas not related to their skills. Mr. Speaker, I remember that their Minister of Human Resources had misled Canadians in saying that public servants had no quotas to fill. And yet, Le Devoir at the time had obtained internal department documents that said that public servants had to manage to take $485,000 per year out of the pockets of seasonal workers. That is fear-mongering. Mr. Speaker, when I see the Conservatives ready to just jump right in to something as complex as a single tax return and just wanting to charge ahead with it simply for a few votes, well, that brings to mind the Harper Conservative era. It will come as no surprise, Mr. Speaker, that this same Conservative Party today is hurrying into a single tax return project with no studies and no facts to base itself on. One would have thought they'd learned their lesson with the results of the last elections. But they're back at it, Mr. Speaker. It's almost as if they needed Canadians and Quebecers to tell them once again that they're not interested in their reforms. Well, that's just perfect, because they'll have an opportunity to do that again this fall. Mr. Speaker, contrary to what the Conservatives are trying to show, we are not fixated on one option. We are open to dialogue, but based on facts. We're not going to just rush headfirst into the water without knowing how deep it is. If the Conservatives were serious about simplifying tax returns for Quebecers, then they wouldn't have cut in the Canada Revenue Agency's services. Over 10 years, they cut in their staff. They cut in their mail-outs for tax return forms to homes. They cut service counters, and they cut in call center service hours. And we're not the only ones saying this, Mr. Speaker. Allow me to quote from the Professional Institute of the Public Service of Canada's report. It says that the single most destructive event occurred as a result of the 2012 budget, when in one fell swoop $250 million and 1,200 jobs were cut from the CRA's budget. All told, successive austerity initiatives resulted in almost $900 million in projected cuts and the scheduled elimination of almost 3,000 jobs. I have no lesson to take from the Conservatives when it comes to improving services to Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Today, the Conservatives are trying to tell us just one simple measure will make filing income tax returns easier and more accessible for all residents of Quebec. One single tax return for all Quebecers. Well, they're wrong, Mr. Speaker. Currently, the federal government, 9 provinces, and the 3 territories have harmonized their definition of income. Quebec has different definitions, different rules, and different exemptions. In order to have a single tax return in Quebec, the federal government, the 9 provinces, and the 3 territories would have to harmonize their framework with Quebec's, or Quebec would have to harmonize its own with the rest of the country. Now, are the Conservatives going to give the same message in Montreal and Edmonton? Well, I doubt it, Mr. Speaker. What is the real Conservative plan besides trying to buy Quebecers' votes? Well, I'll give you an idea, Mr. Speaker. It's just like climate change. They have no plan. The agency employs more than 5,500 individuals throughout Quebec and is a significant economic driver in cities like Shawinigan and Jonquière. And allow me to be clear, Mr. Speaker. Contrary to the Conservatives, we will not jeopardize those jobs. Yesterday, in fact, I was in Shawinigan, along with my colleague, the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities, as well as my colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary for Public Services and Procurement and Accessibility, to announce the construction of a new building that will house the more than 1,350 employees of the CRA in Mauricie. We delivered a very clear message to the agency's employees and their families. And just allow me to say, Mr. Speaker, that the employees we met yesterday felt more secure in meeting us because of our message, contrary to the Conservatives' fear-mongering. We're investing in Shawinigan because, contrary to the Conservatives, we believe in the importance to maintain and to create high-quality jobs in the various regions of Quebec. My colleagues and myself are working very hard to improve the lives of Quebecers, regardless of where they live. And that is why we have extended a hand to our Quebec counterparts, and we've made ourselves available. We have started multilateral discussions. We have confirmed our commitment to continue constructive dialogue based on collaboration and mutual respect. Above all, we have confirmed our commitment to act and to get results. Mr. Speaker, since 2015, our government has increased the main federal transfers to Quebec by $3.3 billion. Today, that represents approximately $24 billion. Our government, under our commitment to protect infrastructure, committed to granting a $1.28 billion loan over 15 years to fund the Metropolitan Express Network, the REM, which will provide efficient and green transportation to the greater region of Montreal. The Canada Bank of Infrastructure is administering that loan. We reached an agreement to transfer the responsibility of ports, the ports of Gros-Canuna, Rimouski, Matane, and Gaspé, to the government of Quebec. We will be providing $163 million to contribute to operational and maintenance costs of these ports, and it will be implemented on the 30th of March, 2020. This will help us in Gaspésie, in the Île-de-la-Madeleine, Mr. Speaker. In December, we announced that our government will be investing $230 million in Scale.ai to create more than 16,000 jobs in this artificial intelligence innovation center, whose headquarters is in Montreal. This initiative is at the very heart.
Prince George Caribou has a point of order.
I fail to see the relevance to the motion that is the discussion today, where the colleague is rambling off investments, or some could say their intent on buying votes in the Quebec area. Mr. Speaker, the discussion today is germane to the motion that is put forth by our honourable colleague. I'd like to, through you, Mr. Speaker, see if the Speaker is going to get back on topic. Thank you.
We'll leave it to the honourable member, the honourable minister, to continue her speak. I'm sure she'll come around and make a point of it. I've heard different things said in the House that go in different directions, but the Speaker often comes back to the topic, and I'm sure she'll make a point soon and close into where she's aiming. L'honorable ministre.
The honourable minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This initiative is a key part of our export diversification strategy, and it is proof of our support for the Quebec sector of artificial intelligence. Our plan to improve infrastructure in Canada includes investing more than $7.5 billion in large infrastructure projects in Quebec over the next decade. Furthermore, in 2018-2019, Quebec will be receiving $504 million for municipal infrastructure. By 2023, $293 million will be invested in Quebec strategic initiatives under the Canada-Quebec bilateral agreement for implementing the Canadian Agricultural Partnership. 60% of that money will come from the Government of Canada and 40% from the Government of Quebec. The Government of Quebec will invest up to $2.5 billion by 2022 to fund home care and community care under the asymmetrical agreement between Canada and Quebec for health care funding. We also committed to transferring more than $262 million to the Government of Quebec between 2017 and 2020 under the asymmetrical agreement between Canada and Quebec for early learning and daycare. We are negotiating new agreements to improve employment and housing in the province. We have proposed an investment of more than $5 billion in training and improving labor skills in Quebec from 2017 to 2023, as well as approximately $2 billion over the next 10 years to meet housing needs. In the area of immigration, under the Canada-Quebec Agreement on Immigration and Temporary Residence, the government received $490 million in 2017-2018. Negotiations are ongoing in order to compensate Quebec for expenditures on temporary housing for asylum seekers in 2017 and 2018. Mr. Speaker, these are just a few examples of the kinds of funding programs and partnerships that are ongoing or that have been proposed that the Canadian government has worked on with the Quebec government. We will continue to work closely with the province and to strengthen Quebec's economy and improve the lives of its citizens. Re-establishing and creating close ties between the Government of Canada and the Government of Quebec have led to huge successes. On this side of the House, rather than make empty promises, we are going to continue to invest in services that make a real difference in the lives of Quebecers. On this side of the House, we know that it is access to services, regardless of where one lives in the country, that is most important. And it is with that goal in mind that the Canada Revenue Agency and Revenu Quebec have been collaborating for a long time, in other words, over at least 30 years. This long-standing collaboration has allowed us to exchange best practices and to ensure that all recipients of benefits throughout the country receive the best possible services. Contrary to what the Conservatives might like you to believe, Mr. Speaker, collaborating with Revenu Quebec is very solid and is giving rise to real improvements for Quebecers. Collaboration between both levels of government led in October 2018 to new secure self-service options for those who are registered for the GST in Quebec. This new service has allowed more than 1.5 million transactions, which is a huge step forward for those businesses, and this couldn't have taken place without our close collaboration. Allow me also to point out, Mr. Speaker, that the Canada Revenue Agency is responsible for administering a fair and efficient tax system that serves all Canadians, including residents of Quebec. And it is with this goal in mind that the Canada Revenue Agency has implemented services that were designed to simplify tax returns for all Canadians. Many of these new services have improved access for Canadians who submit or file their tax returns online. And clearly, Quebec residents also benefit from these improvements, given that 86% of Quebec taxpayers file their tax returns electronically. There have been many initiatives like Autofill My Return, File My Return, Express NOA, and Refile, and these have already been implemented in order to simplify tax returns for all Canadians. There have been other improvements for Quebec residents, including, for example, modernizing tax return software in order to simplify filing two forms. Information that is the same on both those forms can be automatically generated thanks to these new functionalities that have been implemented. That's what cooperation with Quebec looks like. Mr. Speaker, what's important is to ensure that all Canadians have the best possible services in order for them to be able to easily file their tax return and then receive the benefits and the tax credits that they are entitled to. And we will never, ever back down from that commitment. Where were the Conservatives for 10 years? Well, they certainly weren't in the Gaspésie nor in the Île-de-la-Madeleine, Mr. Speaker. For 10 years, they terrorized seasonal workers in my riding, and they treated them like criminals when the only thing they were doing is claiming employment insurance. For 10 years, they completely ignored our precious fisheries sector. For 10 years, they ignored infrastructure in rural regions. And for 10 years, Mr. Speaker, they treated the people of my riding like second-class citizens. That's the legacy of the Conservatives for our people and in the other regions of Quebec, Mr. Speaker. The Harper Conservatives and today's Conservatives are all the same, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition himself said that he's Harper with a smile. Harper 2.0. Now that's scary. Over the next several months, we'll see two categories of promises from the Conservatives, promises in Quebec and promises for the rest of Canada. This is dividing to conquer, Mr. Speaker, and it's the same tactic that Canadians rejected in 2015. It's also the same tactic that they'll reject once again in October, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Louis-Saint-Laurent.
Monsieur le Président, est très heureux de pouvoir rappeler à tous les Canadiens que c'est notre parti qui a initié le débat il y a 1 an et demi au Québec, à savoir est-ce que les Québécois souhaitent garder 2 rapports d'impôt ou est-ce qu'ils ne penseraient pas mieux de faire un seul rapport d'impôt comme tout le reste du Canada. Nous avons initié ça et notre...
Avec l'interprétation, est-ce que...
There's no problem with interpretation. Can you hear the interpretation?
Me in French, then you'll know that, or excuse, je vais parler en français.
I'm going to speak in French. When you hear me in English, please let me know. Okay, it's working. The Honourable Member for Louis-Saint-Laurent. I'm going to continue, of course, in French. Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy to remind parliamentarians and all Canadians it is our party that started debate 1.5 years ago in Quebec when we did our tour. And there were roughly 500 people in Quebec that decided about the single tax return. And after the National Assembly voted in favor of our proposal, then, Mr. Speaker, there were 3,000 Conservatives across the country that voted 90% in favor of this proposal. And, Mr. Speaker, unlike we've heard in the past, whether it's in Vancouver, Quebec City, or Saint-Jean-Terre-Neuve, everyone's saying the same thing in English and French. Now, Mr. Speaker, the reality is that the minister talked about the good relationship that Quebec has with Ottawa and that Ottawa has good relationship with the Prime Minister. I'm not convinced that what the minister heard what her boss said earlier, saying that jobs would be lost. Whereas our leader, the future Prime Minister of Canada, was very clear just 10 days ago in Montreal. No public servants will be laid off. And anyone who says otherwise is lying. So why does the minister think that everything's going well in Quebec when this morning her leader, her Prime Minister, and unfortunately our Prime Minister for the next few months, once again has tried to scare Quebecers and has directly attacked the Minister of Revenue of Quebec, the Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, right now the federal government and 9 provinces and territories have harmonized their definition of income. Quebec, as I mentioned in my speech, has a definition that is different and has different rules and exemptions. for a single tax return in Quebec, we would need all 9 provinces and 3 territories to modify their framework, or that Quebec would have to do so. I would like to know, what option would Conservatives prefer?
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the minister for her speech. I recognize that not all ministers actively participate in debates on opposition motions. However, the question is mostly about the minister's lack of openness and the Prime Minister's lack of openness to this question. The NDP has been active in this debate throughout the process, even before the Conservatives mentioned it, even though my colleague may not agree. We adopted a motion on February 17th, 2018, even though before the Conservatives got interested in this issue, and we're open to this. But the minister or her government have never been open to this issue. We would like to discuss this with the Quebec government, but they just closed the door, just like they did when the Quebec government spoke a few years ago about the constitutional amendments. So they just shut the door on Quebec's face. So why is the minister being so condescending with the Quebec public? She always believes that she should have the last word. And how come she has not shown openness and at least be able to discuss this issue rather than closing the door on it entirely? Mr. Speaker, I don't think we should talk about being condescending. I'm from Quebec as well, and I certainly can't be condescending with my fellow Quebecers. What I would like to tell my colleague, if he really listened to everything I said, is that we've been working closely for 30 years with Revenu Québec, and on various occasions, we've had consultations, we've worked in partnership with them, we've had consultations with small companies in Quebec. We had one in 2016, and we had another one in 2018. We share information, and this is always to improve services to Quebecers and Canadians, Mr. Speaker. I would like to remind members that if you like to speak in the House, you have to be at your desk. If you're at another location, I can't recognize you. I don't want you to rise for nothing.
West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister of Revenue for an excellently read speech. I'm sure this morning is the first time she's seen it. As she went on, as she has in previous times in this House, misleading Canadians by stating that Conservatives cut positions to the CRA. Now, I have a document here from the Library of Parliament that actually shows, from the Liberals taking over, from the Conservatives, they cut 800 jobs. And from the minister's own departmental plans, which I'm sure she hasn't even read, although she signed off on them, showing next year a further cut of 700 jobs. I'm wondering why the minister continues to stand in the House and mislead Canadians on the facts.
We have a point of order. The honourable member for Louis Hébert.
Mr. Speaker, just on a point of order, I wonder why the member opposite feels the need to engage in personal attacks and assume that the minister has read or not read certain documents. That is disgraceful and unbecoming of a member of Parliament, Mr. Speaker.
I'm afraid that's not a point of order. That's more debate.
Another point of order, the honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, I believe that you would note that there's a consensus in this chamber for the tabling of the document that my colleague has mentioned. Do we have a consensus? No, we do not.
Is the honourable member done with his question? I just want to make sure. Yes, l'honorable ministre.
The honourable minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to remind my colleague that we were talking earlier about tax evasion, and that suddenly the Conservative Party has become a warrior for tax evasion, even though the minister at the time, Mr. Blackburn, said publicly that it wasn't even a priority for Conservatives. And what we have done during our current term is to hire 1,300 new auditors to fight tax evasion. We've invested roughly $1 billion, Mr. Speaker, unlike the Conservatives. In terms of services, I have no lessons to learn from them. They cut services for volunteers. And these volunteers help the poorest members of our society, those who are unable to pay for an accountant, Mr. Speaker. So, in terms of services, I have no lessons to learn from them. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Lac Saint Louis. In her speech, the member for Richmond-Athabasca decried the elimination of the tax credit for public transportation. But this was heavily criticized because it didn't achieve their objectives. It cost $1,000 per greenhouse gas ton reduced, $1,000 when you can buy a carbon tax credit for $15 on the market. So why, and my question is to the minister, is why should we trust a party that pays $1,000 for something that costs $15 on the open market? Why should we download the 2.0 version? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives, what they're telling us is there'll be no job losses. Legault has confessed that there will be jobs lost. And I'd like to go back to the Conservatives' plan, Mr. Speaker. What is their plan in the regions? Yesterday, I met with 1,300 employees, not jobs, human beings, Mr. Speaker, heads of families, women, most of whom were women, and they were afraid to lose their jobs, Mr. Speaker. So we want to reassure them because we need these employees to serve all Canadians. And Quebec, right now, we need francophones. Imagine there are francophones in all provinces and territories. So Quebec has the largest organization of CRA services, and they offer bilingual services, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise today in this House to discuss the opposition motion from the Conservatives, and I think I discussed another topic yesterday, so I'm happy once again to change the topic from taxes and balancing the budget and carbon tax. They always talk about the same thing. They never really debate anything substantial or have any concrete proposals. They just rehash ideas. So we should give them a little bit of credit here. They've tackled a different topic, which is rather interesting, and it has been greatly discussed publicly. And many stakeholders have discussed this in Quebec. Obviously, at the National Assembly, they discussed it. So finally, the Conservatives are interested in a substantial debate about an important issue rather than just sterile debates on the same topics every day. So in terms of the single tax return, whether you call it single tax return, income declaration statement, well, regardless of what you call it or term that is used, it's essentially the concept or principle that is involved. They're trying to introduce it in Quebec to make sure it is fair for Quebec taxpayers, as is the case for taxpayers in other Canadian provinces and territories, who at every tax season file just one tax return, and then it is processed in Ottawa. So it's processed in Ottawa, and then the income is redistributed to the provinces depending on the tax rate in each province. So it's out of concern for fairness that we've debated this issue, and the key stakeholders in this issue, namely accountants and people who are interested in tax returns and tax collection, have decided to discuss this issue to see what we could do to simplify the life for Canadians and, of course, in this case, Quebecers. Because ultimately, that's what I think everyone in this chamber would like. They have good intentions, I believe. They'd like to simplify the life of Quebecers and simplify the life of taxpayers who in other provinces have it easier. So ultimately, that's what we all want to do, and there are several possible solutions that are available to achieve the same result. That is to simplify the life of taxpayers and only give them one tax return to fill out. And so that's why this idea has been popular for several years, but it has come to the public recently when the NDP talked about it. Even though the Conservatives don't agree, they'd like to take the credit for having initiated this debate, as my colleague from Louis Saint Laurent has said. He believes that him and his party have discussed this issue first, even though this is an issue has been around for quite some time. And the NDP was the first one to come up with a proposal to explore the issue. We're just exploring the idea here in Ottawa in the current situation. And then the NDP adopted a resolution in 2018 at its National Congress, and it proposed this solution. Nevertheless, I will read the resolution that was adopted in 2018, well before the National Assembly of Quebec pronounced its opinion on May 15th of 2018. So this was a few months before the National Assembly made its statement, and the Conservatives realized afterwards that this could be an interesting issue between February and May of 2018. So our resolution was as follows: that given the double tax return system in Quebec is costly and inefficient, and given that the simplification of tax returns for Quebecers will allow for major savings in public spending, and that the single tax return will allow companies and taxpayers in Quebec to save money, and it will strengthen Quebec's fiscal autonomy, and since it fits perfectly with the principles in the Sherbrooke Principle Declaration, which is in our political statutes, and which respects Quebec's autonomy and its decisions, without going into too much detail, that given that over many years, several people have worked towards this change, and since the Quebec government, which is responsible of collecting HST for the federal government, it is resolved that the NDP suggests a single tax return managed by the Quebec government that would then transfer federal taxes to the taxes to the federal government. And the provincial main point, the second resolution, in this resolution that was adopted at our meeting, which shows the relevance of the work that was done by our party, it is resolved that the application of this idea should not lead to any job losses within the federal public service, and that is why we have to formulate this resolution in coordination with unions and federal workers, and this is the second part of our resolution. It explicitly intends to have cooperation with representatives of federal workers to make sure that this idea can be implemented without losing any jobs in Quebec. So that's one of the things that came up constantly in today's debate. And now there's the question of these jobs that are at stake in Quebec if we move forward with this proposal. So this is the condition that our Congress members had made. They were intelligent, and they said that they're going to add a condition to this resolution. That way we'll make sure that jobs will be kept, quality jobs, well-paying jobs in regions of Quebec that will benefit. Well, this is one of the economic drivers, so that's why they added this condition. And then the NDP took steps to try and find an ideal solution to simplify the lives of Quebecers, and at the same time, they wanted to protect workers in the federal public service, notably at the CRA in Quebec regions. And that's when a discussion was started, an open discussion, a frank discussion with representatives of unions, and they tried to see how this option or idea could be viable to respect workers. And we realized throughout these discussions, and they were rather long discussions, that there were, given the current situation, there were a few options available to keep jobs in Quebec if we wanted to implement this proposal. This is for several reasons. First, they couldn't imagine transferring employees from the federal government to the Quebec government. So, to make up for this red tape that was imposed, because job conditions and social advantages were different at the Quebec Revenue Agency. And another proposal that was explored was to be able to offer other options to these employees to do other types of work at the Agence du Revenu, and the employees which have certain skills in some areas in revenue and tax collection, they don't all have the same skills. They can't just overnight change jobs or positions like that. They have specific skills, and some jobs require specific skills. So we realized this may not be a good option either.
So just to wrap up with this background information, it became clear that it would be hard to go any further with this proposal without meeting the condition of the resolution, which was to protect jobs in Quebec. So today we're dealing with a Conservative motion. They took up the baton, if you will. And later I'll be proposing an amendment to the motion. I know I have to do it at the end of my speech, and I'll do that in a few minutes. But this will show us the Conservatives' true colors, because the amendment I'm going to propose seeks to protect federal jobs in Quebec. The Conservatives say they want to protect jobs, and they repeat that their leader has repeatedly said in various fora that jobs would be protected and that federal public servants needn't worry that everything would be done smoothly without job losses. The Conservative leader has said that many times, and soon we'll see whether the Conservative leader is willing to back that up with concrete action. And our amendment would specifically, explicitly protect federal workers, because it's all well and good to say that you're going to protect people. Nobody should be worried that those jobs will be guaranteed. But let's talk about action. When it's time to actually keep your promise, let's see what happens. And so we'll see the true colors of the Conservatives in their reaction to our amendment. Because what it looks like is that the Conservatives are returning to the austerity of 2011. And we may well discover that that's the true intention of the Conservatives behind this motion, is to return to austerity and to cut thousands of federal jobs in Quebec. And that's what we'll see in 2019 in the election campaign. They're going to propose an austerity program. They're going to propose to cut back in public services and public service jobs. And that's what's really lying behind this. There are some 5,000 federal workers at CRA who are based in Quebec, and that is why the Conservative leader jumped on this idea because he sees it as a revelation. Here's 5,000 jobs we could cut overnight in order to give Quebec a single tax return. The Conservative leader said, wow, this could be the cornerstone of my election platform in order to balance the books. That's something they'll never admit, that this single tax return, the fact that it's supported by the Conservatives and the Conservative leader is because they see this as a golden opportunity to bring back austerity measures and easily cut 5,000 jobs and save millions of dollars in spending. That's the true reason why the Conservatives are supporting this proposal. And we'll see it in a few minutes. We'll see what they make of our amendment. If they accept my amendment to protect jobs, we'll see that they do truly care more about the interests of Canadians, protecting good jobs in the regions in question, like the Chicoutimi area. Those jobs are important economic drivers in those regions. I think this is a good time to be talking about protecting jobs in those regions, because I think my Conservative colleague will be getting some knocks at his door. There are people who are concerned about this proposal if there is no explicit guarantee protecting jobs. So we'll see the true Conservative colors shortly. And just to change the conversation a little bit, this is all in a context of taxpayers who are angry. They're upset about the way our country's finances are being managed. Taxpayers pay their taxes every year, and when I talk to them, they're generally concerned about the Liberals' soft approach to tax avoidance. They're upset, they're angry, they want the government to listen to average taxpayers more. Average taxpayers do everything they can to file and pay their taxes on time. Sometimes there are mistakes that are made, good faith mistakes in filling out their returns, and when those mistakes happen, CRA goes after them in record time to collect tax arrears with interest. And then these people read every day in the newspaper that the well-to-do hire firms like KPMG, with all their scheming and the Isle of Man and all these offshore tax havens with the low to no taxes. And CRA has even discovered many of these schemes whereby millionaires get amnesties if they agree. There's a secret agreement that's entered into, just pay what you owed, and we'll just close the books on it, and there'll be no other consequences. The average taxpayer never gets that kind of a sweet deal from CRA. They get pursued and hounded by workers, those workers who are just doing their job. It's not their fault, but the agency comes after these people and hounds taxpayers. We're talking about people with disabilities who just want a tax credit for disability, and they get treated like criminals. And the minister was saying that there were workers under Harper that were treated like criminals. Well, that's exactly what's happening to people with disabilities under this government. They were simply claiming a credit, and they are treated like they were trying to take advantage of the system. So taxpayers expect the government to be more attentive to their concerns, and that's why this proposal is one possible solution. It's something that people want, and we need to keep scratching the surface of this issue, try to find solutions while at the same time protecting jobs in Quebec. And that's why we've taken a responsible approach. We did our homework, we consulted, we spoke with people whose jobs are at stake, and we tried to find a solution. that would both simplify the lives of Quebecers and protect jobs. And that's what the Conservatives have failed to do today. And we'll see shortly whether they take this job protection issue seriously. We took a responsible approach. We did our homework. Unlike the government opposite, we sat down, we read the documents, we discussed with representatives from Quebec and from the federal union, and but the Liberals just decided to shut the door on this end of discussion as if this was not even a priority to Quebecers. But in our ridings, in Sherbrooke, and I'm sure in all my colleagues' ridings, we hear people saying they want simplified tax filings. So the government simply slammed the door on Quebec and said, no, thank you, not interested in what you're proposing. End of discussion. That's the government's response to Quebec. It's condescending. And we see the same kind of condescension over and over when it comes to Quebec. And that's the big difference between their approach and our approach. Our approach is respectful. We try to find effective, efficient solutions for Canadians who pay their taxes every year, who are truly responsible. Once in a while, they make a mistake, and then they get wrapped over the knuckles. That's the idea. That's the principle behind it. It's a good idea. We want to make life simpler for Quebecers, but we want to protect federal workers' jobs. So I'm coming to an end, and I'd like to move, seconded by the member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie, an amendment that will show the Conservatives' true colors, that the motion be amended by adding the following: without causing any federal public service jobs, period. I must inform honourable colleagues that an amendment to an opposition motion can only be moved with the consent of the mover. Accordingly, I ask the member for Richmond-Arthabaska whether he consents to this amendment. The honourable member for Richmond-Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, on January 25th, the NDP leader clearly indicated that he was not in favor of a single tax return. And it's just because the NDP has changed its mind very recently doesn't mean we should change our motion. There will be no job losses. The motion will remain as it stands. We want Quebecers to... So that's a no? That's right, Mr. Speaker. Then I'm sorry to inform the member that there is no consent, and pursuant to Standing Order 95, the amendment cannot be moved at this juncture. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. I think it's shameful what we've just heard from the member for Richmond-Arthabaska. He rejected an amendment from the NDP put forward by my colleague from Sherbrooke, and all the amendment called for was job protection. Job protection in connection with this single tax return idea. The Conservatives are constantly patting themselves on the back, boasting that they do intend to protect jobs. But when you ask them to put it to paper and explicitly protect those jobs, the member for Richmond-Arthabaska said, no, we can't add that to our opposition motion today. So the message is clear. The Conservatives have no real intention of protecting the 5,000 jobs at stake. And that's about 1,000 jobs in the Saguenay region. And there's a Conservative member in that region who will now be in danger of losing his seat because of this motion. 5,000 high-quality jobs. The member for Sherbrooke said that we consulted and tried to find
solutions and the total salary amount at stake in connection with those 5,000 jobs is around $230 million. That's huge in terms of economic consequences, and I think the Conservatives, it's in their interest to get their head around this, to understand what that means, but I doubt they will because they've just clearly rejected our idea. They've clearly implied that they have no real intention of protecting jobs because otherwise they would have accepted my colleague's proposal. Does he agree? The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I think we got the answer to my question. We saw the Conservatives' true colours through the member for Richmond Athabasca's reaction to my amendment. They said, no, our leader says the jobs would be protected. That's their true colours. At the end of what he said no. Ultimately, he said no, absolutely not. That showed their true face, their true colours. The Conservatives refused to include in the motion one simple line, protecting jobs. The leader says he will protect jobs, so why on earth do they have any objection to my amendment? If they don't truly want to protect jobs, why would they object? The fact is they want to use this motion to cut federal jobs. So I got my answer, Mr. Speaker, because he rejected my straightforward amendment. He just repeated what the leader said. But if they actually believe what they said, they should have been prepared to put it in writing in the motion. Unfortunately, they're just using this motion to eventually balance the books. They're going to use this as a way to cut 5,000 federal public service jobs. Questions and comments?
Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think the minister addressed the issues of the importance of the jobs in the region. Something in which the government is very much aware of and wanting to be sensitive to. I think there's wonderful opportunities going forward, but also to recognize, and I'd be interested in my colleagues' thoughts along the line in terms of how important it is that the government, the national government, to actually continue to have the positive dialogue that it has and maybe look at ways in which it can enhance. It was interesting, my colleague made reference to tax evasion. And this is a government that has invested close to $1 billion in trying to ensure that there's more work done to look and get after those that are avoiding paying taxes. And I'd be interested in his thoughts on that, or his additional thoughts he might have in regards to what he believes the government could be doing that it's not currently doing with respect to that issue.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. It's simple, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. The answer is simple. What's lacking in the Liberal plan is that even though they say they want to combat tax evasion, is their plan really working? They've said they'll invest $1 billion in it, but the real problem is results. And if my colleague wants a specific answer, what more can the government do? The answer is jail those tax cheats. Put those people in jail, those who are using tax havens to avoid paying their legally owing taxes in Canada. There have been no convictions, no charges even for tax evasion abroad. So if my colleague wants to know what more his government can do, they should show Canadians that they're serious about fighting tax evasion. They should be putting people behind bars to show that this is a serious issue. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Richmond Athabasca. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Sherbrooke for his speech. But I'd like some clarification about his doublespeak. I say doublespeak, it's NDP doublespeak because last year they were on our side. They wanted to defend Quebecers by supporting the National Assembly's call for a single tax firm. But on December 25th last year, the NDP leader decided to go against this proposal. So I'm wondering how Quebec NDP MPs have suddenly flip-flopped and decided no longer to follow this, to support this common sense idea. Our motion is very straightforward. It just says, in response to the unanimous desire of the National Assembly, calling on the government of Quebec and the federal government to implement a single tax report for Quebec taxpayers to be filed with Revenue Quebec while preserving Quebec's fiscal autonomy. So my question for the member is simple, without all the red herrings and distractions. His party may not be red, but their orange is getting awfully close to the Liberal red. Does my colleague agree that we should respect the National Assembly's unanimous resolution in order to put pressure on the federal government so that negotiations can begin immediately so that Quebec can have a single tax report? The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To answer my colleague simply, yes, we're willing to work on that. That's what we've been doing since we passed a resolution at our party convention in 2008. But there's a second part, and the second part of that is that federal public service jobs need to be protected, and that's why we need to work with the federal unions. That's our party's position. We've respected that, and that is why we are in favor of the principle of simplifying things for Quebecers with a single tax return. But in the current circumstances, that condition has not been accepted, and you have to go about things the right way. You can't just go by the seat of your pants and neglect the concerns of federal workers whose jobs are in jeopardy. Those people make a significant contribution to the local economies in the Saguenay area and other places, and that's why we did our homework. We're being responsible here, and so we're open to this idea and to discussion. Let's try to find a solution to make life easier for Quebecers, but our approach is responsible, unlike the Conservatives. Questions and comments. We have time for a very short question, 45 seconds. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll do it in 35 seconds. It's a shame to see a political party with 16 representatives here in the House of Commons, and they've flip-flopped. Overnight. And they're entitled to do that. They've consulted. And we know that the NDP, if unions are involved in any way, shape, or form, they act like it's the end of the world. But all opposition parties here, duly elected, have united and the NDP has flip-flopped, and they're entitled to do that, but they're going to have to live with the consequences. Now, member for Sherbrooke, 45 seconds or less, please. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry if I've upset my colleague from Louis Saint Laurent. Yes, unfortunately, the NDP respects workers. They don't. They don't respect workers and their families. They're the ones that are going to pay the price in the next election. In the regions, they'll face the consequences. They'll see what the results are. People care about their jobs. They care about raising their families. There are families that the Conservatives are running roughshod over here. And this is showing the Conservatives' true colors. They don't care a whit about workers and their families. They just want to cut federal jobs. Resuming debate.
The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Le Fjord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to say from the outset that I'll be sharing my time with the member for Lévis-Lotbinière. I'd like to begin by saying that there are many employees at the tax data centre in Jonquière, and they're worried that their centre is going to be eliminated for the sake of the Shawinigan tax data centre. They're now even more worried given yesterday's announcement about a new beautiful building. A new, beautiful, big building. I'd also like to recall that the Prime Minister promised to have mutually respectful relations with federal public servants. However, negotiations with these employees for their next collective agreement have reached an impasse, another broken promise, another Liberal government mistake. That is why, when the Conservatives are in government, we will go ahead with a single tax return by beginning negotiations with Quebec while maintaining the level of employment at the Gilles Marceau building in Jonquière. I therefore support the motion of my colleague for Richmond Athabasca that calls on the government to work with the government of Quebec to implement a single tax return. The Conservative Party is the party that is most in touch with provinces and regions. We believe in the importance of good, stable jobs, and we believe in the benefit of decentralizing the economy to the regions. The Canada Revenue Agency employs approximately 1,000 employees during peak season at the Jonquière Tax Data Centre, a neighboring riding. And many of its staff live in my riding or studied at the Université du Québec in Chicoutimi, which is also in my riding. Yesterday, council members in the city of Saguenay approved a resolution calling on the Quebec Premier to officially commit to maintaining the current level of employment at the Jonquière Tax Data Centre if Quebec were to go ahead with a single tax return. Even though I appreciate how much confidence the council members in the city of Saguenay have in the next Conservative government in touch with Quebecers in October 2019, there are still some steps that have to be taken. The motion calls on the government to work with the government of Quebec to implement a single tax return. This is a process that will involve negotiations and that will take place gradually. The Conservative Party is committed to drawing on the expertise of the Canada Revenue Agency and ensuring that this transition takes place with no job losses in Quebec's regions. To be even more clear, the level of employment at the Marceau building in Jonquière will be maintained. My leader is a true leader with integrity who takes his responsibilities seriously, and he has already said that there is no question of eliminating jobs for public servants. We need those public servants in order to ensure that federal laws are followed. We can also make better use of the people who work for the federal government. Those who currently work on processing federal tax returns of Quebecers could also be doing other work. The employees in the Jonquière Tax Data Centre and the employees of the Chicoutimi Tax Services Office are skilled individuals who are to a great extent bilingual as well. These employees are also exemplary citizens through their participation in democracy and through their involvement in the community. For example, they contribute to the United Way. They encourage donating blood or plasma, and they volunteer in soup kitchens. They work hard, and there is no lack of hard work. However, here we are in a deficit, and the government is spending out of control. We therefore need to be responsible and make sure that there is no overlap of work. I should also say that it is very difficult to find skilled labor. So there's a reason why the Quebec government would love to maintain the 5,000 employees of the Canada Revenue Agency working in Quebec under its jurisdiction. We feel that the Canadian Public Service will always need its more than 5,000 employees who are skilled employees working in Quebec for the Canada Revenue Agency, and these jobs are there to stay. The mission of the Canada Revenue Agency is to implement its tax programs, administer its benefits, and ensure tax compliance for governments throughout Canada in order to contribute to the social and economic continuity of Canadians. Their mission is broad, and it is an important one. Even though there is currently overlap in the work, given that there are two tax returns, there won't be any less work available with a single tax return. The Canada Revenue Agency will become more efficient, and this will benefit all Canadians because the CRA will ensure tax compliance for all of Canada. The Canada Revenue Agency will still be administering its benefits programs, such as the Canada Child Benefit and the Disability Tax Credit. So more resources will be provided without increasing government spending in order to simplify the lives of all Canadians, in order to improve the services provided by the Canada Revenue Agency, and in order to address tax evasion. These new financial resources, without increasing government spending, will be new opportunities for the Canada Revenue Agency and will provide stable jobs and stable salaries. Now, obviously, that won't reduce the cost of accounting software or accountants themselves, but it will simplify the lives of Quebecers. Can someone tell me why income in Box A of my Quebec return is not the same as the Box 14 in my T4? Can someone tell me why the math for calculating the share, the use of a home for the purposes of a business is different between Quebec and Canada? Contrary to the Liberals, who want to increase the taxes for Quebecers and Canadians in order to control their crazy spending, Conservatives are looking for solutions. Quebec families will save hundreds of dollars if the Quebec government uses the federal government definition of income. We want to simplify the lives of Canadians and Quebecers. We want to manage our spending responsibly. We want to reduce the tax burden for Quebec families. A Conservative government will sit down with the province and have constructive discussions in order for this motion to become reality. There is already an agreement with this province to administer the GST. Mr. Speaker, Quebec is the only province where its citizens file two tax returns. This is a major irritant in the lives of Quebecers, and we, the Conservatives, are the only ones who are showing leadership on this issue. We want to address this situation. The Liberal government and the NDP are irresponsible by using jobs for their fear-mongering. As I said throughout my speech, they should focus on the following: listen to provinces, simplify Quebecers' lives, improve the CRA services, tackle tax evasion, maintain stable quality jobs in the tax centers of Jonquière and Shawinigan. Mr. Speaker, do I still have some time? 45 seconds. Well, I'll wrap up by saying that the principle underlying the Canadian Confederation is to have a contract between the provinces and the government that is based on the power of provinces. The Conservatives always understood that principle, and they'll continue to decentralize and to listen to provinces. Listening to Quebec has shown us that a single tax return should be a priority, and a Conservative government will start negotiations with Quebec and will do this. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've just come from Shawinigan, actually. In Shawinigan, we announced the construction of a new building. Why? Because we believe in regional jobs in Canada. And yet this member, with jobs in Jonquière, in Chicoutimi, is not standing up to his leader and his party, who just decide, just like that, to eliminate jobs in the Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean, in Mauricie, in the Outaouais. And can the member not explain to us what his work is if it's not to stand up for jobs in his riding? The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le Fjord. Mr. Speaker, My colleague opposite is attempting to avoid a debate on the principle of this. He knows perfectly well that details will be ironed out through negotiations with the province. He should be listening to Quebecers, like our leader, the member for Regina Capel, has done over the past several months. If he had, he would have seen that 2 tax returns is an irritant. We need to find constructive solutions, and that's what we're proposing with the single tax return. That's the problem with the Liberals. They centralize the power in Ottawa rather than serve the interests of ordinary citizens. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks. I know he's very concerned about the issue, and I think he should explain to his constituents that his colleague for Richmond Athabasca turned down an amendment whose purpose was to protect jobs. And he spent all his time in his remarks talking about protecting jobs. He was actually providing solutions that make no sense whatsoever for the people involved. However, I'd like him to respond to this. Can he explain why they have refused to include a clause in the motion protecting jobs? Because if he really believed this, he would act and he would accept an amendment to the motion. It's a simple amendment, and its purpose was precisely to do what he spent all his time talking about. The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, we believe in our leader, we believe in our party, and we live up to what we say. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's talk about protecting jobs. It's absolutely important. We also feel it's important in the Bloc Québécois. We think that there have to be negotiations with unions, with the government of Quebec and the government of Canada to make sure that jobs will be protected. I don't think we should even have to have a debate about this in the House. I think it would be evident, and I think it would be evident how the government has to act. However, the very reason, the very raison d'être of this House is to serve the interests of citizens. People are fed up with filing 2 returns. This is a request for a single tax return has been asked for forever, for years. It was said formally again in 2004. The best level of government to manage a tax return is the government of Quebec. Now, our colleagues in the Conservative government now support us in this request. Well, thank you. I mean, now, it is a little strange that they're doing this now, but at least they are doing it. At least they are doing it now. We can't blame them for that. But we need to move. We're here to serve the interests of our citizens. And the citizens need this government to take responsibility, pull itself up by the bootstraps, and not do its work on the backs of collective agreements. It doesn't make sense, and it's not dignified of a parliament to act like this. The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Well, I'd like to say I appreciate the remarks of my colleague. I think in all of this, it's important to say that we have to be in touch with Quebec. This is extremely important. You know, both times Quebec wanted to separate, it was a Liberal government in power. And I think it's very important to respect provincial jurisdiction. That's how we work. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm so pleased to stand up and participate in the debate on my colleague from Richmond Athabasca's motion, a motion that is so important for the constituents of Lévis-Lotbinière and throughout Quebec. Mr. Speaker, this motion includes a clear and legitimate request on the part of Quebecers in the National Assembly, and that is to give Quebecers an opportunity to work with much less paperwork, to have a single tax return. Because right now, Quebecers have to file 2 tax returns as soon as they make any income, even before they have reached the age of majority. This is a noble and legitimate request that will save time and money for families and for all Quebecers. They are the only ones who live in a province where they still have to file 2 tax returns. But this doesn't seem to actually appear to move the Liberal government in any way whatsoever. It's simply not a part of its values. And what I mean by that is saving time and money. Mr. Speaker, allow me to give you a concrete example. Not so long ago, all my children lived in my home. That meant 14 personal income tax returns for one single house, on top of the 2 tax returns that I had to file for my small agricultural company. Think about it, Mr. Speaker, 16 tax returns in one humble home. Think of all the work, all the counterproductive, repetitive work that is being imposed on families, students, and young workers who want to be active on the labor market. Mr. Speaker, we are consistent with our values, and therefore the Conservatives want to simplify the lives of Quebecers and save time and money, contrary to the Liberals who continue to tax more and more just to feed their insatiable appetite for money so they can spend more. Anyhow, anywhere, simply to make themselves look good at our expense. Mr. Speaker, we, the Conservatives, can build bridges, build boats, implement a single tax return for the benefit of Quebecers. We need leadership and we need political will to change people's lives in a positive and sustainable way. The Liberals are willing to do anything to help their little friends and to get money. They managed to legalize marijuana. But when it comes to helping Quebecers, well, there's not going to be any favoritism and no free passes. They just say no. It makes no sense.
So the Minister of Revenue has given rather simplistic arguments in terms of the massive job losses, and this is groundless and without proof. The Liberal government, just when it's time to distinguish itself, it doesn't deserve to govern. Mr. Speaker, with all the respect I have for the minister's position, I'm obliged to say that the Minister of Revenue only has one job, and that is to be the mouthpiece of this government that turns a deaf ear when people make legitimate requests in Quebec. Fortunately, on October 21st, Quebecers will be able to choose between the Liberals and the Conservatives. Who will listen to them the most? Who will be more likely to work for a more productive Quebec, a stronger Quebec, a richer Quebec, a Quebec that is a partner in Canadian success, a Quebec that is proud of its culture and heritage, a Quebec that is worthy of the French language, a Quebec that has values of respect, and a proud partner in the success of all Canadians from all provinces. Mr. Speaker, as my mother has always said, beauty doesn't put bread on the table. And on October 21st, there will be a swan song for the Liberal Party, and its Prime Minister, who doesn't respect provincial jurisdiction and has made unreasonable requests, it will have an impact. Historically, the Conservatives have said yes to Quebec's request, yes to a Colisée, yes to the building of a new Champlain Bridge, yes to a third link in Quebec City, yes to the Asterix boat at the Davie site, yes to a future Obélix boat, and yes to giving Quebec powers over immigration, and yes to a single tax return. And that is our openness to federalism, and that's what a government does when it serves its population. Imagine what positive and great action we will take. The Conservative Party has always proven this, and it'll prove it once again. We've always said what we'll do, and we always have done what we've said. We'll deliver the goods, Mr. Speaker, even if we don't keep our little Liberal friends. Our first step will not to be danced around or to take selfies. We'll be delivering a single tax return for all Quebecers. The future of Canadians belong to them, and the hour of their choice is coming up quickly. There's a historical moment coming, and if we vote for any other party other than the Conservative Party, it'll be a vote to keep this Prime Minister who spends without counting. Soon, Canadians will be able to have hope for healthy administration of their finances, and they will make a wise choice about the future of generations. Canadians deserve this much, and I believe that it is a great privilege and honor to represent Canadians here at the House, and I believe that the Prime Minister should reflect his values that only the Conservative Party has been able to enact. It is undeniable that the Liberals are creating obstacles to this healthy and fair proposal, not just for Quebecers, but for all Canadian provinces. They have created a protective administrative machine with its own budgets and its partisan interests being reflected. This is unacceptable and unjustifiable. Liberal members, open your eyes and don't forget what your raison d'etre is. It's to serve your people with dignity and fairness. And this Prime Minister has done nothing but spend Canadians' money. This is no longer a viable option, and we're already seeing the consequences of this. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, for the population of Lévis-Lotbinière, let's think about an easier daily life. Let's think about our children, about our future, and let's think about what the Conservatives can deliver for you: a bridge, a boat, and a single tax return. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member, the Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of Public Services. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as I said earlier, I was in Shawinigan and I was proud to announce a new building to house many growing number of employments of Canada Revenue Agency. And these jobs are in addition to the jobs in Jonquière and Chicoutimi, in Gatineau, and throughout Quebec. And in Matane as well. A week ago, people were able to notice the growth there, which serves the entire government. This member congratulates himself for having the support of the Bloc Québécois for his proposal. In my opinion, this member absolutely needs to protect jobs in the Quebec region, and this member has to shed more light on why he did not stand up in front of his leader to protect jobs in the region throughout Quebec. And why does this member not stand up for jobs in Quebec? The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. And yes, the Quebecers who are working at the CRA office are doing excellent work, and they're going to continue to do so. He's exaggerating, my colleague, and they haven't proven that there will be job losses, and we think that Quebecers need just to have one single tax return. It'll take less paperwork, less money, and it'll put more money back in the pockets of Quebecers. That's what Quebecers want, and that's what we're going to give them within the first 100 days of our term. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, and I know that we were one of the first to bring up this debate, and perhaps we could look at, as we said, an option of a single tax return in Quebec, and that's one of the options that we discussed at our federal convention. But we don't want to do so if there are going to be job losses for people in Mauricie, for example, or Lac-Saint-Jean. These are good regional jobs. And the Conservatives say this is not important. We're just going to look at the principle today. But believe us on our word, we won't lose jobs. But we've tested them, Mr. Speaker. We proposed an amendment stating that there will be no job losses in the federal public service. Can my Conservative colleague explain why he's refused the NDP amendment? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I'm happy to be able to debate with my colleague about the opportunity of having a single tax return for Quebecers. everyone can talk about their concerns here, and we can talk about job protection, and this is worthy of mention. In 2 or 3 years, or next October, Quebecers may be able to have a single tax return, and that is our goal. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for de Pointe de l'Île. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First, I think everyone agrees that a single tax return makes the most sense, and it would create the most savings of time and money. For taxpayers, it costs roughly $300,000 every year to fill out 2 tax returns. For companies, it's $400,000. And the Liberals have seen weak, even if there is savings to be made with a single tax return, jobs will be lost, as if we couldn't give these jobs to other areas, such as fighting tax evasion or looking at solving the Phoenix pay system. And I think such jobs would be highly appreciated by the public service. Unlike our Conservatives colleagues, with the election coming up, they haven't. Well, they've made this claim. Yes, it's a good thing, but we don't agree with them when they say that the Conservative government is the one that respects provincial jurisdiction in Quebec, and they're against their possibility of stepping back from multiculturalism, and they're in favor of resuming the Energy East project, and the NDP. Sorry, I won't be much longer, Mr. Speaker. We're not necessarily against this principle, but we're coming out against it because we want to keep jobs. I think it would make more sense to be in favor of the principle. Thank you. We just have a time for a reply. The Honourable Member for Lapinière. My colleague's question is very broad, but the only party here is the Conservatives that will deliver on its provinces. All Quebecers should have only one single tax return. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member, the only Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Finance. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Before I get to the heart of my topic with my speech, I'd like to mention a few comments. The member for Chicoutimi, when we ask him a question about the 5,500 jobs that are at risk at the CRA in the Quebec region, he says it's just a detail that we have to solve. But for these 5,500 families, this is not just a detail. They depend on this employment. I believe in my leader, and Quebecers cannot be easily fooled. They know that the Conservatives make smile nicely in Quebec, and they talk about openness and federalism, and they make a whole list of future promises. But historically, they said no to bilingual judges at the Supreme Court, and they only have Anglophone justices, despite what the National Assembly has said. And in terms of, they have also unilingual agents of Parliament. And even though the National Assembly of Quebec demanded this, so that's the federalism and the openness that the Harper government is so proud of. So these 5,500 jobs, this is not just a detail, as my colleagues across the way would have us believe. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to get to the heart of my topic in terms of the subject today, which may seem like an attractive proposal, but is not as simple as what my Conservatives across the way would like to have us believe. Allow me to enlighten my colleagues on a few points. First, as the National Tax Administrator, the Canada Revenue Agency has great expertise in terms of harmonizing tax regulations on a federal model throughout the provinces and territories. Thanks to the many tax collection agreements that it has signed across the country, which are constantly evolving, the CRA is well positioned to understand the necessary flexibility that is needed for one province or another. Right now, the federal government, 9 provinces and 3 territories have harmonized their definition of income, and have a single tax return for individuals that is administered by the federal government. The Quebec has different definitions, rules, and exemptions. To achieve efficient tax administration, if a single tax return is created for Quebec, harmonization is necessary. Conservatives aren't telling us how they're going to do this. They're just saying these jobs are details and we'll solve them later. But would this harmonization involve Quebec harmonizing itself with the rest of the country, or the rest of the country harmonizing itself with Quebec? Second, as the CRA has harmonized systems and is able, like any good administrator, to achieve economies of scale, provinces and territories don't have to pay any administrative fees for their tax administrative fees, and because everyone has the same system. And harmonizing these two regimes would necessarily involve costs, and that's where the problem arises. These two regimes would involve costs, and the Quebec government and the Canadian government agree on this. The Quebec Premier has asked for a reimbursement of administrative costs for Quebec's administration of its federal system, and it is confirmed that it will do so. So that's why we believe this would not be profitable for Quebecers or Canadians. Third, Mr. Speaker, my colleagues across the way seem to be ignoring the CRA's significant expertise on an international scale. Even though they were in the government for 10 years, the CRA is a world-leading tax administrative body, and it represents Canada with its various international partners. And this expertise is harnessed to fight tax evasion and abusive tax avoidance. Over the past 3 years, our government has invested more than $1 billion to fight tax evasion. And I'll stop here, Mr. Speaker, to remind you that I'm going to share my time with my honourable colleague from Gatineau. So I was talking about tax avoidance and tax evasion. It's clear, Mr. Speaker, that for the Conservatives and the Harper Conservatives, that they're so proud of them, it was never a priority for them. And even Minister Blackburn at the time told the Journal de Montréal in summer of 2017 that under the Harper government, tax havens were never a real priority. It wasn't important for them. But the more things change, the more things stay the same, as we say. And unlike them, we are determined to have all individuals and companies pay their fair share. We're determined to make things much tougher for those who do not respect their obligations. We've invested more than $1 billion over the past 3 budgets, and this has allowed the CRA to have tools and means to harness from their cooperation and to share information worldwide. We've exceeded our target of recovering additional tax funds collection for 2018. We've recovered an additional $500 million in income. We're going to develop the infrastructure for this at the CRA, and we're going to strengthen its capacity to target tax evasion through investigations and criminal prosecutions. As soon as the announcement was made in 2016 for investment, my colleague from the Minister of National Revenue announced the creation of an independent advisory committee about tax evasion and abusive tax planning abroad. Thanks to this investment, the CRA now has better data, better approaches, better results to fight tax evasion and abusive tax avoidance. Canadians can be proud of now having one of the largest networks of tax treaties in the world, namely 93 tax treaties and 24 agreements for sharing of international tax information. The CRA plays a leading role as an information center with international tax havens, and this involves tax administration to coordinate tax compliance for all international taxation risks. So we are fighting tax evasion and abusive tax avoidance, and this has been a success. Canada is the only body that can ratify international agreements. As a signatory for international tax treaties, it has information sharing agreements with other countries. Canada plays an essential role. Mr. Speaker, a single tax return for Quebec would be an obstacle in Canada respecting its legal obligations abroad under tax agreements it has signed. Not to mention, it would cause serious issues in terms of ratification of international tax treaties. Canada, as I mentioned, does have treaties. So, as I said, like the NDP, my colleagues should review their position on this topic.
Commentaire, the honourable member for Thornhill.
I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. But there was a red herring.
In that speech. I don't know if it works in our other official language, but when it comes to the question of the government's inability to understand what to do with the public service workers now filling out this redundant second filing of income taxes in Quebec, Mr. Speaker, I wonder why one wouldn't simply reassign those jobs, réaffecter les emplois.
Why would we just reassign these jobs?
Productively, perhaps, to the pursuit of offshore Canadian tax evaders. It can be done long distance. It can be done at a computer. That's what the minister's staff on that assignment are doing now. Pourquoi pas?
Why not? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Finance. What a pleasure it is to finally hear the Conservatives interested in fighting tax evasion. And that's exactly what we've done over the past 3 years. We've hired more than 1,300 auditors to investigate those people who don't want to meet their obligations in terms of tax and people who do abusive tax avoidance. He was here in the House, Mr. Speaker, under the Harper government, and they weren't at all interested in fighting tax evasion. And people weren't really talking about it at the time. It wasn't a priority for the Harper government. But finally, perhaps this is the good thing about this debate. The Conservatives are finally talking about fighting tax evasion. But it's too little too late, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I think there are some things we agree about, but since we're talking about CRA, I'm interested in tax evasion too, and I don't understand why the Liberal government signed new tax treaties with tax havens. That simply aggravates the problem. The Conference Board, which is not exactly left-leaning, said that the government was losing between $9 and $49 billion a year through millionaires and billionaires hiding their money in tax havens. We're the ones who end up paying the price for that. So I'd like to know how many white-collar criminals, how many tax cheats the Liberal government has managed to put behind bars, because last I checked, it was none. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. It's important for the agency to identify those taxpayers who are avoiding taxes, and that is precisely why we enter into these tax treaties and these information exchange treaties. That's the only way to successfully prosecute tax cheats. So we need that information. The only way to get that information is by cooperating internationally to share information. And that's the reason why we've invested $1 billion in CRA to combat tax evasion, abusive tax evasion. That's our goal, and that was something that was sorely lacking under the Harper government for more than a decade. So I think it's important to make those investments so that we can have more auditors and catch more of these tax evaders. The honourable member for Lac Saint-Louis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As usual, my colleague for Louis Hébert made an intelligent and eloquent speech. When I was listening to the speeches from the other side of the House, people were claiming to care about Quebecers, but there's a contradiction because nobody's explained why there are two tax returns in Quebec. It's not to make life difficult for Quebecers is because Quebec has its own agenda, its own economic agenda, and its own social agenda. So why do you think the Conservative Party wants to take that away from Quebec? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much to my colleague for his compliments and his question. I think that's where you have to see that our government is always open to cooperating with our provincial partners, always looking to cooperate more. How can we make things better for Canadians? How can we go about this in the most effective and efficient way? For 10 years under Harper, which they don't stop praising Harper, but Harper refused to even meet with his provincial partners. So they have no lectures for us because they completely shut the door on the provinces for a decade. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services. Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased. I've been looking forward to this opportunity for a long time, this opportunity to speak to an issue that's very important in Canada and an issue that goes to the heart of our separate visions of the role of the federal government and of government in general in the daily lives of Quebecers and Canadians. I'll talk about the disdain this party, the Conservative Party, has for public servants and for modern government apparatus. But first of all, I'd like to speak to the issue at the heart of this motion, and that is a single tax return. Clearly, the average Quebecer would like to have only one tax return to file, just like all Canadians in 9 other provinces and the 3 territories. People only have one tax return to file. But the Robillard Commission, which was set up by the Quebec government not so long ago, the Robillard Commission said that only $400 million could be saved by harmonizing with CRA and Revenu Quebec. With CRA's economies of scale, the Quebec government could only save $400 million by pursuing this goal and keeping in mind the socioeconomic goals that my colleague for Lac Saint Louis alluded to, keeping those objectives in mind, but at the same time trying to save money for Quebec taxpayers. So think about it, Mr. Speaker. Yes to cooperation. Yes to simplification. Yes to making things simpler for all taxpayers in Quebec and elsewhere in Canada. 85% of taxpayers, when they file their taxes, they do it electronically. They do it online. They push a button, and the statement, the federal return, goes to Ottawa, to CRA, and the Quebec portion goes to Revenu Quebec. So that's my perspective on that issue. But I also want to speak about the disregard the Conservatives have for the Government of Canada, and we hear it every day from that side of the House. This is an election year, so I think it's important for all federal government workers, including those in the National Capital Region. I think it's important for all those public servants to hear and to see the true colors of the Conservative Party.
Will be running in an election this year. They will be running against Conservative opponents who are going to promise unicorns and rainbows, Mr. Speaker. Unicorns and rainbows. But here's what the record says. Here's what the record says, Mr. Speaker. What did this party leave us? Crumbling infrastructure. Crumbling infrastructure. Office buildings with bricks falling off them, where we have to put netting. Why? Because we're not investing, they said, in federal infrastructure, in offices for bureaucrats. Here's what else they left us. That dreary, the member from Parry Sound Muskoka, their esteemed colleague, that dreary DRAP program.
Oh my God.
That dreary DRAP program, Mr. Speaker, that yielded what? Well, let's talk about job losses. Let's talk about the Phoenix pay system. Let's talk about the order given by Stephen Harper to fire summarily 700 public servants. Congédier 700.
Firing 700 of the most expert public servants in human resources, in pay, and they left us a pay system that failed to get public servants paid. And to the Conservatives, that was no big problem. All they cared about was reducing the deficit. And what about federal government jobs, not just in the national capital area, but all across the country, all across Quebec? We're talking about the 5,500 families today who work for CRA in Quebec. I visited them myself in the Saguenay, Lac-Saint-Jean, in the Mauricie region, in Matane, where there are other workers working for CRA. And, of course, there are people in the Outaouais region who serve all Canadians, Quebecers, whether they're here in Gatineau, in Ottawa, or in the regions of Quebec. They are proud of their contribution to this magnificent country. They're proud to chip in and put their shoulder to the wheel and make Canada the best country in the world. But no, those cynics across the way, what do they say? They say no. They want a single tax return. They don't care about the jobs in the regions. I was a bit astounded to hear my colleague from Chicoutimi, when asked what was going to be done to protect jobs in his region, he said, I trust my leader, a guy from Regina. And secondly, that's just a detail. That's a tiny detail. Thousands of jobs. I met the head of the union, the tax employees union, yesterday, and he doesn't think it's a detail. Working conditions in Chicoutimi, that's no mere detail to the people of Chicoutimi. Speculating over their future and the well-being of their families, that's no detail to them. This disdain for bureaucrats is what is motivating the Conservatives. This is what lies behind this opposition motion. These are all mere details to the Conservatives. They pat themselves on the back. They were chuckling a few minutes ago because they have the Bloc Québécois support. Is that something to be proud of? One of their leaders was a founder of Canada, and now they're delighted that they have the support of the Bloc Québécois. I can hardly believe my eyes or my ears.
And people in Ottawa and Gatineau, but all employees of the Government of Canada, need to understand and listen very carefully to what these people talk about when they talk about government programs and the people who deliver them and the ways that we do that work. Because in the next election, they're going to be talking a lot about these things, and they'll never say what their agenda is. But that's what I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, we will be talking about. Because we do have starkly different visions about the role of the Government of Canada. We believe that the Government of Canada and the people who serve it are there to serve people, to make people's lives better, yes, to catch tax cheats all over the world, yes, to make sure people get across borders safely, yes, every day to build that infrastructure and those things that help make Canada the #1 country in which to live. The people that serve the Government of Canada in this chamber, Mr. Speaker, will always have our support. Et les gens dans les régions du
and the people in the regions of Quebec deserve just as much attention as people here in the National Capital Region. Especially, they deserve it from their elected officials. And that is why we've met with people all over the country to reassure them and to give them the tools and the infrastructure they need in order to do the work that they're so proud of. And that work is serving all of Canada, helping build Canada, making Canada a fairer and more prosperous country. And that's the issue underlying this debate today. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately for Canadians, this isn't the first time the Liberal Party of Canada has fear-mongered to scare people about job losses and so on, and their apocalyptic vision. You don't have to go 10 years back, Mr. Speaker. Just a few months ago, in May and June, there was an election in Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord, a by-election, and week after week, Liberals came to said that the Conservatives are going to make you lose your job. But the people in Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord voted. They made their decision. The Conservatives came fourth 4 years ago, but they elected a Conservative this time with a huge margin. So enough fear-mongering. I would remind my Liberal colleagues that the former Minister of Finance in Quebec has just reacted, saying that it's unfortunate to see, and I quote, he was very disappointed because this was something that was in the public interest for Quebecers, and hopefully the two agencies will continue to work together. This is a provincial Liberal. Unlike the federal Liberals, the provincial Liberals balance the books. So my question is, why is the member opposite trying to scare Canadians when there's no basis for that? The Honourable Member, I'd just like to repeat that what my colleague answered to my question when I said, why didn't he stand up to his leader when it was when these jobs were in jeopardy? Why didn't he stand up on behalf of the thousands of families and workers who depend on those jobs and who do outstanding work? That member, what did he say? He said it was just a detail. I trust my leader, Mr. Speaker. It's just a detail, and I trust my leader. So those who claim to speak for the regions of Quebec must explain, one job at a time, what will happen if the worst were ever to come to pass and the party opposite should implement its plan. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. But he says there's only one serious, responsible party involved. And on the one side, you have the Conservatives who want to cut 5,000 public service jobs in the name of balancing the books, and they're jumping on this opportunity to balance the budget, even if it means sacrificing whole families in the regions that depend on those, whose economies depend on those jobs. And the Liberals just want to slam the door on the whole debate without even entertaining the idea. So my colleague is, why won't my colleague be serious and show some open-mindedness? My question for the parliamentary secretary is, why won't the Liberals sit down and seriously consider this issue instead of simply slamming the door on it, because this is simply an attempt to make life easier for Quebecers? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. To answer his question, the reason why we invested $1 billion in CRA's system, their call system, is precisely because we want to improve service to Canadians and better combat tax evasion and tax avoidance. We want to work more closely with Revenue Quebec. I think we've proven that we're serious. And yesterday we made an official announcement to the people of the Mauricie that Those jobs are permanent jobs. We're building a new building. We are investing. We will improve service to Canadians, and that is going to continue, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Provencher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I think it's shameful that the parliamentary secretary opposite is using our public service employees as a political pawn and to fearmonger them into thinking that their jobs are at stake here. I think what's at stake is the opportunity for Quebecers' lives to be made more simplistic, to make it easier. And I'm just wondering what it is that parliamentary secretary has against Quebecers, or is this just another Justin Trudeau mistake?
Just call the honourable member to use the either titles or the riding of the riding name of the honourable members in their next interventions. The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Look, all I will say to that question, Mr. Speaker, is I would invite the honourable member to the beautiful riding of Gatineau, Quebec, where he can come explain to public servants the record of his party, where he can come and explain that dreary DRAP program and the Phoenix pay system that it left to the Quebecers who work for the Government of Canada, and where he can explain to them that he believes that standing up in this chamber and defending the role of the Government of Canada and the work of federal public servants, where he can explain to them that that's somehow using them as a pawn. He's the one using them as a pawn, Mr. Speaker. He's the one that's showing a total classless lack of respect for the employees of the Government of Canada.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's incredible what I'm hearing from the other side. The Liberals are completely out of touch. They're not working for Quebec, and I'm very saddened by what I'm hearing. I'd like to mention, Mr. Speaker, that I'll be sharing my time with the member for Calgary Rocky Ridge. And I'd like to point out that our Quebec lieutenant this morning tabled a motion, and I'm very proud that the member for Richmond, Arthabaska, tabled a motion that's in the interest of Canadians and, moreover, in the interest of Quebecers. We are here to champion Quebecers. We're the Quebec caucus within the National Conservative Caucus, and we have a lot of uptake from our colleagues, and they don't have that on the other side. But here on the Conservative side, we work together in the interests of all Canadians, and today particularly in the interests of Quebecers who want a single tax return. I'd like to point out to those watching from home what we're talking. I'd like to explain what we're talking about this morning. My colleague tabled a motion that says that given that the government has profound respect for provincial jurisdiction and trust in provincial institutions, and the people of Quebec are burdened with completing and submitting 2 tax returns, the House believes in cutting red tape and reducing unnecessary paperwork to improve the everyday lives of families. Therefore, the House call on the government to work with the Government of Quebec to implement a single tax return in Quebec as adopted unanimously in the motion of the National Assembly of Quebec on May 15, 2018. It's not...
It's the least we can do to come back to a single tax return. I do not understand the reticence on the part of the Liberal government to do this. Mr. Speaker, Quebecers are the only ones in Canada who have to file 2 tax returns. And they have to do this between January and March. I don't understand why it is the Liberal government is deciding to say no to Quebecers, no to Quebec, and no to a single tax return. It's absolutely unacceptable. Why are they doing this? What is their argument? Well, they're saying they want to protect 5,500 jobs in Quebec, Canadian public servants who work for the CRA. Mr. Speaker, before coming here, I was an entrepreneur. And businesses in Canada, like in Quebec, if they were to act like that, like this government, they would not be responsible. It's 2019. There's technology. Could it not be possible to at least consider finding a solution so that Quebecers have less paperwork to deal with? But no. This government's Liberal position is no. It's a centralizing government rather, that says no to Quebec. Why? To protect jobs. But our leader, the leader of the official opposition in this House of Commons, the leader of the Conservative Party, has a better record of keeping promises. Our party has a better record of keeping promises, and our leader said there would be no job losses. Now, when the Liberals say something, when they make promises, obviously we're a little doubtful because there's been a long list of unkept promises. But the Conservative Party, the government before this one, that has really made a mess over the past 3 years, well, when we were in government, we kept our commitments. Our record is practically 100%. I was going to say excellent. I mean excellent. Mr. Speaker, what's important to understand here is this. And in passing, let's look at the 40 Liberals from Quebec. They should be confident. They should be realistic. They should be fair. They should have a will to respect Quebecers. So it's fine for the GST. The Ministry of Revenue in Quebec can collect the GST and return it to Ottawa. But when you start talking about income tax, well, perhaps according to Liberals, Quebecers are second-class citizens. I mean, they have not even considered the possibility of looking at the possibility of finding a solution. They haven't even agreed to looking at the feasibility of it. Is that trust, Mr. Speaker? Now, as I mentioned earlier, we're in 2019. We have technology. And we're perfectly able today to lighten the paperwork burden of individuals. I mean, you have to enter numbers in columns. However, for some people, you multiply this by 2. So how many supplementary income tax returns does this represent? If we want to improve things, we can. Obviously, if you don't want to, you'll find reasons not to. You'll just fearmonger. But you have to be realistic. And being realistic means looking at what we have in the way of systems and looking at the feasibility of changing them. But no, the Liberals say no. No, we're not even going to consider it. Why should Quebecers have to work twice as hard? In the name of fairness? I mean, what that means is that Quebec is the only province having to file 2 income tax returns. If you're going to talk about fairness and equity, well, maybe the Liberal government in its next budget will announce a tax credit for Quebecers because they have to file 2 tax returns. Maybe that's being fair. Maybe that's going to be the surprise when the Minister of Finance unveils his budget. I mean, if you follow their reasoning, if you're going to be fair, there has to be compensation. So that means compensation for Quebecers for twice the work. The minister is hiding behind potential job losses, but I'll say it again. Our leader said that there would be no job losses. Mr. Speaker, I put a question to the Prime Minister last week. I raised the issue of a single tax return and why he was saying no to Quebecers. Do you know what he answered? I'll tell you what he said. He said, and I'm not sure what planet he was on then, but anyway, and it's in the blues, let me tell you. Mr. Speaker, this is interesting. The Conservatives say one thing. They say one thing in French, one thing in English. Now, I'm not sure if he was referring to Liberals, because the Conservatives say the same thing. We will work for Quebec to address the needs of Quebecers. Quebec has a labor shortage. There are more than 1,000 jobs vacant, according to the Independent Business Federation. So we will continue to work with Quebec and its issues. Mr. Speaker, this is the Prime Minister last Wednesday who said this. He said that there's a labor shortage. And the Minister of Revenue says, oh, well, we don't want to lose any jobs. We don't want any jobs to be lost. Well, Mr. Speaker, I have all kinds of ideas of what we could do. What we could do with employees working on fiscal issues. Mr. Speaker, they've been spending money with no results. Why not use these experts? Public servants are skilled, and we'll respect those public servants. We'll make sure that they're paid as well. That's the least one can do for a public servant, to be paid by their own government for work. Now I'm getting rather enthusiastic. I'll come back to my notes. But let's talk again about the Minister of Revenue. A few months ago, she kept repeating these slogans. Oh, the trap is closing. The trap is closing. And then all of a sudden it becomes chop, 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 chop. Mr. Speaker, this isn't a stage. This isn't a show we're supposed to put on. This is a serious place. It's a serious issue. We have to respect Quebecers. And it's unacceptable to have a Minister of Revenue acting like this. You know, it's always as if she's coming up with a new theatrical play to give us. I don't understand. I don't understand how this Liberal government can say no to a single tax return. Thank you. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I mean, I think that was a pretty good show, actually. Mr. Speaker, people who don't believe the Conservatives anymore are the Quebecers. They've seen the Conservatives' record. They come to Quebec just before the elections with smiles on their faces, and then after the elections they say no. I mean, let's just think about the Supreme Court. Harper eliminated 2 judges. Let's think about the destruction of the firearms registry. And there were all kinds of members wearing their Nordique shirts at the time of the elections. Now here we are hearing them say, oh, we're going to protect job losses. Don't worry, it's just a detail. We'll figure it out. But that's not a detail for the thousands of people who have jobs. So I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say about that. The Honourable Member for Jacques-Cartier. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, that's really impressive. My colleague, the member opposite from Louis Hébert, saying that you can't believe the Conservatives. I'm sorry. Who said no to an amphitheater? Who said no to that? The Harper government respected rules. He was fair. He was honest. He was loyal. How can this member stand up in this House and say that we say one thing and we do something else? What's he been doing since the 30th of June 2016? He was saying to the voters, vote for me, we'll deal with the bridge, the Quebec bridge. Here we are in 2019 and there's nothing. I'm sorry, we have no lessons to take from him. The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, if there's anyone who doesn't have any lesson to give on painting the bridge, well, it's the Conservatives. It was the NDP that had to keep insisting on it, and they never did it when they had an opportunity to do it. So it's all very well for them to stand up and say they care, but actually you see if someone cares if they actually do something. Now, earlier on I tabled an amendment to include in the motion protection for the jobs in the public service. It was a very simple amendment. I mean, actually, it was saying what the Conservatives have been saying but don't want to include in the motion. The sponsor and members refused to allow that amendment to be included. Why are the Conservatives refusing to add one line to protect jobs? I mean, that's when you see the true colors of a party, when they say one thing and then they refuse to put it into practice or put it in writing. The honourable member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, let's talk about the Quebec Bridge. My honourable colleague is absolutely wrong. The Conservative Party, the government at the time, put $75 million on the table. The Quebec government put $23.5 million. The Quebec City put $1.5 million. And Lévis at the time put $500,000. At the time they were talking to each other. So we did something. Now, we couldn't come up with a solution, but we never made a promise with a date. So let's talk about lessons. The NDP earlier tabled an amendment. Well, you never know what to do with the NDP. Sometimes they say yes, sometimes they say no, sometimes they agree with the single tax return, sometimes they don't. You never know. But today we are debating a principle. We're not going to start scoring political points like the NDP is trying to do. We care about Quebecers, and our motion was very clear on that. And that's what we're going to talk about right up till the end of the day. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Repentigny. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to recall a little bit of history. Not so long ago, in 2004, Yves Séguin, who was the Minister of Finance in Quebec City, called for a single tax return. That was 2004. 2008, the Bloc Québécois then once again brought that forward for Quebecers. So 14 and a half years have gone by, 4 years under the Liberals and 10 years under the Conservatives. Why today should we believe the Conservatives who are calling for a single tax return? The honourable member for Jacques-Cartier. Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. I appreciate my colleague and her question. Now, you can't change the past, but you can change the future. You shouldn't look back, you should look forward. Now, a request was made in the time of Maurice Duplessis. There was a request that was made then. And yes, it's true, it could have been done way back when, but now we're in 2019. And now we're saying yes to Quebecers. Why? Because the National Assembly tabled a motion. They adopted a motion. We're here to serve Canadians and we're here to serve Quebecers. Before we resume debate, I see that there is considerable interest in the question and comment period following remarks. So I'd just like to know approximately how many people are going to be asking questions. We're going to continue and we're going to try and make sure that you all have an opportunity to participate. Resuming debate.
For Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's certainly my pleasure to speak on today's motion and to follow the great speech from my colleague from Portneuf, Jacques-Cartier. Mr. Speaker, in the 2015 election, the Liberal Party made a number of promises. Many of their best-known promises were spectacularly broken early on in their government. Promises like the promise to run a relatively small deficit strictly for the purpose of building infrastructure and then returning to balance by 2019. We know they blew every part of that campaign promise. They promised that they would create a brand new voting system. They promised to do away with the first-past-the-post system. They promised to hold an open and competition to replace Canada's aging fighter jets. They promised to hold themselves to the highest possible standards for openness and accountability. Well, we know that all of these promises have been thoroughly broken, and this government does not even pretend to have ever made any of these promises in the first place. But today, I want to draw to the attention to members of the House and those that are watching this debate or read about it in Hansard. The Liberals in 2015 promised to deliver a client-focused Canada Revenue Agency. That was their promise. So I'd like to draw to everyone's attention, it's actually on page 33 of their platform where it says that, that the Canada Revenue Agency exists to serve Canadians. They're going to overhaul its service model so that people who interact with the CRA feel like valued clients and not just like taxpayers. Well, Mr. Speaker, today's opposition motion is a perfect opportunity for this government and its Liberal caucus to actually deliver on an election promise and at the same time give Canadians in Quebec something that would make their lives simpler and less expensive: a single tax return. Most Canadians who have never lived in Quebec probably didn't even know that Quebecers have to file 2 separate tax returns and have had to do so for decades. This is a long-standing irritant to Quebec tax filers and something that any Canadian can understand. Nobody relishes filing their tax returns. It's complicated enough just to file one return. So today, the opposition calls upon the government to work with the government of Quebec to implement a single tax return in Quebec as adopted unanimously in the motion of the National Assembly of Quebec on May 15, 2018. So all parties in Quebec support the idea of the Quebec government working with its federal counterpart to give Quebecers a single return. This is not a controversial proposal in Quebec. Quebecers are tired of filing 2 forms or having to pay a third party to file 2 forms, and this Liberal government, who has done so much to make life more expensive for all Canadians, including Quebecers, has an opportunity today to make good on its promise and to make the Canada Revenue Agency more client-focused and give Quebec a single tax return. So having been elected with a campaign promise to improve the tax-paying experience for Canadians, let's examine what this government has done over the past 3 years. The government started out with a mandate letter that was given to its Minister for National Revenue, and the mandate letter says, we will make Canada, the Canada Revenue, the mandate letter says that as Minister of National Revenue, your overarching goal will be to ensure that the CRA is fairer, more helpful, and easier to use. Well, giving Quebecers a single tax return would certainly be one way that they could make the CRA easier to use, but the mandate letter also goes on to say that the minister is to lead the government's work to overhaul its service model so that those that interact with the CRA feel like valued clients, not just taxpayers, right from their platform. So again, the opposition motion gives this minister a perfect opportunity to actually take a concrete step toward fulfilling her public mandate and an election promise. And yet this minister and this government have completely given up on even pretending to keep their election promises or to carry out the tasks contained in their mandate letters. This minister's mandate letter, of course, also contains the standard line about upholding the highest standards of honesty and impartiality, ensuring the highest standards for ethical conduct, and upholding the principles of openness and transparency. All laughable now, given the numerous conflicts of interest, ethical lapses of her cabinet colleagues, and her department's failures to be open and transparent in this House, at committee, in order paper questions, and in response to access for information requests. This minister and her department under her management has been anything but open and transparent. So today's motion is again a perfect opportunity for this minister and this government to make amends with Quebec tax filers, who like other Canadians have been subject to the spectacular failings of this minister and this department under her watch. Since being sworn in as a minister, under a promise and with a mandate letter to establish a more service-oriented agency, this minister has lashed out at some of the most vulnerable Canadians while making absolutely zero measurable progress in the fight against tax avoidance and tax evasion. It was under this minister and this government that the agency mused about taxing employer health benefits. It was under this minister and this government that the agency targeted retail and service employees by announcing its intention to tax retail employee discounts and complimentary meals for restaurant employees. It was this government, under this minister's watch, that the agency has begun targeting tips earned by minimum wage earning restaurant servers and their employers. It was under this government and this minister that the agency has targeted parents, especially single moms and dads, with onerous, sometimes impossible requirements just to prove that they are parents and entitled to child care benefits. It was under this government that the finance minister decided to go to war with small businesses, calling them tax cheaters and creating new and onerous requirements for family-owned corporations and attacking their life savings through draconian new taxes. It was under...
For Caribou Prince George on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I find the conversation across the way almost to the point where we can't hear our colleague who's just a few seats down from us. I'd ask that all conversations be a little bit more, if they don't want to do it here in the House, perhaps they can take it somewhere else. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, same point of order.
I thank the honourable. This is the honourable member for Yukon on the same point of order.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I hope the Conservatives take that advice in question period.
Well, I thank both members for their bringing this to the attention of the chair in respect to the noise in the chamber. I do keep an ear for. There's always a certain amount of low-level conversation in the House from time to time when members are speaking. Admittedly, certainly, if it gets to a point where it's a disruptive or interferes with the ability for other honourable members to hear what members are saying, of course, that's the point where we would like to intervene. So we'll get back to the honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge and the rest of his remarks. The honourable member.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I will point out, too, that it was under this minister that the Auditor General tabled not one, but two damning reports on this agency. One report pointed out that under this minister's watch, the CRA ran a call center that hung up on 64% of the people that contacted it, and that among the 36% of callers that could actually get through to the agency, those callers had about a 1 in 3 chance of being told directly incorrect information about how to comply with the Income Tax Act. It was just the other report that was tabled in what unfortunately was to be the Auditor General's final appearance at the Public Accounts Committee was the report on the Canada Revenue Agency that said that under this minister, the agency would automatically disallow a deduction or expense for ordinary Canadians, but if the tax filer had offshore accounts, they would wait even months or even years and sometimes simply close the file without assessing any other taxes. So, Mr. Speaker, none of these actions are consistent with the Liberals' promise to deliver an agency focused on service for Canadians. This Prime Minister, his Revenue Minister, and his entire government have utterly failed Canadians, yet today this House has an opportunity to at least make life a little bit easier for Canadian tax filers that live in Quebec by reducing their paperwork, their aggravation, and their costs by simply agreeing to work with the province of Quebec with the goal of giving Quebecers a single tax return. They don't have to give the opposition credit. They can just pretend that they were listening to Quebecers and do it. There's a motion that was passed unanimously in the Quebec Assembly. Everybody in Quebec agrees with this idea. All the opposition is here to do is to help the government make the right decision, and we hope that they will take that opportunity today. And I will say that at the 2018 National Convention, over 90% of Conservative Party delegates voted for this policy. Delegates from coast to coast to coast supported Conservatives who want their lives simplified and their compliance costs lowered. So today, members of this House have an opportunity to take the side of tax filers. It is disappointing that it would seem only Conservatives seem to be listening to this concern from Quebec's tax filers.
No, merci. Question, commentaire,
the honourable member for St. John's Est. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Calgary Rocky Ridge for his comments.
Isn't noted explicitly in the motion that the Conservatives brought forward today, but which is implicit, is the fact that Quebec is obviously asking that they would be the organization that would administer the taxes. So in a way, it's either a decentralization or a capitulation of federal sovereignty and oversight over certain aspects of tax law from the Government of Canada to Quebec, which I'm sure would be of interest in Calgary Rocky Ridge. And it really comes down to a head in two particular points with respect to the tax, and that's, a single tax return administered by Quebec could be an obstacle to compliance with Canada's legal obligations internationally under tax agreements if we are to do what the members asked
asking for, which was to hand over the reins to Quebec. And the second point is that Quebec, like all other provinces and territories, does not have collection powers outside its territory. And of course, collecting federal tax is a national enterprise, and Quebec doesn't have the authority. So it seems to me that at least in his jurisdiction, it would cause problems for tax filers with operations in both Calgary, Rocky Ridge, and Quebec City, for instance, to get the full tax due. So if he can explain his plan to remedy that, I'm sure that would help satisfy me to his argument.
Great question.
Member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Well, he packed a lot in there, and obviously none of that, or at least the entirety of that question, can't be answered in the time you're going to allow me, Mr. Speaker. So today, let's at least agree in principle, as certainly the voters of Calgary, Rocky Ridge would, that 2 tax returns is an onerous requirement for tax filers. I don't think anybody in Calgary, Rocky Ridge would want other Canadians to have to do twice the paperwork to file a tax return. Let's, instead of dealing in, and he raises some issues that clearly are real issues, but can we not at least agree in principle that this ought to be done, and that this would be make life much simpler for Canadian tax filers? Let's allow the government of Quebec and the government of Canada work together to make life simpler.
The honourable member for Mont-Royal. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
We're hearing 2 things here. The Quebec members in the Conservative Party are saying that Quebec will do the form. This member is not saying that because it would be unpopular in the rest of Canada to say that Quebec will do the form. My specific question to this member is, we in Canada have shared jurisdiction in the level of taxes. The federal government in 9 provinces chose to harmonize their definitions, chose to have certain exceptions that are very different than the distinctive path that Quebec has chosen. So in order to have one form, every accountant I've spoken to has told me that you need to have a harmonized definition between Quebec and at least the federal government. So is the honourable member asking Alberta and all the other provinces to change their definitions to be what Quebec's are, or is he saying to Quebec, lose all your distinctiveness and harmonize your definitions with Canada, because that's what's required to achieve this resolution?
Member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Again, it's great to see the squirming and the excuse-making on the Liberal side for why not to at least make an attempt to try and make life simpler for Quebec tax filers. I understand fully that, I mean, there have been administrative agreements. There's precedent. We understand in Alberta. We know that that Quebec collects its own GST, and they're through administrative arrangement between the 2 levels of government. And I see no reason why something similar could not be achieved if we put the effort into working together to make it happen. All we hear from this side are excuses for why we shouldn't try to do something that would make life simpler for Quebec tax filers.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, based on the 2 answers he's just given, shows that there's a lack of rigor in their answers in terms of these important issues, and this will have consequences on the future, for the future. And he hasn't given any concrete answers either to the question about whether the Quebec government will collect the taxes and all the legal issues that will be involved with federal taxation that arise, that will also arise in other jurisdictions than Quebec. And another question about the definition of income. As my colleague from Chicoutimi has said, this definition in Quebec is different than the definition of income elsewhere in Canada. They take into account different factors for calculating revenue. So should we change the definition that's used in Quebec or in other provinces? The member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Obviously, much work will need to be done, but I point out that today's motion does not drill down into all of these kinds of details. I cannot possibly debate an overhaul of how income tax is collected. We could get into all kinds of issues if we allow ourselves to, but I point out this motion merely calls upon the government to work with the government of Quebec to implement a single tax return. We are voting yes or no on that motion today, and I'm very disappointed that other parties cannot even in principle agree to support the motion dealing with the principle of a single tax return for Quebec filers.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Finally, I have the floor. I've been looking forward to speaking to this debate. So I'm going to share my time with the member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. As I said, I'm happy to speak in this debate on the creation of a single tax return and services for Quebecers, which will be managed by Revenu Quebec. I have to say that I was somewhat surprised that someone from Calgary speaks for Quebecers and that he knows what Quebecers would like. I was surprised earlier when I heard that. I found that hard to follow. So cooperation with our provincial and territorial partners is essential if we want to build a stronger economy and create good jobs for all middle-class Canadians. Our government knows that provincial and territorial governments face the same challenges as the federal government. We recognize also the crucial role that communication plays in advancing efforts to overcome these challenges. To ensure efficient governance, all levels of government must work together. Together, we will be able to bring about positive change. Since a new government was elected in Quebec in October, our government has established a relationship based on confidence and dialogue. The Prime Minister met with the new Premier of Quebec a few days after he was elected at the Francophonie Summit in Armenia. This was an important opportunity involving countries and governments from members of the Francophonie. They reunited to tackle common challenges, notably to create savings that benefit everyone, to fight against climate change, and to strengthen democratic institutions. When they met, the Prime Minister and the Quebec Premier agreed to work together to face these common challenges, namely to attract foreign investment and to create new opportunities for all Canadians. Our common priorities were clearly established. Together, we're going to continue to defend workers, to create good jobs, and to build a strong economy for all regions of Quebec. We worked with provincial and territorial governments of all parties. Improving the lives of Canadians is not a partisan issue. In Canada, provincial and federal ministers rapidly established dialogue, and since they have met on several occasions under multilateral meetings, bilateral meetings, to discuss common challenges and to advance these issues. Last December, when they met, the premiers identified common points between the governments, particularly in terms of the economy, the environment, and transportation. This meeting took place in Montreal, and it was the first meeting of premiers held in Quebec in more than 50 years. This shows our desire to give new impetus to such cooperation. In January, at the Cabinet Ministers' Retreat in Sherbrooke, in Quebec, federal ministers had the opportunity to hold meetings and roundtables to meet with citizens, local representatives, and private sector and not-for-profit representatives. This retreat was a prime opportunity for us to speak directly with Quebecers about their concerns, their priorities, and their daily lives. During this visit, the Prime Minister of Canada met with the Quebec Premier to discuss common issues, particularly strengthening the economy, investment in infrastructure, and infrastructure is very important in Quebec and elsewhere in Canada, by the way, and the labor shortage in Quebec, which is also a very important issue. And I'm just going to make a side note about my previous colleague said about the 5,000 jobs. That's not improving the lives of people. I can't believe that. We can't just change the location of 5,500 employees like that. And of course, we also talked about immigration. This discussion underscored important issues for Quebec, namely immigration and the essential role that skills development plays in growing the Quebec economy. As this is the case throughout Canada, needs are greater because of the aging population and their evolving trade system and new technologies, which is also very important in the Montreal region. Today, Quebec's economy is stronger than it was 3 years ago. And I can tell you that 3 years ago in Rivière-des-Mille-Îles, my riding, what I heard when I knocked at doors is that 1 of every 2 jobs was precarious. Now, the economy is doing much better. And this is since the Liberal government came to power. Over the past 3 years, the Canadian government signed some bilateral agreements with the Quebec government, including asymmetrical agreements in the healthcare sector and mental health, which affects children, and home care for the elderly. It also signed agreements for early childhood learning and childcare. Moreover, we closely cooperated to meet needs in terms of infrastructure, agriculture, and the environment. Several bilateral negotiations are underway in terms of the federal government indemnifying Quebec for their temporary housing of asylum seekers, and transfer agreements for the labor market and the agreement on housing. We have seen encouraging results, and we've created with the new Quebec government a relationship based on cooperation, which should allow us to sign these agreements and new agreements in coming months. We are proud to help build a Quebec that meets the needs of its citizens, whether it's in terms of infrastructure, agriculture, healthcare, fighting climate change. The Canadian government wants Quebecers to know that it's their partner. The partnership that links CRA to Revenue Quebec ensures that Quebecers have an efficient tax system that respects Quebec's economy and maintains good jobs in the region. We're talking about 5,500 jobs in Quebec, in Jonquière and elsewhere in the region. Quebec is the only province in Canada that has an autonomous tax administration system collecting its personal and corporate taxes on its own. This is the choice that Quebecers have made, and we've always respected it. We've made a lot of progress in terms of reestablishing and strengthening ties between the Canadian government and the Quebec government. And we're going to continue to do so always, because Quebecers deserve this much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. How are you supposed to trust? And I'd like my colleague opposite to answer. This government keep a single promise since its election, apart from legalizing pot, which they did in a haphazard way. They haven't even been able to pay their federal public servants. So how are they supposed to tell us today that Quebec can't effectively manage Quebecers' taxpayers? They're already managing GST on behalf of the federal government. Quebec is the only jurisdiction that is keeping its commitments, unlike this government, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Tax administration, it's not because we don't respect one another's jurisdiction. International tax treaties and information sharing treaties, only Canada can sign those treaties. So we cooperate. The government cooperates with Quebec. We're always open to cooperating. We're always willing. And the Revenue Minister, when she made her speech earlier, she said, you don't jump into a lake if you don't know how deep it is. So these are sensitive issues. You have to take time. Studies have to be done. It has to be fact-based before we make the leap. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's precisely what the government hasn't done here. You talk about a lake and how deep it may be. Never dive into unknown waters. But the problem is the government hasn't done any due diligence to look into whether or not this is feasible, whether we can go ahead with this kind of proposal. They simply slammed the door on it. So why is my colleague saying you have to look at how deep a lake is before you jump into it, when what they're in fact doing is like not even looking at the lake, they're just staying on the shoreline? Why aren't they looking deeper into this issue? The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. It was a metaphor, this idea about not diving into unknown waters. Studies have to be done. It has to be based on evidence, on facts. You can't just make promises. You can't just talk about reassigning workers somewhere else, who knows where else. No, we take the quality of life of Quebecers and Canadians seriously. It's not by moving people from one place to another that you're going to improve their quality of living. We're working in the interests of everyone's quality of life. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, the 5,500 federal workers in Shawinigan and Jonquière will keep their jobs. We guarantee it. When we're elected in October, we'll make sure those jobs are protected. But what the member opposite is saying is that she would prefer to protect 5,500 public servants at the expense of 8 million Quebecers. 8 million Quebecers who've clearly expressed, when we consulted them, the desire to have a single tax return. And they're also willing to go against the 125 members in the National Assembly who represent all Quebecers, and they unanimously said they'd like to have a single tax return. So she'd prefer to protect 5,500 public servants over 8 million Quebecers. Is that what she's saying? The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I'm glad that it's a Conservative asking the question, because in their budget in 2012, when it came to CRA, they cut 1,200 jobs in Canada, to save $250 million. The CRA can't trust the Conservatives because they're trying to get votes here. And I hope what they're saying today and what they're saying to Quebec is something that they'll say all across Canada, and that they won't have two different messages for the different parts of Canada. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour for me to speak about the important work of the Canada Revenue Agency, CRA, and Revenue Quebec in order to reduce Quebecers' red tape and paperwork. The Conservatives think that a single tax return will make life easier for Quebecers and for Quebec taxpayers, and that this would be administered by Revenue Quebec. In other words, Mr. Speaker, they want to pay more for work that CRA is already doing. They want the 9 provinces and 3 territories of Canada to follow the Quebec model, because harmonization is apparently indispensable. They're desperate for votes in Quebec, and unfortunately, that is what this debate today is making crystal clear. On our side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we're willing to work closely with Revenue Quebec to find concrete solutions that will simplify things for Quebecers when it comes time to file their tax returns. What's more, instead of making cuts to services and to staff in call centres, like the Conservatives did for 10 years, we believe that access to service is what matters, regardless of where you live in Canada.
That relations between the Canada Revenue Agency and Revenue Quebec are not strong. I stand here before the House today to tell you that the complete opposite is indeed true. The
Canada Revenue Agency and Revenue Quebec have been cooperating for a long time, for almost 30 years, and that cooperation, it's a long-standing arrangement, and it enables both organizations to share best practices and ensure that all taxpayers and people who get benefits in this country get the best possible service, which they deserve. Unlike my colleagues, what they are trying to suggest, Mr. Speaker, that cooperation is ongoing and strong, and that goes for both personal and corporate taxes.
The federal government worked closely with Revenue Quebec in the lead up to the GST agreement that was signed in 1990. And since then, Mr. Speaker, the Canada Revenue Agency and Revenue Quebec have continued to work together to make sure that GST registrants in Quebec receive the same level of service as those who live in other parts of the country. Further, Mr. Speaker, the Canada Revenue Agency and Revenue Quebec have proven collaborative relationships in ensuring that tax administration of the goods and services tax is consistent nationwide.
It's also important to point out that CRA is responsible for administering a tax system that is fair, efficient, and effective, that's at the service of all Canadians, including Quebec residents. With that goal in mind, CRA implemented new services designed to simplify tax filing for all Canadians, including Quebecers. Many of these new services were designed to improve Canadians' access when they opt for online filing. Clearly, Quebec residents benefit from these improvements, given that over 85% of Quebec taxpayers file online.
Electronique. Let me repeat that in English, Mr. Speaker. More than 85% of Quebecers file their tax returns electronically. Now, why is that important for this debate? Well, tax preparation software already proposes simplification and presentation of the two declaration forms in one process, Mr. Speaker, by autofilling the information that both declarations are online when the system requires the same information, thus already simplifying the process for the 85% and more of Quebecers that filed their taxes online every single year, Mr. Speaker.
The Conservatives speak of complexity, but they seem to completely ignore the fact that Quebecers practically never use paper forms anymore. Quebecers now have access to automatic software updates, which simplifies the filing of both tax returns. Currently, the basic information common to both returns can be automatically generated through these new functionalities. In other words, the fields fill themselves. A number of initiatives, for example, autofilling a return, ADC Express, and Retransmit, have already been implemented to simplify the filing process for all taxpayers and benefits claimants.
Canadians can file or change their income tax and benefit returns online through one simple process. And as just discussed, 85% of them, Mr. Speaker, will be using an online tool, and those numbers just continue to go up. For example, Canadians use NetFile and eFile to file their returns online. Refile allows them to submit amendments through the service. Autofill My Return helps individuals and authorized representatives using certified software to automatically fill in parts of a return. Express Notice of Assessment allows individuals and authorized representatives to view the notice of assessment in their software right after the return has been received and processed by the Canada Revenue Agency, Mr. Speaker.
In addition, these functionalities help Canadians with low or fixed incomes. Eligible Canadians can file by answering just a few questions over an automated call line. In 2018, this service made it possible for almost 50,000 returns to be filed in Canada, and it will be available again this year. Mr. Speaker, allow me to also speak about the service improvements for entrepreneurs and small businesses in Quebec and other provinces of Canada. And I'm talking about liaison officer service. With this service, operators of small businesses can ask to meet with a liaison officer to discuss their tax situation. The service is free of charge, and it gives small business owners an opportunity to get answers to their specific questions.
Mr. Speaker, these results speak to the long history of close collaboration between the Canada Revenue Agency and Revenue Quebec, and to the commitment of our government to making filing your income tax as a Canadian and your benefits easier. Let me reiterate, Mr. Speaker. Our efforts to simplify the tax return process in Quebec have been strong and are ongoing.
Mr. Speaker, the most important thing here is making sure that Canadians have access to the best possible services so that they can file their tax return and get the benefits and credits they're entitled to. Mr. Speaker, let's be clear. We will never renege on this commitment. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, I'd call on my Conservative colleagues to do their homework, like the NDP, and reconsider their position. Not just Quebec Conservatives, but Conservatives from Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, BC, and the Three Territories. They should step back and look at the details. A single tax return is not merely an administrative arrangement. It's about harmonizing two systems. It's about using the same definitions of income. It would be asking 9 provinces and 3 territories to change their ways of doing things. It would be using taxpayer money to pay more for a service that CRA already provides. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I find this debate very interesting, and everything that's been happening over the last year or so, also very interesting, because you see that fundamentally the Liberals have not changed. Every time Quebecers ask for anything from this government, the answer is invariably no. Premier Couillard asked for a discussion of Quebec's place in the Constitution, and the Liberals rejected it out of hand. And the Liberals, when they say we'll consider it, they mean no. The National Assembly, 125 MNAs, asked for a single tax return, and that was on behalf of 8 million Quebecers, and the Liberals have said no. Why? Since 1867, has their reflex always been to say no to Quebec, even when they're only asking for things that come within their jurisdiction? The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, I find it quite funny to hear these members speaking out for Quebecers when for 10 years they completely disregarded Quebecers. They were in power for 10 years. Why is this an issue to them now? They act like it's the most important thing in the world, Mr. Speaker, but they didn't do anything about it when they were in office for 10 years. This is a huge waste of time, this motion today. The fact is we have a system that works full well already today. And in an election year, starting in January or February, they start playing these games. They're trying to act like they care about Quebecers, and we know it's a joke because for 10 years they did absolutely nothing, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I'd like to know from my colleague is he says he wants to make things easier for Quebecers. So he rhymed off a whole list of steps that were taken when it comes to facilitating e-filing and so on. But a single tax return would simplify things for Quebecers, and he says no to that. So what has happened in the interval? Well, there was a labor mobility agreement that was entered into. The Liberal government entered into an agreement with Quebec over labor mobility, and that agreement provides for the transfer of 1,300 workers. If it was possible in 1997 to do this kind of transfer, why is it no longer possible? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, what we now know is that there's no reason to change the system that is already in place. 85% of Quebecers file electronically with a system that joins the data. So they just have to file once, essentially, electronically. So why are they doing this? It's because it's an election year. The Conservatives are looking for votes in Quebec. But what's clear is we're not going to give the Conservatives the chance to keep cutting jobs in Quebec and all across the country. That's their record. They cut $400 billion. They cut funding to CRA, to the RCMP, to... They're just going to keep going at it. They're going to cut more jobs if they ever get reelected, and we're not going to let them do that. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Lac Saint Louis.
Really hit the nail on the head and took the wind out of the sails of this motion when he said, we already, through the software that we buy, we already essentially fill out a single tax form. And that's much simpler than what is being proposed on the other side. Before, the honourable members on the other side were saying, well, we'll have a new organization chart and a new technologies within the department to merge the two systems and this and that and the other thing. Well, have we not seen what the Conservatives do when they implement new technologies? They leave public servants unpaid. Imagine if that chaos occurred across all taxpayers in Canada. What does the honourable member have to say about that?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
My honourable colleague for that question. The one thing that we know, based on the record of the Conservatives, is that when it comes to public servants, the faster they can get the knife out to cut them, the better it is for them. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, that they're promising to Canadians that all the jobs will be kept, moving over to a new system, which I'm going to reiterate, we do not need, and Quebecers don't need, and Canadians don't need. But the one thing we know, Mr. Speaker, is that every time they've been given the chance to improve on a system, it's been Canadian civil servants that have paid the price. $500 million in cuts, Mr. Speaker, from the RCMP, $400 million from the Canadian Border Security Agency, and hundreds of millions of dollars from the Canada Revenue Agency, Mr. Speaker. That's their record. So they're asking Canadians now to trust them once again with a new system that's going to protect jobs. I don't think so, Mr. Speaker. We're not going to give them that chance.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's always an honour to rise and speak in this House, and I'd like to begin by saluting all my constituents listening today. We're talking today about a single tax return for Quebecers, the people we're speaking to today. It's pretty unbelievable, Mr. Speaker. When did this come up? This came up in April or May in Saint-Hyacinthe. There were about a good 400 Conservatives who met up. There were also other members who were meeting on that day. And at that time and in that place, we spoke about a single tax return. And the idea was a great success. The reason why we wanted to bring forward this motion at our Conservative Congress in Saint-Hyacinthe wasn't just for a trivial reason. It was because there had been consultations in Quebec. There had been public consultations on the part of Conservatives in Quebec. These consultations were held in approximately 40 municipalities across Quebec, and it's Quebecers themselves, Mr. Speaker, who said to us that they wanted us to simplify their daily lives. And on top of that, the National Assembly, 1 month later, in May 2018, brought forward a motion and voted on it unanimously, calling on the federal government regardless of which party would be in power, to start the process to implement a single tax report in Quebec. And for one very good reason, to simplify the lives of Quebecers. I just want to point out before I continue that I will be sharing my time with the member for Mégantic-L'Érable, who would like to add to what I'll be saying. Now, for those listening to us at home, I'd like to read the motion because there may be people listening at home who can't see the motion. So it says that, given the House has great respect for provincial jurisdiction and trust in provincial institutions, and that's the case for us, the Conservatives, the people of Quebec are burdened with completing and submitting 2 tax returns, one federal and one provincial, and the House believes in cutting red tape and reducing unnecessary paperwork to improve the everyday lives of families. Therefore, the House call on the government to work with the Government of Quebec to implement a single tax return in Quebec as adopted unanimously in the motion of the National Assembly of Quebec on May 15, 2018. And, Mr. Speaker, here's the motion that was tabled. Mr. Speaker, why are we doing this? Well, over the past several months, we've been consulting Quebecers. We held consultations throughout Quebec, and Quebecers told us that it was a priority for them because they're really just sick of having to file 2 tax returns, fill in 2 forms. Our main goal in the Conservative Party has always been this, and it was the same under Harper, that is to reduce taxes. We did it under the Harper government. There were many popular measures. We reduced the GST from 7% to 6% and then 6% to 5%, and there were many other measures that we brought in. We reduced paperwork in many federal departments. We actually brought in legislation, and the Liberals kept that legislation. Mr. Speaker, we also decided to go ahead with this because it reflects the will of people in Quebec that was repeated in Quebec. Now, there's another personal reason for this, and my constituents know this. I knocked on many, many doors in my riding. I did it again this past Saturday. And I'd like to thank the volunteer, Monsieur Phillips, who was with me. He was very brave in coming with me. The member for Louis Saint Laurent also went door knocking. I'm sure many, many people did this to listen once again to our constituents. And I was told once again on Saturday, when I knocked on doors, that our idea that, by the way, the Conservatives spoke about publicly well before the Bloc Québécois did. And as I was saying, we put this forward because we respect Quebecers, because we've heard them, and because our main goal is to make the everyday lives of Quebecers and Canadians easier. We also want to prevent our constituents from having to pay for the Liberal government's mistakes. But I'd like to say something very important today in this House. I put a question earlier to the member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges on this. I think we really see the real face of the Liberal government now, even though it's not necessarily the individual faces of individual members. But I think we see the true face of the party. It's a centralizing party. It wants more power. It's not concerned about the concerns of Quebecers, and it's not concerned with including their well-being in their policies. We've never seen a government that has spent so much money with so few outcomes for individual Canadians. On the contrary, sometimes we get the impression that they're just working for bureaucracy, for the government apparatus, rather than working for Quebecers and Canadians. And we've seen it throughout history. In 1967, George Brown and the Red Party did not want a federation with two founding fathers. And throughout history, we've seen from 1967 to today, the Conservatives have had an open mind towards Constitution. We've been able to listen to people. Just think about Brian Mulroney. The Liberals, in 1982, had repatriated the Constitution without Quebec's consent. Do you remember? The National Assembly at the time in 1982 did not sign the Constitution. Quebec, a bastion of the francophonie in North America, wanted its say. And even jurisprudence showed that Quebecers had a right to have its say. But the Liberals shamelessly, arrogantly repatriated the Constitution without the signature of Quebec. Today, once again, shamelessly, it's just rejecting the unanimous motion from the Quebec Assembly. Mulroney, at the time, took up dialogue again, and he took it up enthusiastically. We did everything we could at the time, even though the Trudeau father at the time, was acting the way he was. We did everything we could, Meech Lake, everything. And what did Mr. Harper do? He also reached administrative agreements. Well, as our leader, he signed administrative agreements whose purpose was to help Quebecers in their everyday lives. The Bloc Québécois and the Liberals never wanted to do what we did. We also recognized the Quebec nation here in this House, in this Parliament, in North America. We recognized that the people in Quebec were a distinct nation. That was under Harper. It wasn't the Liberals. And it wasn't Quebecers because it wasn't the Bloc Québécois because they'll never have the power anyway. And it wasn't the Bloc Québécois, it was the Conservatives who increased their seats in Quebec. The Liberals, unfortunately, with all their promises, succeeded in having several seats, but that's going to change because they haven't been able to keep their promises. They haven't balanced the budget. They'll be increasing taxes in the days and months to come. And again, if they are back in power. So we have the same party. We have the Liberal Party of Canada, whose identity includes no respect for Quebecers, no respect for jurisdictions. The member for Papineau, a few days after having been elected, went to New York, and there was a newspaper there that reported that there was no national identity in Canada. Really? No national identity? Well, that's not what Quebecers think. Quebecers have never been well served by Liberals, but we will give them more autonomy in their areas of jurisdiction when they ask for it. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for St. John's East. Thank you. I listened to the remarks of my colleague opposite. I sat with him on a committee a year ago. It was truly interesting sitting with him on that committee. He's very passionate. But I'm going to put the same question to him that I put to the member for Calgary Rocky Ridge. Even if they want to decentralize, and as a Liberal, I'm not against that, if it makes sense, why not put power there where it should be, near those people who are most affected? But there are two things that I feel they haven't responded to. A tax administration managed by Quebec could hinder Quebec's tax agreements. And the other issue is that Quebec, like other provinces and territories, has no power to recover amounts outside its territory. So could he say what would happen with those issues under their plans? The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou.
I respect him. We were on the Go together. He spoke to me in French. I'll speak to him in English. You know, do you know why the member opposite, the Liberal, they speak about the technicalities of the matter? Because they don't want to talk about the matter in case, which is, are you for or against our ideas? Well, they're against. So every time you see a government talking about complexities, technicalities, is that they don't want to face the reality. It's a good idea. It's not from them. It's from us. But more than that, as I said during all my speech, Mr. Speaker, is that there's no way for them, there's no possibility for any single Liberal MP on this land to be different from what they are doing today because it's part of their core identity. They don't want to respect the decentralization. They don't believe in federalism. They don't believe in this country. They believe that it should be all centralized in Ottawa, and first and foremost, they don't believe in French Canada.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I enjoyed listening to the remarks of my colleague. Earlier on, we were talking about the 5,500 CRA jobs in Quebec and the 8.3 million Quebecers who are affected here. I think this highlights what the Conservatives think about the issue. They want to divide and conquer. They won't admit it, and they've all avoided doing it, perhaps intentionally, but they don't want to repeat this. They don't want to admit that by opposing the 5,500 families and communities that depend on these jobs and the 8.3 million Quebecers that they're dividing in an attempt to conquer. Would he be willing to admit that he's actually trying to divide people by contrasting these numbers? The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, this is typical of socialists in Canada. The National Assembly in Quebec unanimously adopted a motion calling on the government to begin dialogue on a single tax return. What happens when the opinion of a group in Quebec opposes Socialist Canadians' views? Mr. Speaker, I'm not the one not respecting Quebecers. It's Liberals. And it's not the Liberals who are going to increase any powers in Quebec's jurisdiction. It's the Conservatives in October 2019. We have time for a quick question. The Honourable Member for Mont-Royal. Mr. Speaker, I listened closely to the member. There was a time like in the 1980s, when people used to speak like that, used to say that Quebec had been forgotten, that Quebec was different and the federal government didn't support them. Well, what happened? Well, the Bloc Québécois became the official opposition. The Reform Party came and the Conservatives almost disappeared. But then, fall of 2015 happened.
Honourable Member, you're playing a very dangerous game, saying one thing in English, one thing in French, one thing to Quebec, one thing to Canada. Why are you playing the game of Quebec separatists? Because that's exactly what you're doing.
Je rappelle
Order. 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 I'd like to remind the honourable members that their remarks have to be made through the speaker, not directly to the other side of the House. The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou.
This party who has repatriated the Constitution without the Quebec National Assembly. It is the Trudeau father who put huge pressure on Newfoundland not to open the day of the Lac Beach vote.
Yes, Lac Beach.
This is the reality of history.
Before we resume debate, I'd like to point out that there are approximately 5 minutes left for the member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Any remaining time can be used after question period when we return to debate. Resuming debate, the honourable member from Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, while you were speaking, I heard some voices. Unfortunately, some of those voices came from Liberal members of Quebec. And they were saying that 5 minutes was enough. Well, 5 minutes is never enough to talk about the interests of Quebec. I could talk about their interests all day. 5 minutes is not enough. Now, of course, they don't want us to talk about it much because it bothers them. It bothers them for us to talk about Quebec's claims. It bothers them for us to take on an issue that's important to Quebecers, that is important to the Legislative Assembly, that the Premier of Quebec supports, that the majority of Quebecers support. And the majority of people probably over there want it too, but they won't dare say it. So I'm going to speak for 5 minutes. I'll speak for another 5 minutes after, but I'm going to also keep speaking about it so that people will listen. And Liberals can keep being quiet about it if they want. They won't stand up to defend the interests of Quebec. Mr. Speaker, I was listening to the Minister of Revenue this morning. Now, I hesitated to ask myself this. I was wondering if I should rise on a point of privilege, I was wondering if I should point out something she said. I wasn't too sure that I had understood, but here's what she said, Mr. Speaker. She said, my colleague for Mégantic-L'Érable comes from an area in Quebec that is going through difficult circumstances in terms of jobs, and he has accused me of fear-mongering. And that's all she said. How do I interpret that? Is that a threat? Because I have stood up for the people of Thetford Mines when all the mines closed, following a statement on the part of the Liberal Party and its leader at the time when he said that asbestos had no future in Canada. Michael Ignatieff, at the time, was the first leader of a big political party in Canada to say that asbestos was over. And since then, thousands of workers have been fired, have lost their jobs in my riding. And here today, I hear the Minister of National Revenue blame us for standing up for people's jobs. That's unacceptable. I'm always going to stand up for the people of Quebec, and I'm always going to stand up for the people of Mégantic-L'Érable. And I will not accept remarks like hers. Mr. Speaker, the minister is simply showing from the very beginning of this debate that she is completely out of touch with Quebecers when what they're saying is they want a single tax return. The minister has said several times that we're fear-mongering. Well, the only one that has threatened anyone is her, or her prime minister, or the other people on the other side, because for us it's been clear from the very beginning. It is quite possible to cut one tax return form without affecting the jobs of public servants when you've got the will to do so, when you trust Quebec, when you trust Quebecers. Why would it not be possible to reach an agreement, to meet, to have discussions, exchanges, to make a perfectly legitimate request on the part of Quebec reality? They just want a single tax return. Now you're saying, you're saying something different in Quebec and something else in the other provinces. Mr. Speaker, in the other provinces, they already have a single tax return. So we're not speaking out of both sides of our mouth. There's one single tax return in the other provinces, and there are two in Quebec. And that's what we want in Quebec. What is it they don't understand on the opposite side? We're looking for a solution. There's a problem for Quebecers. So we're not just going to stay stuck in a centralizing mindset and avoid doing anything. We're willing to trust Quebec. We're willing to trust Quebecers on a single tax return. But no, sorry. We heard the Prime Minister say, oh, yes, we're open to discussions. Sure, we can discuss it. And then all of a sudden they're saying this morning, oh, well, I'm sorry, we don't have the same agenda as the Quebec government. Well, what happened? Well, I'll tell you what happened. They saw that maybe it made sense, but they also saw that maybe they'd lose some of their power if they let Quebec take on the single tax return. That's the problem. They don't want to lose any of their power. They're just stuck. This is part of history, and I'm going to continue afterwards. And I'm going to continue for at least another 5 minutes, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable will, in fact, have another 5 minutes afterwards.
Déclaration des députés, honorable député de la Pointe-Lille.
Monsieur le Président.
The honourable member for La Pointe-Lille. Mr. Speaker, this month, February is a time to celebrate Black Quebecers' history. We urge the public to take part in the many activities that will be taking place all throughout Quebec for Black History Month. In Montreal, this is the 28th time we will be celebrating, and they're going to be talking about missing Black women. In Quebec, we will honor the 1001 Roots theme. There are various activities all over Quebec, from Rouyn-Noranda to Rimouski and Gatineau. There will be conferences, workshops, panels, and these will provide an opportunity to learn more about the contribution of Black communities in Quebec, as well as about their history, which we don't hear enough about. Let us enjoy the many artistic activities to celebrate this community.
Mr. Speaker, today marks the beginning of the Lunar New Year for members of the Canadian Chinese community and Solal in the Korean Canadian community. We mark the arrival of the Year of the Pig, a great symbol of prosperity. Lunar New Year, Mr. Speaker, is an opportunity for members of our communities to reflect on the successes of the past year and look forward to new beginnings. It's also a great time to build deeper connections with our friends, families, and neighbors. On behalf of my riding of Willowdale, Mr. Speaker, I wish to mark this happy occasion as a year filled with peace, prosperity, good health, and great happiness. Gunshi Fat Chai, Gunhei Fat Choi, Gunshi Gunshi, Shi Nien Kwai Le, Sehi Pok Mani Pateteo. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Mr. Speaker, on Saturday, February 23rd, the Parkland Food Bank Aid Society is hosting their annual Coldest Night of the Year fundraising walk in support of those in the Tri-Region who are hungry, homeless, and hurting. Now, in my riding of Sturgeon River Parkland, we've been particularly hard hit by the challenges in the energy sector. Families who could once depend upon a reliable job are doing without this year, and organizations like the Parkland Food Bank are needed now more than ever. This year, the food bank's goal is to raise $50,000 to assist families who are struggling. I encourage everyone in Parkland County, Spruce Grove, Stony Plain, and beyond to donate their time and assist with this great cause. Together, we can help ensure that no one in this great country goes without. Thank you.
Great cause.
The honourable member for Orleans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tonight, I invite all parliamentarians, senators, and their staff to attend the Public Institute of the Public Service of Canada reception. PIPSI represents over 60,000 public service professionals across Canada, and a lot of them live in Orleans. Every day, public servants work hard to strengthen the middle class and improve the lives of all Canadians. C'est pourquoi les fonctionnaires méritent.
This is why public servants deserve to be paid accurately and on time for the important work they perform. We have noted progress, and we're continuing to deploy efforts to stabilize the system until our public servants are paid accurately and on time.
En bref. So if you and all others could join me this evening to recognize the hard work that these public service professionals do for all of us from coast to coast to coast. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Vancouver East.
Today, 1.5 billion people worldwide celebrate the Lunar New Year. Across the country, events are held to ring in the Year of the Pig. This past weekend, I celebrated with the Korean community with food, song, and dance. The Vietnamese community, which is vibrant from Vancouver to Toronto to Montreal, cherishes the values of respect for human rights and the environment, began their celebrations with the honoring of the ancestors. Aside from numerous gala dinners hosted by clan associations, this Sunday, Vancouver's Chinatown will once again be packed with people from all walks of life for the annual Lunar New Year parade. Central to the celebrations are family and friends. As I invite all of Canada to celebrate the Year of the Pig, I also ask the government to eliminate the cap for parents and grandparents sponsorship so that all hardworking Canadians who help build our country can unite with their loved ones. Wishing everyone good health and prosperity in the Year of the Pig. Chúc mừng năm mới,恭喜phát財.
L'honorable
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, the riding of Shefford is proud to host the greatest winter race event in the world. It's in Valcourt, birthplace of skidooing, that the 37th Skidoo Grand Prix will take place. This event draws hundreds of athletes from all over the world, as well as tens of thousands of skidoo lovers. This tourist attraction has something for the whole family. It's also very important for the economy and generates spin-offs worth more than $6.5 million. And all this is possible because of the extraordinary work of the Valcourt team and its 300 volunteers and the support of its many financial partners. I wish everyone an excellent 37th Grand Prix, and remember, it's Skidoo in my riding.
The member for Edmonton West.
Please rise today to recognize Kids on Track, an amazing charitable organization in my riding of Edmonton West. Kids on Track is a volunteer-driven grassroots community organization with a passion for offering hope, direction, and support to kids, youth, and parents. Founded by Linda Russo, Kids on Track has a 17-year track period of delivering ministry to urban kids in Edmonton with a focus on at-risk youth and families. Last year, over 1,000 kids, youth, and parents were helped by their programs, including after-school leadership mentoring through their character clubs offered in 14 high-need schools, community family meals and activities, extensive summer programs, and support groups for kids navigating a family breakup. Thank you to Linda, her husband Craig, Director Frank, and all their volunteers. Your service makes Edmonton a better place to live.
The Honourable Member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to start by recognizing the presence of dairy farmers from my riding and from across Canada who are here today. Canadian dairy farmers work day in and day out to produce safe and high-quality milk for Canadians. J'ai eu l'occasion de visiter de nombreuses fermes.
I've had the opportunity to visit many dairy farms in my riding and to see just how hard these people work. This sector contributes enormously to our rural economy, and we're lucky to have them in Glengarry Prescott Russell. Dairy products are highly nutritious, and I encourage all Canadians to check for the little blue cow logo.
Is to look for this blue cow. Merci aux producteurs laitiers du Canada.
Many thanks to the dairy farmers of Ontario for their extraordinary work, and I'm sure that all MPs will want to meet with them this evening.
Honorable député d'Argenteuil, la Petite Nation.
The Honourable Member for Argenteuil, la Petite Nation. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy that this evening we will be meeting with a delegation from Abitibi-Témiscamingue on Parliament Hill. A great opportunity to meet with them in this new House of Commons and also to learn about the issues in their region as well as in rural regions overall. I'd like to thank them for the interesting discussions we've had on the various questions that affect the rural regions in Quebec. And I'd also like to thank my colleagues who worked to make this day a success. Our government understands that people who live in the rural regions of Canada have needs different from those in the urban centres. I'd like to thank the Minister for welcoming this delegation from Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Honourable Member for Rainford Nipissing Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, the silent generation has a message to deliver to a Prime Minister who keeps on raising taxes to make their lives more expensive. Generations X, Y, and Z are not interested when he says, I no longer have dealings with the way our family fortune is managed. The fortune his grandfather made off oil and gas. They're not interested in being crammed into state housing when they want to be able to afford to buy their own homes. They do not want to subsidize someone else's environmentalism in California or China when municipalities in Canada dump raw sewage into our lakes and rivers. Canadians are offended by the double standard of the Prime Minister groping a female in public and refusing to be honest about it. It's time the Prime Minister come clean, tell the the truth and let Canadians know how much he's going to hike the carbon tax by.
The Honourable Member for Montarville. Mr. Speaker, the future seems uncertain when we haven't learned the lessons of history. And this is the mission that Mr. Éric Chassé took on. He lives in Saint-Hubert in my riding and is a history professor at the international school called Lucille Teasdale. He won the Governor General's History Prize, and he was able to inspire his students with a love of history, the sciences, sociology, the plastic arts, and all this through a project based on the historic buildings of New France. Mr. Chassé has every reason to be proud of this prestigious prize. I'd also like to recognize his wife, who has been with him on this adventure, and his students, who have had the extraordinary luck to benefit from his teaching.
Or the Lunar New Year. In my riding of Scarborough Agincourt, we celebrate Lunar New Year with many diverse communities. Lunar New Year is more than just a celebration for Asian communities. It is now celebrated widely across Canada. Everyone can enjoy the festive events, appreciate the New Year foods, and get together with friends and family. According to one legend, the pig was the last to arrive at the zodiac table, but the pig persisted in its efforts to arrive. Those born under this sign are both diligent and generous. As we welcome the Year of the Pig, I would like to wish all Canadians a year filled with happiness, prosperity, and longevity. Chok Mang Nam Moi, Sahe Bok Mane, Padaseo, Sun Ti Jan Kang, Wan Shi Ru Yi, Gong Hei Fa Choi.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's mistakes are going to cost a lot to all Canadians, including those in my riding. We have a deficit that's becoming stratospheric. They seem to be out of control of this permanent deficit. They are not going to return to a balanced budget. The Prime Minister seems to only want to raise taxes of Canadians and make life more difficult for them. He says that he doesn't know how family finances are managed because he's never had to do it. He simply is not doing what has to be done, and the people in Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord deserve better. When will the government take the right turn? I think Canadians should make the right turn by voting for a party that will deal with the economy with integrity, efficiency, and intelligence.
As part of Black History Month, we celebrate the many contributions of Black Canadians to our country and acknowledge the racial discrimination that continues to face Black Canadians living in our communities today. In Nova Scotia, Mr. Speaker, the Black community has been part of our province for over 400 years and has been facing discrimination ever since. In 1946, at the Roseland Theatre in New Glasgow, just minutes from my home, Viola Desmond was arrested for refusing to leave the whites-only section of the venue. Her refusal to accept racial segregation and her courage to take a stand for racial equality helped kickstart a revolution that improved the lives of thousands of people living across Canada. I'm incredibly proud that she now graces our nation's $10 bill, which serves as a reminder of the racism that permeated our social fabric for so many years. Other inspirational local stories, such as the No. 2 Construction Battalion, Canada's first and only Black battalion, or Henderson Paris's Marathon of Respect and Equality, give us hope that leadership from within the Black community can help change the attitudes of our entire society. But, Mr. Speaker, we all have a duty to combat racial discrimination. So this month and every month after, when I see Viola Desmond on the $10 bill, I'll be reminded that we have to remain vigilant to ensure that we are not discriminated against on the basis of the color of our skin.
Honourable Member for Kootenay-Columbia.
I want to share with you today the life of an amazing man. Bud Abbott was born on January 26, 1921. During his life, he was a British fighter pilot during World War II, a family man to his wife Linda, his children Louise, Christopher, Becky, and Greg, and to his grandchildren and great-grandchildren. A Rotarian, a volunteer for mental health, Salvation Army, Meals on Wheels, Heart and Stroke, reading with elementary school children, singing with seniors, and starring in community theatre. He was Cranbrook's leading man for 59 years. What made Bud truly amazing was he did all of this up until just a few weeks before his 98th birthday, with an incredible memory for music, an insatiable desire to learn, a passion for theatre and for the people of Cranbrook. He was a community icon, a model for how to live your life as a senior, and a much-loved friend to many. Bud died on January 30th. The city of Cranbrook, my riding of Kootenay, Columbia, and indeed all of Canada has lost an amazing man.
The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Mr. Speaker, life keeps on getting more expensive under this Liberal government. Whether it's increased payroll taxes, the carbon tax, or the Liberal massive deficits, one thing is clear, this government has a spending problem. Yes. The scary thing, Mr. Speaker, is that this government doesn't even recognize it has a problem. They flaunt their reckless spending and chastise the very idea of fiscal restraint, even though they campaign on returning to balanced budget this year. One thing is certain, Mr. Speaker, today's deficit turned into tomorrow's taxes. The Prime Minister doesn't seem to mind, though. His entire plan depends on making life more expensive for Canadians. Mr. Speaker, Canada's Conservatives understand that this isn't sustainable, and that is why we are proud to be the only party in this House to care for taxpayers. Thank you.
Honourable member for Vancouver Quadra.
Canadians celebrating Lunar New Year, and take this occasion to acknowledge the important role and contributions of Asian Canadian communities in Canada. In 2019, we celebrate the Year of the Pig, an animal symbolizing wealth and good fortune. During this time of new beginnings, we reflect on successes of the past year and look towards new opportunities. In Vancouver Quadra, the University Neighborhood Association always hosts a colorful and fun family event. And in Vancouver, Chinatown's Lunar New Year Festival Day is legendary. I can't wait to attend these and many other celebrations to mark the Lunar New Year with friends and constituents. I wish all Canadians a successful Year of the Pig, replete with peace, happiness, good health, and great prosperity. Sin Yen Kwai Le, Kung Hei Fat Choi.
Questions orales, oral questions. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, 2 weeks ago, the Prime Minister met with the Quebec Premier and they had a discussion together. And he committed to taking a look at the possibility of a single Quebec tax return. But the problem is that this morning, the Prime Minister closed the door completely on the idea of preparing a single tax form. But the National Assembly adopted a unanimous motion calling on the federal government to respect Quebec. Will the Prime Minister stand and tell his members? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we will always defend the interests of Quebecers and all Canadians. That is why we are here to defend jobs. The 5,500 jobs in Shawinigan and Jonquière, people working for the CRA. We've invested in a new building in Shawinigan, and we will always seek to defend jobs for Quebecers and ensuring that we're doing good things for all of Canada. The Honourable Member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, no one's talking about job losses. What we're talking is about the 2 tax returns that have to be filled out in Quebec. A single tax return would make lives for Quebecers easier, cut red tape, eliminate duplication, respond to a formal unanimous request from the Quebec National Assembly. They need to just stop this fear campaign. All we're asking for the Prime Minister to do is to enable Quebecers to have a single tax return like everywhere else in the country. Will the Prime Minister accept this request from Quebec, yes or no? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I always work with the government of Quebec. We are looking to simplify the return. However, we must bear in mind that the Conservatives are proposing the elimination of 5,500 people working for the CRA in Quebec. Of course, if there is no longer any work to do in Quebec, on the tax return, those jobs would be at risk. And the Conservatives don't understand that in fact, it shows that they don't understand what the realities of everyday Canadians.
The honourable member for Carleton.
The Prime Minister famously said, and I quote, "I no longer have dealings with the way our family fortune is managed." Good problem to have, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, because he's never had to balance a household budget, he thinks budgets balance themselves. He's not worried about costs because he makes others pay for his mistakes. The problem is that his never-ending deficits will sooner or later lead to higher taxes. Will he be honest with Canadians and tell them before the election how much taxes will go up and who will have to pay?
Prime Minister.
We know the members opposite don't understand anything about transparency and accountability, but I put my portfolio in a blind trust so that I can work on the responsibilities as a leader and indeed as a Prime Minister with impartiality. But it's interesting that they won't ask that same question in English that was just asked in French about giving to Quebec a single tax filing. I will always stand up to defend the interests of Quebecers and indeed all Canadians, but I was also stand up for what's good for Canadians and stand against pandering to the provinces.
Honourable member. Order. The honourable member for Carleton.
Blind trust. What the Prime Minister is asking of taxpayers is that they blindly trust him, that he can spend a great fortune, amass enormous debts, set on track permanent and growing deficits, and trust that no one will ever have to pay for it. Canadians do not have inherited family fortunes. They know that budgets don't balance themselves. Will he tell them the real cost that his taxes will impose on everyday Canadians after the election?
Prime Minister.
For 10 years, Mr. Speaker, the member opposite and the Conservative government under Mr. Harper kept giving tax breaks and benefits to the wealthiest Canadians in the hopes that that would lead to growth and opportunity for all Canadians. Well, it didn't. It failed miserably because under Stephen Harper, Canada had the worst growth record since the Great Depression. We made a different choice to lower taxes for the middle class, to invest in folks who needed our help with things like the Canada Child Benefit, the Guaranteed Income Supplement increase for seniors, the Canada Workers Benefit. These are the things that have made a difference.
Member for Carleton.
Well, isn't it funny to listen to a trust fund baby lecturing Canadians about being too rich?
That's right.
He says that people who take the bus are too rich and therefore should lose their transit tax credit. Soccer moms and hockey dads, Prime Minister says they're too rich, so he takes away their children's fitness tax credit. At the same time, he forces these same working class families to pay for his taxpayer-funded nannies. Will he put aside the hypocritical class warfare and tell us the true cost of his tax increases that he would bring in if he got re-elected?
The Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we see proof that the Conservatives simply don't understand that low-income families don't benefit from tax breaks because they don't pay taxes. We have moved forward on investing directly in low and middle-income families with the Canada Child Benefit that'll actually directly benefit them. We have lifted hundreds of thousands.
I'd ask the Honourable Opposition House Leader. And others, order. To come to order and not to be yelling when someone else has the floor. Order. The Right Honourable Prime Minister has the floor for a few seconds.
Mr. Speaker, non-refundable tax breaks do not benefit low-income families. That is why we changed their way of sending tax breaks to millionaire families and instead give the money directly to the families who needed it.
The Honourable Member Rimouski-Nejet, Témiscouata-les-Basques. Mr. Speaker, Canada is the only country with universal health care without universal pharmacare. All studies on the subject that universality is a way to go. The Liberals, again, signaled left, turned right, and dangled the possibility of a universal pharmacare system. They never had the intention to do anything to negatively affect the pharmaceutical lobby or the insurance lobby. Ultimately, the Minister of Finance will get what he wanted from the outset, a kind of patchwork system, a public-private one that's a bureaucratic nightmare that won't reduce costs. Why have the Liberals once again bowed to the wishes of their friends on Bay Street? The Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are proud of our system, but many people are paying too much for their medication. No one should have to make a choice between filling a prescription or eating. In 2018, we set up the Advisory Council for the implementation of a national pharmacare system. It is a group of experts consulting Canadians, evaluating options, and we are eager to see their final report. It will give us an approach for the best way to implement a pharmacare system and to make prescriptions more affordable for all. The Honourable Member. Well, we want pharmacare that actually resembles pharmacare. Now, I'd like to point out to the Liberals the motion that they adopted at their Congress in 2016. It said the Liberal Party of Canada officially supports a universal pharmacare program as a policy priority. Now, the situation is currently very alarming. Canadians aren't buying the prescription drugs they need because they can't afford them. 1 people out of 5 don't take their medication because of the exorbitant costs. It's clear that the Liberals took a stand to protect pharmaceutical companies and insurance companies, disregarding their own motion. Why aren't they? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Once again, the NDP is inventing things and fear-mongering. We are awaiting the report from the Council of Experts, the Advisory Committee, on the best way to proceed. They have reached the conclusion that in the NDP that we need to make Canadians afraid. We are focusing on lowering costs for prescriptions. We know that this is something very important. We are going to deliver on this while the NDP continues to simply talk.
Kingsway.
Now, Mr. Speaker, the NDP invented Medicare, and now we're inventing pharmacare. So the vast majority of Canadians believe pharmacare should be a seamless extension of our existing healthcare system. Everybody that has studied this issue has come to the same conclusion. Yet, we just learned the Liberals plan to adopt a patchwork, fill-the-gaps approach. Funny, that's exactly what the drug and insurance companies want. No. Instead of caving into corporate interests, why won't the Liberals stand up for lower costs and better coverage for Canadians?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Canadians are rightly proud of our national health care system. However, many people pay too much for prescription drugs, and nobody should have to choose between prescriptions and food. Budget 2018 created an advisory council on the implementation of national pharmacare. They are consulting with Canadians and assessing the different options. We look forward to the final report, which has not been released yet, despite the NDP's musings, because it will guide us on the best way forward on national pharmacare and making prescription drugs more affordable.
The Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, it's the Finance Minister's musings that Canadians are worried about. Now, the Liberals are protecting profits, not patients. And the reason we need a comprehensive, universal, and public system is because we will not achieve the results we want without it. A public system provides purchasing power, streamlined administration, and value for money. This is why Canada pays less than the U.S. does for Medicare, and it will do the same for pharmacare. So why are the Liberals intent on copying the U.S.-style private patchwork system that costs more and delivers less?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we see the NDP grasping at straws, inventing theories and conspiracies, and trying to scare Canadians. We take very seriously the responsibility to move forward in ways that make medication more affordable for Canadians. That's why we tasked a panel of experts to look into it, to make recommendations, to come back with a solid plan for us, and we look forward to hearing what they have to say. We're not going to jump to conclusions like the NDP is doing.
Député de Louis Saint.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Almost 4 years ago, day to day, the Prime Minister seized the planet with a new economic theory. He said budgets balance themselves. Now, no one has repeated that seriously because everyone knows it's ridiculous. But now, the Prime Minister has just said something surprising for millions of Canadians. Modest income Canadians don't pay taxes. Oh, really? They don't pay the GST? Now, if the Prime Minister could stand up, perhaps he would reiterate to Canadians, low-income Canadians, that they aren't paying any taxes. Right Honourable Prime Minister. The Honourable Minister of Finance. The good news for low-income Canadians is that they pay lower taxes. We cut taxes. Once again, we added more money for the Canada Child Benefit. And that helps low-income Canadians. That helps the middle class. That means that we are in a good situation, a better situation with our policies, because this way, families are better off. This is good for the economy, and it's good for Canadian families. The Honourable Member. Too bad the Prime Minister didn't have an opportunity to answer. I offered him an opportunity to repeat his ridiculous policy that doesn't apply to Canadians. Now, what we know is that the Liberal carbon tax is going to apply from sea to sea to sea. We know that. But what the government has in hand a study. But what we're wondering is it's showing that it could be up to $300, and so that means $5,000 more for Canadian families. Is this another crazy idea by the Prime Minister that's going to go ahead? The Honourable Minister. There is support for putting a price on pollution. Only the Conservatives think that it should be free. We have a plan to reduce pollution and to invest in good jobs to grow our economy. We're going to continue. What's the Conservative plan to fight climate change?
Speaker, the Prime Minister isn't being upfront with Canadians. Government documents reveal that the Liberals have a plan to hike their carbon tax 15 times higher than it is today. That's an annual $5,000 carbon tax for all Canadian families, including those families that are struggling, unlike what the Prime Minister just stated earlier. Well, that may be peanuts for the Prime Minister, who inherited a great family fortune. The average Canadian cannot afford it. Why is the Prime Minister covering up the actual cost of his carbon tax until after the election?
The Minister of Environment.
Directly to Canadians. We're putting a price on pollution and we're giving all the money back. The party opposite knows that. They like spreading misinformation. So for a family of 4 in Ontario, we have a price on pollution and a family will receive $307. That is more than 8 out of 10 families pay. They can save more money if they invest in energy efficiency. The party opposite has no plan for the environment, no plan for the economy.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
The government doesn't have an environmental plan. It has a carbon tax plan, a plan that will see taxes rise on all families, including low-income families. Government documents show that the Prime Minister's carbon tax will be 15 times higher than the Liberals now admit, but only after the next election. The Prime Minister wants to cover up the true cost of this carbon tax until after election, but Canadians want an answer now. Why is the Prime Minister forcing struggling families to pay for his mistakes with this punishing new tax?
Environment.
Once again, to talk to Canadians and to counter the misinformation that the Conservative Party continues doing. They do not seem to believe that climate change is real, that it's having a real impact. Let me be clear that where there is a price on pollution, where it is a federal price, we are returning the revenue so families will have more money in the pockets. You can take action on climate change and make life affordable and create good jobs. Unfortunately, the Conservative parties don't know that the environment and the economy go hand in hand.
Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has said he, quote, no longer has dealings with the way his family fortune is managed. But struggling Canadians don't have family fortunes and do have to manage their finances, and they know they cannot afford a carbon tax. Secret government documents reveal that taxes will soar after the next election, costing taxpayers up to $5,000 extra per year. When will the Prime Minister come clean, tell the truth, and let Canadians know how much he plans to hike his carbon tax by?
The Minister of Environment.
Commons who voted against the Paris Agreement, who voted against climate action. It was the member who just asked the question right now. I don't. Maybe other parents, maybe other members of the party don't support it anymore because they're clapping. But guess what? We're all in this together. We need to take serious climate action. We owe it to our kids and grandkids. We also have a huge economic opportunity. We're going to make life affordable, and we're also going to take action for our kids and grandkids.
The member for Lethbridge.
The reality is, this has nothing to do with the environment. All it has to do with is simply liberal ignorance. Now, at the end of the day, the Prime Minister says that struggling Canadians don't pay taxes. Mr. Speaker, he could not be more out of touch with every Canadian's reality. Here's the deal. Every single Canadian across this country that works pays payroll taxes, EI, CPP. They pay GST, they pay HST, and now they pay a massive carbon tax imposed by this current government. Mr. Speaker, my question is simple, and I'm hoping that through the ignorance he can answer this question, and that is this. When will he stop punishing everyday hardworking Canadians by imposing more taxes?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I think we need to be very clear. The party, the Liberal Party, our government, voted in favor of reducing taxes on middle-class Canadians. We went further than that. We introduced significant increases to the Canada Child Benefit, helping families to do better as they raise their children. The Conservatives, they voted against these changes. So what they did is they put forth their plan, which was not to reduce taxes on middle-class Canadians and not to increase benefits. We have decided that the most important way we can help those families is to actually lower their taxes to make sure they're in a better situation for the future.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Mr. Speaker, 1.4 million children are living in poverty in Canada, and more than a third of these children need to use food banks to eat. These statistics are alarming and unacceptable. I'm fed up with the Liberals' talking points where they say we've lifted hundreds of children out of poverty. It's all smoke and mirrors when more than 1 million children are suffering. The Liberals aren't doing enough to lift children out of poverty. I'm not the one saying that. It's Food Banks Canada. So when will they finally do more? The Honourable Minister for Social Development. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague opposite for the opportunity to say just how much of a priority it is for our government to help the middle class and those working hard to join it. We have put in place historic measures. The Canada Child Benefit, which has lifted many children out of poverty and their families. It's an historic measure. These aren't talking points. These are real impacts that we are having on a daily basis. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. For weeks now in Europe, thousands of young people have been mobilizing to call for real action on climate change. And here, students are prepared to take to the streets. In Davos, a young Swedish girl, Greta, put out a heartfelt cry for her generation. What are the Liberals' decisions? They continue to give billions in subsidies to the petroleum industry. They're wasting our money by buying an old leaky pipeline. And they're going to miss the weak Conservative targets. When will the Liberal government listen to young people and take the urgency of dealing with climate change seriously? The Honourable Minister. I'm very happy to stand and talk about our ambitious plan for climate change. We are putting a price on pollution across the country. We are investing historic money in renewable energy. We are phasing out coal, and we are taking action for communities. We're working to support companies that are creating clean energy jobs. We have a plan for the economy and the environment because they go hand in hand.
Mr. Speaker, this government promised a client-focused Canada Revenue Agency and to crack down on offshore avoidance, and it has failed spectacularly. Tax professionals and taxpayers across Canada say compliance has become harder under this government, and a single tax return would simplify life for Quebecers. Why won't the Prime Minister actually listen to Quebecers and give them a single tax return?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue.
We are the government that has invested the most in the CRA to improve services to Quebecers and Canadians. On this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we have a plan. It's delivering concrete results. The single tax return by the Conservatives, well, they have no plan for it. Job losses, no plan. Tax evasion, no plan from the Conservatives. Without thinking about climate change, well, they don't have a plan there either. They haven't produced one in months. No plan. That's the Conservatives' slogan for the 2019 election. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, we're asking questions in English and French, and all we are getting are answers in French. That's interesting. The Minister is showing that she's completely disconnected from the reality in Quebec. She said that there are two definitions of income in Canada and between Canada and Quebec, and that's the way they can't proceed. Well, anybody receiving a check doesn't make a distinction between whether it's federal or provincial. So why don't they trust Quebecers to proceed with the single tax return? Mr. Speaker, I'll always respond and say that I will never be afraid of speaking French in this chamber. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives keep talking about a single tax return and thinking that it's a simple administrative agreement. That's not the case. The Canada Revenue Agency are real people, Mr. Speaker. They're people working in Shawinigan, and I met with the 1,300 employees there. These are real Canadians.
Honourable Member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the U.S. State Department urged its allies to bring home and prosecute its citizens currently held in Syria who committed terrorist acts for ISIS. Although ISIS has been reduced and destabilized in the region, our allies remain concerned that it could re-emerge. The Liberals have been deafening in their silence on how they plan to deal with Canadians who have committed terrorist acts for ISIS. What is this government's plan to bring these terrorists to justice?
For public safety.
We condemn the horrific and cowardly acts of Daesh and take with the utmost seriousness the threats posed by traveling extremists and returnees. Those who leave Canada to fight for terrorism are utterly reprehensible, and our goal is to arrest, charge, prosecute, and convict. All Five Eyes and G7 allies are working together to help collect and preserve the necessary evidence.
Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
But, Mr. Speaker, that's not a plan to take our national security seriously. Last year, the House adopted a Conservative motion calling for a comprehensive strategy to bring Canadians who committed acts of terrorism for ISIS to justice. But the Liberal response was a total failure. The Liberals continue to ignore our allies in the face of this global security threat, making Canadians pay for their mistakes. Why won't this government take this seriously and bring these terrorists to justice?
For public safety.
Mr. Speaker, wherever the evidence exists, indeed, charges are laid and prosecutions are pursued. I would note that of the very small number of returnees who have come back to Canada from the Syria, Iraq, and Turkish theatre, 4 have already been charged, and at least 3 have been convicted. None were charged or convicted under the previous government.
Honourable Member for Saskatoon West. Order. My apologies. the member for Saskatoon West for perhaps calling upon her before. The House was quite ready. I trust it's now ready. The member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, 9,000 people are homeless in Toronto and many more at risk. 180,000 people are on lists waiting for affordable housing. Prominent activists, artists, and business people are calling this a state of emergency, urging all governments to get to work. The Prime Minister said housing rights are human rights, and I agree. But year after year, the story's the same. Why won't the Liberal government step up, get this right, and give all Canadians a safe, warm place to call home?
Minister of Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always very important for members of this House, although very sad, to hear stories of that sort. And that's why from day one, we made it very clear that every Canadian has a right to access safe and affordable home. And that's why since 2016, we have invested more than $5.7 billion in helping 1 million families across Canada. And that's why November 2017 was a historic date, at which time we announced the first ever national housing strategy, which is going to decrease chronic homelessness by at least 50% and give hundreds of thousands of Canadians a safe and affordable place to call home.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. In 4 years, the government may have done absolutely nothing for Mauricie. Here's an example. Their study on pyrrhotite, well, results are expected in 2024. Building a new tax centre in Shawinigan? Well, they won't have shovels in the ground before 2022. This government seems unable to address the concerns of my constituents. How much longer will we have to wait before work begins on the high-frequency train? Can we hope that this will happen in the next few years, or will it be realized at a hypothetical date in the future? The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure. I'd like to remind everyone of everything that we've done for the people of Mauricie. Mr. Speaker, one of the first things that we did is to listen to the concerns of the people in Trois-Rivières concerning pyrrhotite. We invested $30 million in the first budget to help the victims of that. So I think it's really not fair for the member to be saying that we're not standing up for his ridings. We will continue to invest in the regions of Quebec because we care about those regions.
The honourable member for Guelph.
Université de Guelph est un chef. Guelph University is a leader in research. Last Monday, our government announced $22.7 million in funding to support 37 research projects under Genome Canada. Can the Minister of Science and Sports tell the House how our support for research continues to help improve the lives of Canadians? The Honourable Minister of Science and Sports. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question and for everything that he does for Guelph.
Like these help Canada remain a world leader in research, including genomics research, which has enormous potential to improve Canadians' health, create jobs of the future, and solve some of the challenges faced by our agriculture, energy, and resource sectors. After a decade of funding cuts by the previous government, we are returning science and research to their rightful place.
Yes. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, for 2 years, the Prime Minister has mocked our questions about security. At every opportunity, he accuses us of fear-mongering, but he doesn't realize that our questions are the questions of Canadians. According to media, 41% of the security screening backlog is due to asylum seekers, and these people are already here in Canada. Can the Prime Minister confirm this, or will he accuse the media of fear-mongering too?
Security.
Mr. Speaker, our government will never compromise the safety and the security of Canadians, and we will not engage in the politics of resentment and fear. Regardless of how they arrive in Canada, all claimants are thoroughly screened by the hard-working men and women of CBSA, and they do this in partnership with the Department of Immigration and the RCMP. And unlike the Harper Conservatives, whose deeds rarely match their rhetoric, we are taking concrete measures to allow our border officers to do their jobs, to ensure they have the resources necessary to protect Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. As I said, Mr. Speaker, today the Toronto Star reported that this is the case, not the Conservatives. So, does the minister think that the Toronto Star is fear-mongering? I guess we'll have to see. Now, they said that 0.2% of asylum seekers processed were considered a threat to Canada, but there are over 11,000 people in the country who have not yet been assessed. In less than 3 years, the Prime Minister has managed to make our immigration system and our borders untenable for our border officers. Can the Prime Minister guarantee that those who have not been assessed and screened do not pose a risk to Canadians?
For border security.
Let me just correct that misconception that the member has shared with us. First of all, let me assure everyone that the CBSA screens virtually everyone who seeks to enter Canada to determine their admissibility. This can happen to a foreign national being issued travel documents, and in the case of all people making asylum claims in Canada, additional screening takes place when they arrive. Mr. Speaker, I've gone to the border. I've watched CBSA, the RCMP, and IRCC conduct these examinations. They take biometrics, photographs, and fingerprints. They check the available databases. They screen these individuals to make sure there is no criminality.
Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Well, Mr. Speaker, for the House, let me define what virtually screened everybody means. 11,745 people were not screened. Many of them illegally entered our country. This is reported today by the Toronto Star. Is this true?
Minister of Border Security.
Let me assure the member and all members in this House that every individual who arrives at our border, regardless of whether they arrive at a point of entry or irregularly at our borders, are subject to rigorous background screening to ensure there is no criminality or threat to national security. And what the member may be referring to is part of the process of determining eligibility. There are further screening background checks conducted by CBSA on behalf of IRCC to ensure that anyone who is admitted as an eligible asylum claimant in this country has been thoroughly vetted.
The honourable member order for Calgary Nose Hill.
So this is a fairly easy yes or no question,
Should
and
be.
one that Canadians should have an answer to. Today, the Toronto Star reported that 11,745 people have not had their screening completed. Is this true? Yes or no?
Minister of Border Security.
Mr. Speaker, allow me to share it with that member what is true. Last year, CBSA processed over 90 million entries to Canada safely and securely. As they do each year, they constantly review their processes. Every person who has arrived at our border seeking asylum, irregularly or irregular port of entry, is subject to a thorough screening before they're allowed admission. There are additional screening measures and inquiries made as part of the immigration eligibility and refugee eligibility process, and those processes continue well after the person enters the country.
I remind colleagues the idea is here that we have one side talk and then the other, not everybody at once. And we need to be respectful of that process. The honourable member for Essex.
Mr. Speaker, after being abandoned by GM, Oshawa's auto workers can't help but feel abandoned by the Liberals too. Conservative and Liberal governments like this one have failed to protect Canadian jobs from corporate greed. Because of their mistakes, thousands of workers are now fighting for their paychecks, fighting for the future of their families, fighting for their communities. And where is the Prime Minister? It just seems like he's given up. Why is this Liberal government letting GM get away with this betrayal?
Well, Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, we will never, ever give up on the auto workers. We will never give up on the workers in Oshawa. We've been very clear that this is a priority for our government. I went to Detroit to meet with Mary Barra and also spoke with Jerry Diaz as well to talk about a solution. If there is a solution to be found, we will be at the table. We've been there before. We were part of investments, historic investments of $5.6 billion in the automotive sector, a trend that generated thousands of jobs and that reversed the 30,000 job losses that occurred under Stephen Harper. We got the job done and will continue to fight for the auto workers.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Mr. Speaker, in rural areas, high-speed internet access is a necessity for families, small businesses, the self-employed, and farmers. And yet, there are still 240,000 households in Quebec that don't have affordable, high-quality internet access. This is an urgent problem, but the Liberals still don't have a plan to deal with this digital inequality. The Liberals are abandoning rural regions, just like the Conservatives before them. So my question is simple. When will we get a real strategy to get these regions connected?
Economic development.
Proud to rise as the new Minister for Rural Economic Development.
Our government is committed to ensuring that we have high-quality, high-speed broadband in rural Canada. We know it's imperative for businesses to grow and succeed. That's why we're going to develop a rural economic strategy. Rural broadband will be an extremely important part of that, and I look forward to working with all members in this House to make sure that we deliver on that strategy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, I just asked the minister a pretty simple question, one that he should know the answer to, ostensibly. Today, the Toronto Star reported that 11,745 people, many of whom entered our country illegally, have not had their security screening completed. Is this true? Yes or no?
Minister of Border Security.
The member's right. That is a simple question, and I will answer it this way. Everyone that comes to enter into our country is subject to security screening by CBSA, and they do this in partnership with the RCMP and Immigration. As part of the process of determining their eligibility, there's an additional process of further screening that takes place, and there's a backlog as reported by the Toronto Star. But it's very important for all Canadians to understand there is no security threat to Canadians because every individual is screened for security concerns before they enter this country.
Order. Each side has its turn. Come on now. Hold on. Order. The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Well, one could argue that it would be difficult to evaluate if someone posed a security risk to Canada if their security screening wasn't completed.
Exactly.
So again, the Toronto Star reported that 11,745 people have not had their security screening completed. Is this true? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of Border Security.
Mr. Speaker, everyone who enters the country, whether irregularly or at a point of entry, is screened to determine their admissibility into the country. Everyone, 100%, as part of the process of determining their eligibility for asylum under our IRB's process, there's an additional screening that takes place. We're working hard to deal with the backlog that they left to us, Mr. Speaker, and we will complete that process before anyone is admitted as eligible for refugee status in this country.
The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
The answer to this question is not yes and no. The Prime Minister has allowed 40,000 people to illegally enter our country, and today the Toronto Star has reported that 11,745 people have not had their security screening completed. This minister is in charge of this file, in theory, so he needs to answer this question. Is the screening completed? Yes or no?
Minister of Border Security.
And with respect to everyone who comes to this country and crosses the border irregularly, they are thoroughly screened before they move forward into the process of determining their eligibility. So the answer to that question is yes. There's an additional concern because there are people, as they move through that process of determining their eligibility, CBSA, working with IRCC, does additional security screening. And that process is backlogged, and we're addressing that backlog by making significant new investments in making those processes more efficient. Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. This is not a security issue.
Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. High-speed internet access is still one of the biggest social and economic problems in rural Canada. It's the case in my riding and elsewhere. A lot of work has already been done by our government and our team, but there's still a lot to do.
Internet access is key for growing businesses, creating good jobs, getting our Canadian products to the global market, and for opportunity in general. The new Minister for Rural Economic Development had this issue as one of the key priorities in her mandate letter. Can she update this House and rural Canada on her plans for the Internet? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Rural Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from Laurentides-Labelle for the question. Mr. Speaker, we know that in order to grow the rural economy, we have to have access to high-speed broadband. It's a commitment we've made in the past. We've invested in Connect to Innovate, and but we know we need to do more. That's why we're developing a rural economic strategy. Broadband will be a key piece of that. I look forward to developing that strategy with people in this House as well as with my provincial, municipal, and territorial partners. We will hopefully have a strategy in the next few months. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Carleton.
Well, the Prime Minister's latest justification for raising taxes is this, quote, low-income people don't benefit from tax breaks because they don't pay taxes. Well, Mr. Speaker, everybody who earns more than $12,000 a year, which is way below the poverty line, is eligible to pay income tax. They also pay payroll taxes, gas taxes, and numerous other fees and charges governments apply. That's right. How could he possibly help the poor and working class people when he doesn't even realize that they pay taxes?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
We've been really clear since we came into office that we would move forward with policies that would help middle-class Canadians and that would help those that are most struggling to get by. We've taken measures that have had a material impact. The Canada Child Benefit helping 9 out of 10 families. We put in place the Canada Workers Benefit to help people go from not working to work, to enable them to do better. We've put in place additions to the Guaranteed Income Supplement, all working towards ensuring that middle-class Canadians, those Canadians that are trying to get into the middle class, are doing better and better. That's what they've seen under this government, and that's what they'll continue to see.
For Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Mr. Speaker, dairy farmers have repeatedly been used as sacrificial pawns by this Liberal government in international trade negotiations. Through the signing of recent trade deals, the dairy farmers of Canada, who are here in Ottawa today, estimate a total domestic market loss of 18%, which represents $1.3 billion. And the government has still not unveiled the compensation package that was promised. Since the Liberal government has clearly sided with foreign jurisdictions in appeasing their oversupply problems, when will we see them side with dairy farmers and actually give the compensation package that they were?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
I want to welcome all the dairy farmers from across Canada to Ottawa today. It's very important that their voice is heard, and our government has heard their voice. And we have defended the supply management system from a strong American attempt to dismantle it. That's why we understand that the supply management system is vital to our financial success. And we will be fully and fairly supporting the supply management sector. That's why we form working groups to make sure that the information came from the supply sector up to the government. Thank you, Mr.
Member for Brampton North.
Mr. Speaker, 10 years have passed since the end of the war in Sri Lanka. I've heard heart-wrenching stories from the victims of the war. The military continues to occupy land. Many languish in jails under the Prevention of Terrorism Act, and many more have disappeared. The slow progress towards accountability has shaken the confidence of the victims. Can the Minister of Foreign Affairs advise the House of the steps that Canada is taking to hold those responsible to account for the atrocities committed?
Sure.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to start by thanking the member for Brampton North for her commitment to this very important issue. Canada has called for a marked acceleration of Sri Lanka's accountability efforts directly at the UN Human Rights Council last March and the Commonwealth meeting last April. And Canada will join the United Kingdom, Germany, Macedonia, and Montenegro as part of the core group in supporting reconciliation, accountability, and human rights in Sri Lanka, working toward the upcoming Human Rights Council session. Thank you.
Member for Carleton.
Again, the Prime Minister says, and I quote, low-income people don't benefit from tax breaks because they don't pay taxes. Mr. Speaker, anyone earning $12,000 or more, way below the poverty line, is eligible to pay taxes, income taxes, GST, payroll taxes, and other taxes. Does he understand the appalling arrogance of a millionaire trust fund baby accusing the working poor of not paying their taxes?
The Honourable Minister of Finance. Order.
The positions of the parties in this House have been very clear over the last 3.5 years. Our position has been that we're lowering middle-class taxes. The position of the Conservatives is they voted against that. Our position is that we're going to increase the Canada Workers' Benefit to help people to get into work. The Conservatives voted against that. Our position is we're helping seniors, single seniors, with an increase in their supplement. The Conservatives voted against that. Clearly, we are helping middle-class Canadians, those working hard to do better, and we will continue to do so.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, the federal government paid $4.5 billion to buy an old pipeline, and there was no negotiation. It was like, how much do you want for the pipeline? $4.5 billion? Okay, here's the check. Then add $9.3 billion for the expansion of the pipeline. To deal with the deficit and fight climate change, can the Minister of Finance finally stop pouring all of our money into dirty oil?
The
Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, we know that it's very important to have access to international markets for our resources. That was why we considered the purchase of the Trans Mountain Pipeline. This is something that was very important for our economy and for our resource sector. We will continue to consider how we can move forward with the project in the right way. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Let me continue, Mr. Speaker. I'd gotten up to $13.8 billion to purchase and expand Trans Mountain. To that, add $2.7 billion in tax relief for the oil industry over the next 5 years, and $1.6 billion in support to the industry, and $840 million if the Liberals buy the train cars to transport their dirty oil. Total, $19 billion, just like the deficit. Is this Bay Street Minister of Finance aware? Hey, let me finish here. Is he aware that his deficit is due to dirty oil? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, we know that our resource sector is very important. We know that it's important to have access to international markets. That's why we decided to buy the Trans Mountain Pipeline. We will continue with our approach to improve the resource sector and improve our economy overall.
Member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs, Northern Affairs, and Internal Trade. The Minister will know that the Kivadlik Inuit Association has been working very hard to advance clean energy solutions that will create economic development opportunities in the region. Work fully supported by the Government of Nunavut. Investments to support projects like the Kivadlik Hydro Fiber Link are fundamental to creating a sustainable economy for Nunavut. Can the Minister assure us that advancing critical projects like this to grow and modernize badly needed investments in Nunavut communities will be a priority in the coming budget? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Intergovernmental Northern Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague from Nunavut for his question and for his support also of this important project. Mr. Speaker, as you know, we've prioritized reducing the reliance on diesel in rural and remote communities. This hydro fiber link would represent a very important step forward in providing renewable and affordable energy and high-speed internet to many communities, open up economic opportunities for those communities. We've worked with the Inuit Association, Mr. Speaker. We've also worked with Premier Savikataaq and his government, and will continue to do so.
Comme il est l'honorable député de Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles, se lève avec un appel au règlement.
The honourable member for has a question. This has to do with my colleague who talked about an Islamic group There were people who were deported by the Conservative government. There was a Mr. Maguire. Order, please. This seems to be a debate, and you know that the Speaker cannot be involved. The Honourable Member. The Honourable Minister with a point of order. Yes, Mr. Speaker, all members in this House have the right to express them in the official language of their choice. My critic criticized my speaking French, and that is an attack on this House, especially when they defended the cuts to French services by Harper and Ford. I would like an apology, Mr. Speaker. This also seems to be matter for debate. The Honourable Member, another member. Mr. Speaker, it's very rare that on this side of the House we answer a question of the governments, but the Prime Minister asked us to put questions in French and English. I would hope that the same thing would hold for the other side. This again is debate. Order, please. Does the Honourable Member for Beauport have a point of order? Yes, I'd like to ask the Minister of Revenue to apologize. In this House, I have defended Franco-Ontarians, and I have no lessons to learn from the Liberals. This again seems to me to be debate.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, January 31, 2019, the House will now proceed. Order to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of Ms. Benson relating to the business of supply. Calling the members. Honourable members of the rule that members are not permitted to pass between the mace and the chair. The question is as follows, and there are certain things that are required to happen if they do, but some members may know about that. Order. Ms. Benson, seconded by Ms. Boutin-Sweet, move that in the opinion of the House, the government is failing to adequately address Canada's housing crisis, and that therefore the House call on the government to create 500,000 units of quality, affordable housing within 10 years, and to commit in Budget 2019 to completing 250,000 of those units within 5 years. All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Carroll.
Mr. Julian.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Blaney Northland Powell River.
Ms. Blaney Northland Powell River.
Madame Sans-Souci.
Madame Sans-Souci.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Mr. Saganesh.
Mr. Saganesh.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Boudria.
Mr. Boudria.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Ms. May Sanish Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Sanish Gulf Islands.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Lausanne, Argenteuil, la Petite Nation.
Mr. Lausanne, Argenteuil, la Petite Nation.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Cousin.
Mr. Cousin.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Monsieur Serré.
Mr. Serré.
Monsieur Miller Ville-Marie de Sud-Ouest Île des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller Ville-Marie de Sud-Est Île des Sœurs.
Monsieur Schiffke.
Mr. Schiffke.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Hernandez Sangri.
Mr. Hernandez Sangri.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Monsieur Massé Avignon Métis Matan Metapédia.
Monsieur Massé Avignon Métis Matan Metapédia.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moth.
Ms. Dillon.
Miss Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fregascatos.
Mr. Fregascatos.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Yakuno.
Mr. Yakuno.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Porco Quitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Porco Quitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nessif.
Madame Nessif.
Monsieur Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sea-Doo Mission Mascou Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sea-Doo Mission Mascou Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sea-Doo Brampton South.
Ms. Sea-Doo Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sobera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenberg.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lembropoulos. Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Blaney Belchas des Etchemin-Lévis.
Mr. Blaney Belchas des Etchemin-Lévis.
Mrs. McLeod Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abouteyev.
Mr. Abouteyev.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Generu.
Mr. Generu.
Ms. Alislav.
Ms. Alislav.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Lozo Stormandanda South-Glengarry.
Mr. Lozon, Stormandanda, South-Glengarry.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Aglinski.
Mr. Aglinski.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray on Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Bay on Sound.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall. Yeas pour 46, 46. Nays contre 248, 248.
I declare the motion defeated. Parlement alors d'adopter le lundi.
Pursuant to order made on Monday, February 4th, 2019, the House will now proceed to the taking of a deferred recorded division on the motion of Mr. Poilievre relating to the business of supply. The question is as follows. Mr. Poilievre, seconded by Mr. Kimmich, moved that given that A, 81% of middle-income Canadians are seeing higher taxes since the government came to power. B, the average income tax increase for middle-income families is $840. C, the government's higher Canada Pension Plan premiums. May I dispense? Premiums could eventually cost up to $2,200 per household. D, the government cancelled the family tax cut of up to $2,000 per household. E, the government cancelled the arts and fitness tax credit of up to $225 per child. F, the government cancelled the education and textbook tax credits of up to $550 per student. G, the government's higher employment insurance premiums are up to $85 per worker. H, the government's carbon tax could cost up to $1,000 per household and as high as $5,000 in the future. I, the government's inclusive tax measures for small business will raise taxes on thousands of family businesses across Canada. J, this government had tried to tax employer-paid health and dental benefits, which would have cost up to $2,000 per household. And K, the government tried to tax modest food and discount benefits that retail employees receive from employers. The House called on the Prime Minister to provide written confirmation that the government will not further raise any taxes on Canadians. All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Mr.
Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Ledoux.
Ms. Ledoux.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Bloch.
Mrs. Bloch.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Blaney Bellechasse des Etchemin-Lévis.
Mr. Blaney Bellechasse des Etchemin-Lévis.
Mrs. McLeod Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. McLeod Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Poulos.
Mr. Poulos.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abouteyev.
Mr. Abouteyev.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Generou.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Lozo Stormandanda South Glengarry.
Mr. Lozon Starmandana Southern
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Miller Bruce Gray Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller Bruce Gray Owen Sound.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Monsieur Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion veuillent bien se lever.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Wilson-Raybould.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Lausanne, Argentin de la Petite Nation.
Mr. Lozon, Argentin de la Petite Nation.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan de Etobicoke North.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Leboutier.
Madame Leboutier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Miller Ville-Marie de Sud-Ouest des Sœurs.
Mr. Miller Ville-Marie de Sud-Est Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Schiffke.
Mr. Schiffke.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Hernandez Sangre.
Mr. Hernandez Sangre.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Massé Vignon le Métis Matane Matapédia.
Mr. Massé Avignon le Métis Matane Matapédia.
Ms. Goldsmith Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith Jones.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. McKinnon Getsnow.
Mr. McKinnon Getty.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Hébert.
Mr. Hébert.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldig.
Mr. Aldig.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bossino.
Mr. Bossino.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mrs. Cesar Chavans.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Drouet.
Mr. Drouet.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Akuri.
Mr. Alcouri.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Senga.
Mr. Senga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madam Shanahan.
Madam Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Mascot Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Mascot Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Carroll.
Mr. Carroll.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Madame Brosso.
Madame Brosso.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Ashton.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Blaney North Allen Powell River.
Ms. Blaney North Allen Powell River.
Madame Sans-Souci.
Madame Sans-Souci.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nautel.
Monsieur Nautel.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Duval.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Mr. Saganash.
Mr. Saganash.
Madame Laverdiere.
Madame Laverdiere.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Boudriat.
Monsieur Boudriat.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Ms. May Stanish-Golf
Miss May Stanish-Golf-Islands.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall. Yeas pour 77, 77. Nays contre 217, 217.
Je déclare la motion rejetée.
I declare the motion defeated.
Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day.
Government orders, government business of supply, resuming debate on the opposition motion standing in name of Mr. Reyes regarding a single tax return in Quebec.
I would encourage members to take their conversations, which I know are valuable. It is an opportunity at this point, I realize, for members sometimes from one side to the other to get together to converse a little bit, but we do need to carry on with business. And so I ask honorable members to assist me by saying shh. I thank colleagues for their assistance. I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded divisions, government orders will be extended by 17 minutes. Il y a 5 minutes qui restent dans le discours.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable has 5 minutes remaining, followed by the question and comment sub-period. The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to have this opportunity to continue my speech on the opposition motion for a single tax return for all Quebecers. As you know, they are the only ones who don't have an opportunity to prepare a single tax return. Now let me go back, if I may, to something that happened during question period. During question period, Mr. Speaker, we heard the Prime Minister, in response to an answer to one of my colleagues, say,
"It is interesting that the Conservative will not ask the same question in English that was just asked in French about giving to Quebec a single tax filling." Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, following that, I had an opportunity to ask a question of the Minister of National Revenue. My colleague, the critic for National Revenue, asked the question in English, and then I asked the question in French. And, in fact, I did ask the government side if it was possible to do the same thing, to have an answer in both languages. So it was as simple as that, Mr. Speaker. Now, if I offended the Minister of National Revenue, it was not my intention. I know that she's taking great strides and working hard to learn the other official language. And I congratulate my colleagues who are attempting to learn French. But because I know that it's her birthday today, the Minister of National Revenue's birthday today, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to apologize if she was offended. It wasn't my objective, but I would like the Prime Minister to avoid that type of rhetoric, because it's a bit of a doublespeak, and that's completely wrong, Mr. Speaker. So, having said that, the Minister of National Revenue is celebrating her birthday. Nonetheless, she is completely disconnected from what Quebecers want, what the Quebec Premier wants, what the National Assembly wants, what Conservative supporters want, and what the majority of Quebecers want, i.e., a single tax return every year. Now, Mr. Speaker, we get emotional because there's an election campaign coming up, but I'd like to ask the members opposite to take a couple of minutes and to think about this possibility. Do they think it's possible to facilitate life for Quebecers, yes or no? It's a simple question. It's not that complex. Are they interested in undertaking discussions with the government of Quebec to find a solution so that Quebecers are only required to produce one tax return? Yes or no? Now, unfortunately, when we listen to the various answers, the Prime Minister, it appears to be impossible. They've closed the door before even discussing it. But that wasn't always the case, because the first time the National Assembly broached the issue through unanimous motion, the Prime Minister's first reaction was to make fun of the National Assembly, saying something like the National Assembly adopted a unanimous motion, ha, ha, ha. Now, it's the National Assembly we're talking about, Mr. Speaker. Elected officials, we have to have respect for other chambers. And if the Prime Minister wants to have some discussion with the provincial chamber, he can get himself elected there. There's no problem. The National Assembly, or he could try to get himself elected there, of course. But with the attitude that he has towards Quebec and the attitude that he had on Phoenix, on election reform, with his attitude on deficits that are increasing hand and fist, I'm not sure that the people in any riding in Quebec would want a Prime Minister like that. So the question is very simple, Mr. Speaker. If we step out of this debate and these fear-mongering that they're involved in, threatening the jobs at Revenu Canada in Quebec, is it possible to undertake a discussion at a more functional level, where parliamentarians could sit down and work together to make it possible to put in place a single tax reform, a return? I'd like to reiterate something for all people working at Revenu Canada. There will be no job losses. This is fear-mongering by the Liberals, and they are saying that we're involved in fear-mongering, but it's a bit odd. The attacks are coming from the other side. There won't be job losses if things are done properly and in the best interest of all Quebecers, to facilitate their lives, to get everyone working towards the same objective. It seems to me that this is something we could work on together with Quebec to show that once and for all, in Ottawa, we're not afraid of Quebec. We want to work alongside Quebec. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I've listened very carefully to today's debate. And between the Conservatives, who are congratulating themselves for having the support of the Bloc Québécois, I hear members, one after the other, from the regions of Quebec. The member for Chicoutimi this morning talked about jobs were details. It's complicated, he said. We're going to... Now, officials heard the same arguments over 10 years from the Harper Conservatives. They heard it with the Phoenix system with the cuts. We heard that as the naval shipbuilding construction. Nothing for MIL Davy. We heard that for 10 years. So why is that member not standing up? Why doesn't he take a stand to talk to his leader and protect jobs in La Mauricie, in the Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean, to protect the jobs in the Outaouais region, to protect all jobs for Quebecers? The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. That is exactly what I'm doing. I'm doing it at this very precise moment. And the colleague opposite is repeating falsehoods, fears. It's fear-mongering, as I said, and I reiterate what I said earlier. I will stand alongside my leader and alongside all of my colleagues. We will give Quebecers a country that's well-managed, well-led in October, and we're going to make sure that all people working at Revenu Canada in Quebec will keep their jobs. There will not be any job losses, period. So in English and in French, Mr. Speaker, there will be no job losses. There won't be any job losses, Mr. Speaker. I am affirming, in case you think you don't think that's the case. Now, have I said it often enough? There will be no job losses.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Mr. Speaker, you know, it seems to me that it's common sense. We've got to bring the members across the way back to reason. We need to be logical and reasonable here. So I'm going to ask a question to my colleague. What is the motivation between this absolute refusal on the part of the Liberal members and the Prime Minister to Quebec's request? Why are they saying no to the single tax return? Why are they saying no to the National Assembly? Why are they saying no to a majority of members on this side of the House from all parties? Okay, so one of the parties kind of changed opinion on this a couple of times, but I'd like my colleague to tell me, what is the motivation? What is the reason that the Liberals have for refusing this? The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, the answer is simple. The Liberal Party of Canada has always been a centralizing party, a party that wants to control everything. And the Prime Minister himself said in Saint-Hyacinthe, when he was asked a question about this, he said there are a lot of provinces that have a single tax return. And it's a federal tax return. So it's clear that Mr. Trudeau doesn't trust Quebecers. The Prime Minister, I should say. So the cat's out of the bag. He thinks it's fine if he's managing it, but it's not fine if Quebecers manage it. He doesn't trust Quebecers. He sees them as a threat, whereas we are working hand in hand with the Quebec government, and we are going to give Quebecers a single tax return. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Brossard-Saint-Lambert. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm hearing a lot of stuff here. Now, first of all, when you say there won't be any job losses, I mean, the Premier of Quebec said that we would save $500,000. Well, how are you going to save that money? You're going to save them because you're going to cut the jobs of the people who are currently working for Revenu Canada. But secondly, we have a very wide difference of opinion when it comes to the definition of Quebec and Canada. Now, this is why there's a different definition of income. And Quebecers would lose advantages if they had the same definition as the rest of Canada. So this really just doesn't make any sense. I'd like to remind the member and members in general to address their questions through the chair and not directly to other members. And the same goes for answers. The honourable member has 30 seconds. Well, it's going to be hard because there were a lot of falsehoods uttered in a very short period of time there, Mr. Speaker. Now, once again, I'm going to say there will not be any job losses. It's very simple. There won't be any job losses. Once again, there won't be any job losses. Why, Mr. Speaker? Because we're going to continue to work hard against tax evasion. We're going to continue to ensure that our bureaucrats are doing their work in the right place. And yes, we're going to make life easier for Quebecers. We're going to allow them to have a single tax return. When it comes to the definition of income, now I said this in question period earlier, just because you have a provincial or a federal income doesn't mean that you have a different check at the end. A point of order? Yes, Mr. Speaker, I just heard a woman, a colleague across the way, saying that I was naive. Now, I think that that's totally unacceptable.
Un appel au règlement, l'honorable député de Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier.
Now, the honourable member for Paul-Jacques-Cartier has a point of order. Mr. Speaker, I heard the same thing. So I would ask the member to apologize. Mr. Speaker, I said I used the noun, not the adjective, so I was referring to naivete in general. And there's another point of order? Yes, well, one thing that I would like to remind all members of is that in this House, the sound system is very good. So when someone speaks, the microphones do catch the voice. So if someone shouts, you can't hear the person shouting, but you hear the people who are listening at home hear the person who is speaking into the microphone. But when you have a large group of people, that can interrupt the person who's speaking. So people at home can't hear you shouting. So I think everyone should respect the person who has the microphone so that we can hear the full discussion and then make any judgment we need to make afterwards. Resuming debate. The Honourable Minister for Infrastructure and Communities, Mr. Speaker. I'll help you out with that one. Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'll be speaking for 20 minutes about the motion that was brought forward by the Conservative Party and that was defended by some Quebec members. Now, that surprises me as a Quebecer, Mr. Speaker. First, I'd like to thank the member from Mégantic-L'Érable for his statement during question period. He apologized for having addressed my colleague, the Minister of National Revenue, and I appreciate that because I think that we should all be able to use either English or French whenever we want. So I wanted to thank him for apologizing, and I do have a lot of respect for him as a member of Parliament. Now, Mr. Speaker, yes, this is an emotional issue because today we're talking about defending 5,500 families. That is the issue today, Mr. Speaker. There are 5,500 families who depend on federal jobs here. Now, on this side of the House, we want our regions to succeed. And I don't understand why there are members across the way who would be against keeping jobs in rural areas. Anyone who rises in this House today who aims to undermine those jobs is being irresponsible, in my opinion. Yes, we want to harmonize things. Yes, we want to simplify things. Yes, we want to modernize the tax return for Quebecers. But yes, Mr. Speaker, we also want to stand for high-quality jobs in rural regions. We want to keep those jobs in Shawinigan and elsewhere. I've met with families. I've met with people who have expertise, exceptional expertise, who work day in and day out for the Canada Revenue Agency. They do exceptional work, and we should congratulate them rather than undermining their jobs. When I hear the member from Mégantic-L'Érable, and I'm happy that Canadians have the opportunity to hear him on TV, to watch him on TV today, as he talks about respect for the National Assembly. Because of course, Mr. Speaker, we have the greatest respect for the National Assembly and for its elected officials. But, Mr. Speaker, when he tells Canadians that there won't be any job losses, I don't think he's giving due respect to the institution. Because if he had listened to the Premier of Quebec in the National Assembly, he would know that the Premier himself admitted that this would lead to job losses. So I rise today, Mr. Speaker, because I'm here today to be the voice for those who don't have a voice here every day. I get up every day to serve Canadians, and I'm particularly thinking of the people of Shawinigan, where we were yesterday. Now, yesterday we made a big announcement. We announced that not only would we be overhauling the building, but we would be building a new one, because the parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Public Services said very clearly, Mr. Speaker, that these families have had their jobs undermined and questioned for the last 10 years by the Conservatives. We wanted to put an end to that, so we announced that we would have a new building to house the people who work at the CRA. We call it the Tax Center in Shawinigan. We're going to give these people a greener, more modern building. It'll be a cutting-edge building that we can all be proud of. Because, yes, we're proud of our regions, Mr. Speaker. We're proud in Shawinigan. We're proud. People in Jonquière and Shawinigan are proud to work for the CRA. And we stand for them today. When I hear my Conservative colleagues saying that there won't be any job losses, well, I think they should go talk to the union president. They should go talk to Mr. Pelletier. They should talk to Ms. Lafont. They should talk to the director of the tax center. And they would see a whole other side of things, Mr. Speaker. There is unique expertise in the tax center in Shawinigan, Mr. Speaker. It's the biggest bilingual audits and recovery center in Canada, and it's based in Quebec. So we should rise in this House and be proud of being from Quebec, proud of having federal jobs in the regions, proud of defending those workers who expect their elected officials to represent them in this House. I think it's deplorable that there are colleagues today here making a partisan issue out of this, when our goal is to preserve high-quality jobs in the regions. In 2019, we can harmonize things, coordinate things, modernize things. We can work with the CRA, but we don't want to do that to the detriment of jobs in regions. We know that these are important economic drivers. In my region of Shawinigan, socioeconomic prosperity depends on this tax center. From the time that it opened, it's probably emitted about $2 billion worth of salary, worth of pay. And if you were there with me yesterday, Mr. Speaker, you would have seen all of the people up in the galleries who were watching us and applauding and saying thank you. Thank you for ending all of this uncertainty that reigned over the last 10 years. Thank you for reaffirming that our work has value. Thank you for believing in our abilities. Thank you for believing in Quebec. Thank you for believing that these jobs can really make a difference. And yesterday, Mr. Speaker, we decided that we would give those people a new building, a building that would live up to their ambitions. Now, my colleagues who are proud Quebecers, I'd like to hear from them, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to hear them defending Jonquière and Shawinigan. People like me who come from the regions of Quebec, I want to hear them stand up in this House to say that our Conservative colleagues are being partisan at the expense of Quebec families, because that's what they're doing, Mr. Speaker. And I hope that my colleagues from the Bloc Québécois and the NDP will continue to stand up to deplore what is happening here. Yes, we can be proud of being Quebecers. We have the right to have jobs in the regions. Yes, we can modernize the system and maintain jobs in Shawinigan. And I would invite my members across the way to stand up for Quebecers. There are 6,000 families watching. There are 1,600 families in Shawinigan and 5,500 Quebecers who will be expecting you to defend them in this House. If you don't defend them, then we will, Mr. Speaker. Because the 40 Liberal members from Quebec have a strong voice here. There are 7 ministers and the Prime Minister as well who will be there. Now, some colleagues are laughing, but I can tell you that if they had been there yesterday, they would have seen, and those workers had seen them laughing, you know. They know that there are people who need to stand up to defend those jobs. I cannot imagine, Mr. Speaker, that in 2019, we can't keep jobs in Quebec and also modernize our system. Of course we can do both those things, and that's what we're telling Quebecers. We're going to work with them, but we're also going to give them the means that they need to succeed. We have the right to defend hardworking families in those regions. And yes, I'm emotional, because those people don't have a seat in this House, but they expect the members in this House to defend Quebec. And I would invite my Conservative colleagues to talk to their leader, to talk to their colleagues, to talk about how important it is to have jobs in Quebec. I can't imagine why these Quebec members aren't rising today to defend Quebec. Because it's a matter of defending their province, their jobs, defending hardworking Canadians who serve the country every day. Now, the tax centre in Shawinigan is one of the biggest centres in the country, and it's a great source of pride. I was there yesterday, and had you been there, you would have seen 1,600 people who stood up and applauded all around. for about a minute. And they said, thank you for trusting us. Thank you for believing in us. And we're going to continue defending them because we believe, Mr. Speaker, that we can do both. In Shawinigan, not only will we have a bigger building, we'll also have a greener building, and that will meet the expectations of Quebecers. Because when we invest, we want to do so intelligently, and that is why we are investing in a new building. For a number of years, or rather a number of years ago, we made that commitment. In 2015, I was in the park outside of that tax center. I was there with former Prime Minister Chrétien, and we said we are going to take measures to make sure that this tax center is sustainable. The Minister of National Revenue then promised to transform the tax center in Shawinigan into a national audit and recovery center. And yesterday, Mr. Speaker, we made good on that promise. We said that we would be providing a 21st century building because we want that tax center to be there for future generations. And I think that we will be able to show all the residents of Mauricie and Canada that that center is a gem, that the people working there make a huge difference. And I hope that my colleagues, now I see my colleague, the member for Louis Saint-Laurent, and I hope that he will rise to defend Quebec. Mr. Speaker, this is not a question of partisanship. This is a question of families. And I hope that they won't make this into a partisan issue at the expense of families. Now, that's why people sent us here to defend them. We need to defend those Quebec jobs, Mr. Speaker. We can harmonize and modernize and work with Quebec, but we can also do it while respecting the families who depend on those jobs. And on this side of the House, you will always find members of Parliament and ministers who are proud to defend the regions and proud to defend Jonquière. Now, yesterday we were proud to reaffirm our intention to maintain this tax center. We're making a major investment in the region. And I think, as I said yesterday, that the real heroes are these 1,600 workers who were there. They are the heroes of this story, because thanks to their hard work and expertise, we have been able to ensure that this tax center will be sustainable. Now, I told them, I want to apply to you and thank you, because it's thanks to them that we can invest in the future. And I really hope that colleagues on both sides of the House will come to the conclusion that our commitment was the right one, the commitment to harmonization, but we also need to defend Quebecers. And I can't imagine that Quebecers in this House aren't proud of defending our regions, aren't proud of having those jobs, aren't proud of saying, this is great that we managed to do this in Quebec. So, when I see the Conservative Party saying that there won't be any job losses, when I listen to the member from Mégantic-L'Érable, I don't know how many tax centers he's managed in his career, but I can tell you that when you talk to the director of the tax center, when you talk to the union members, when you talk to the Premier of Quebec, they say, this could lead to job losses. It's 2019, Mr. Speaker. We can do better than that. We can harmonize and simplify things for Quebecers and still keep jobs in Quebec. Now, Quebec members should always stand up to defend Quebec. We can do that. It's 2019. So I say we should look to the future together. Ensure that we can simplify things for Quebec and Quebecers. We can do anything with technology today, but we shouldn't do it at the expense of families. So I would appeal to my colleagues' common sense, because I know that they're people of heart. I know that they care. We're talking about numbers today, but I can tell you that what I saw yesterday was 1,600 faces. People that I meet in Jean Coutu, people that I meet in local stores, and they say, thank you for standing up for us, Mr. Champagne. Thank you for being there to say that our work matters. Thank you for saying that our excellence really matters. That's what we expect from members in this House. To carry the standard, carry the torch, not just make sacrifices so that we can win an election. I would invite my colleague to go meet with the unions, go talk to people, Go talk to people, and they will tell you, Mr. Speaker, because they work in that tax center. They can tell you what's really going on. So talk to the unions. Mr. Speaker, I think when we're facing an issue like this, we all need to take action. In a House like this, we need to really use some common sense and see how we can do things better. Once again, Mr. Speaker, I just don't see how these people are trying to be confrontational instead of finding solutions. When you're talking about jobs, when you're talking about families, and we're not just talking about 5,500 here. We're talking about real people, Mr. Speaker. I would invite the Conservatives to come to my riding and see how they're welcomed. I would invite them to talk to these families and tell them that there won't be any problem. There's no risk here. For 10 years, these people have been living in uncertainty for 10 years. That's why yesterday we stood up. That's why the Prime Minister spoke today. Because we want to stand up for Quebecers. And we have real ambition for the regions. And as members for Quebec, I hope that my colleagues from Quebec will stand up, just like members from the NDP and the Bloc did. I hope that they have conviction for Quebecers and the conviction that we can do better. Now, I know some members hesitated for a moment, but common sense brought them back, and I'm sure that all of my colleagues will as well. Because we don't want to put jobs in danger, Mr. Speaker. Nobody here in this House today was elected in order to compromise jobs. I think there are people watching at home. I think that probably none of them are thinking, yeah, I elected these people so that they can put my job at risk. And I want to defend those 1,600 families in Mauricie, Mr. Speaker, who work hard every day and who depend on their jobs every day. What I saw yesterday, Mr. Speaker, was pride. Yes, well, I'm going to continue repeating this, even though some colleagues are asking me not to, because I think it's important to talk about these people, Mr. Speaker. Across the way, they're talking about abstract principles, but I'm talking about people, because this is about people, Mr. Speaker. And when you talk about people, you have to talk about their stories. You have to talk about the 40 years of expertise that they have there. And that's why we need to take the time to talk about it, Mr. Speaker. And I think that the Conservatives are on the wrong path, but Quebecers know that. Quebecers will remember, Mr. Speaker. Quebecers have a long memory. When there are people who put their jobs at risk, I can tell you that they'll remember. They'll remember, and we'll be reminding them, Mr. Speaker. We'll remind them of who voted to put their jobs in danger, who voted, who is against modernization. And so I think, Mr. Speaker, that today we need to ask ourselves a question. Can we do better?
Now, when we ask this question, Mr. Speaker, I think I can answer yes, we can do better. There are men and women in this House who want to find a solution. They don't want job losses. Let's stop playing politics with this issue. We can do better. Let's put politics aside, because this is in the greater interests, the superior interests of families. And, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to, as I conclude, I'd like to say, you know, there are times in history where people will be judged for what they've done, for what they've said, for what they've decided to do for Quebec. And I think this is one of those times. It's a time people will remember for a long time. So I'm saying, don't jeopardize these precious jobs in the regions. Mr. Speaker, let us instead use the expertise that is there and work for the regions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That was a lovely speech. When he says, let's not play politics on the backs of people, I agree with him. And when he says, let's build a wonderful building in Shawinigan, that's a little more political, because These buildings are going to be built in 2024, so let's not pretend that this isn't politics. Let's be honest. Let's get real. We're all politicians. And, Mr. Speaker, why does the Liberal Party keep ignoring, why does it ignore once again the Quebec public? The National Assembly of Quebec, who voted unanimously for a motion, this motion, why won't they listen to them? Why are they just closing the door and locking it behind them? There is a place for discussions with the Premier of Quebec, and I think we have to put Quebec. I'd like to thank my colleague, someone I greatly respect. Yes, let's look at what we have to do. Let's look at this with the Premier of Quebec. Now, we're talking a new building of 24 square meters rather than the 17 square meters, following the needs as reported by the Department of National Revenue. But we have to look at the various designs, the environmental impact, and after we've gone through these consultations, the decision will be taken in 21. Things will begin after this and will be completed in 2024 because we want one of the most modern, one of the greenest buildings ever. We want this to be a building which will be the envy of all in the country. It will be one of the most modern, one of the most environmentally friendly. This is a building for the 21st century. We want something that is at the leading edge of technology, and this is what we want for our tax centre. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Now, obviously, I will be an ally if he talks about building this building in Shawinigan, because a lot of the people who work there may be people from Trois-Rivières. But what bothers me is when somebody says, let's not play politics with this. Well, what are we here for if not politics? What we're seeing at the present time is the Conservative Party, which is living in the land of the unicorns, and the Liberal Party, which is living in the land of refusal. Now, how is it that the investment for this building is coming on so late in the day? Because we had campaigned for this way back. This is a proposal that has come so late in their mandate, in this government's term, that it can only be in a second term that we would see its completion, and that's what I want to challenge. Quebec's request is completely legitimate, and how are we going to accede to this request? They say, oh, no problem, there will be no job losses, and on the other side they say, no, you don't have to worry about it. We in the NDP want to make sure that jobs are maintained, and we want things to be done in cooperation with the major unions, whose job is to protect workers. Is it possible to find something like what we had thought about in a motion that we tabled at our party Congress? Can we say that, yes, we're here for you? Can we say that to the government of Quebec? I think we have to look at the best possible solutions. It's we in the NDP who want to sit down and discuss this. The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from the NDP. I think everything is possible. I really find it interesting that the NDP is talking about unions, because I met with a union leader who said for the first time, you Liberals are listening to us. What we did set aside was politicking. When we talk about infrastructure, these are things that have a long gestation. They take a long time. Now, there are 800 people in his riding who must be watching us with a great deal of interest because they want their jobs to be saved, to be preserved. Let's harmonize, let's modernize, let's have cutting-edge technology. Everyone wants that, and also we want to minimize the burden for taxpayers. But, Mr. Speaker, and the NDP can't be against this when we are going to build one of the greenest buildings in the country. It takes a certain amount of time. When we say we're going to consult employees, there's also a timetable. We can't just go and make a call for tenders. We need geotechnic consultations. We need other consultations. We say that we'll make our choice in 2021. In 2022, it will start. It'll be finished in 2024, but the train has left the station. It's the employees who should be congratulated, not politicians. It's the employees who stood up, and they are the ones who give us the license to go forward. We will we'll put out a call for tenders in due time, at the appropriate time, and we want to put an end to the uncertainty around this issue. And I would hope that no one would want to put jobs in our region at risk. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always interesting to hear my colleague defend this point of view with strength and ardor. He's obviously a man with a great deal of talent, many qualities, and ambition, and I would like to recognize that fact. But he's saying, let's not play politics on the backs of families and employees and on Quebecers. But that's what he's been doing. Throughout his speech, he said that we Conservatives wanted to make it such that jobs will be lost in Quebec. This is completely false. Now I'm talking about the 1,600 workers in Shawinigan. This is what the leader of the Liberal Party said before he was leader. He said, we do not want to lose public service jobs. We have to deal with tax evasion. This is what our leader said. We have to make sure that federal legislation is respected. That's what the leader of the Conservative Party said when we made our announcement 2.5 weeks ago on January 22nd. The minister knows this, and he's pretending he didn't hear it. Why this political hypocrisy? The minister. Well, I have a great deal of respect for my colleague, the member for Louis Saint Laurent, but you'll understand that rather than listening to what the Conservative Party leader has to say, I'd rather talk about what the Premier of Quebec had to say. He said that this might lead to job losses in Quebec. With all due respect, Mr. Speaker, I don't think the Conservative leader ever went to Shawinigan. I'd rather deal with a union president or someone who works there. I never said the Conservative leader said there would be job losses. But is there a Quebecer who could stand in this House and say the jobs will be put at risk? Because I'm ambitious for the regions, and I would hope that most members would share this ambition for the regions. We shouldn't say things that would jeopardize these jobs. Every job is precious. This is people we all meet in our ridings. I would invite perhaps my colleagues to come and meet the people who work in this centre, but Canadians will judge. Before continuing with the debate, I'd like to remind members is that one puts a question And then the other person answers the question, but you don't yell at them when they're asking the question or when they're answering the question. Just a little reminder for you all, in case you might have forgotten. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlebois. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very happy to take part in this discussion, but I want to be really clear. Yes, I'm going to do politics. I am a politician, first and foremost, the first Conservative member from Quebec, and what I care about are regions, all regions. This said, I truly lament, I deplore the fact that the Liberal Party across the way is starting to conduct a fear-mongering campaign. They're fear-mongering. And this fear-mongering is directed at workers. And this because of our leader. Our leader will be seeing workers. He has been seeing workers, and he has things to say to them. In 2006, here in this House, we voted unanimously so that Prime Minister Harper, so that the Prime Minister Harper wanted to recognize the Quebec nations. Only 15 voted against it. And who were they? 15 Liberals. Well, there you go. How is this? How is it that there were these 15 Liberals who didn't want to vote for the Quebec nation? They should act on their principles. There was a resolution in the National Assembly of Quebec, which was also voted for unanimously, that the National Assembly asks the government of Quebec and the federal government to implement a single tax return which would be transmitted to Revenue Quebec so that all Quebec taxpayers could have it such that Quebec's fiscal economy would be respected. Mr. Speaker, we care about Quebecers, and I will never accept that any Quebec member of Parliament, whatever the political stripe, especially the Liberals, I won't accept that they try to make a whole show trying to say that we're not defending Quebec. We have always defended Quebec. We have always stood up for Quebec. There are 12 of us, Conservative members, from Quebec. And you know, Mr. Speaker, there are 12 of us. And of the 12 of us, we each have a voice. And this is why I will be sharing my time with the member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. And this said, we have a voice that is heard in Quebec. I don't think the Liberals can say as much. We hear from the minister, but the members of Parliament from Quebec, the Liberal members, we don't hear from them all that much. When Quebec needs support, we have always been there. And now, we're heading into a new era. This is 2019. And we're in 2019. Let's act like we're in 2019 and do things in a way that corresponds to this moment in time. I think we have to respect provincial jurisdiction and provincial institutions. On the one hand, we have a very paternalistic party which tends to infringe on provincial jurisdiction. But here on our side, We recognize that each province has its different aspect, that it has its own characteristics. In Quebec, we want to reduce red tape when you have 2 tax returns in Quebec, whereas other provinces have only 1. But Quebec has been asking to do things its own way for a long time. And things have been granted over time. And now we're asking the same thing because Quebecers want this. The National Assembly wants it. They've asked for it unanimously, and in our ridings, we listen to people. And when I hear this fear-mongering saying, oh my gosh, jobs will be lost. No, we can do jobs differently. What about tax evasion? It might be time to get these people working at dealing with tax evasion. I think it's time we dealt with this issue to come up with alternatives, alternative approaches, so that all these people can continue working, and this for years to come. Over the last few months, my colleagues and my leader have gone to talk to Quebecers to hear what they have to say. We've been touring Quebec, and each and every one of our wonderful Quebec communities has been visited by MPs, Conservative MPs, and by our leader. We've been listening to Quebecers. And not only have we been listening to them, but every time we have a meeting with Quebecers, we've been able to share ideas with them. We sit down with them, we listen to them, we take notes, and we talk to one another.
So what we're asking for, Mr. Speaker, is for all parties to work together, to work hard, to listen to what Quebec wants, and then to sit down and work out how we're going to achieve a single tax return, because that's what Quebec wants. The Liberal Party, the CAQ, all agree. Now, it's all fine and well to be in politics. Nobody pulled this idea out of a hat. Everyone agrees. And so when I hear the Liberals fear-mongering, well, it's 2019. Brandishing the specter of job losses is not appropriate. We need jobs everywhere. There won't be job losses. But we're at a point, at a time, where what we need to do is look at what we can improve and how we can do it, how we can achieve it, so that everyone is aware of the change, because there will be change. I will always stand up for Quebecers. I will always be a proud Quebecer. I will always be proud of my homeland. I will always be proud of saying, I'm here and I'm listening to what Quebec wants. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Commentaire, the honourable member for Coast of Bay Central, Notre Dame.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the projects that interested me for quite some time, of course, was Energy East, and I know her party supports Energy East. If Quebecers come out and say that they do not want pipelines through their backyards, as the expression goes, would she fight against Energy East?
The honourable member for Beauport-Côte-de-Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Well, we'll listen to Quebecers, listen to what they want, and will improve ways of doing things. Let's tell it like it is. Quebecers are major oil users. What I'm saying is that we're going to be working on a single tax return, and for the rest, we'll discuss issues with the Premier of Quebec, with Quebecers and people in the East who also want it. The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. What this has exposed is that Conservatives choose the National Assembly's unanimous motions when it suits them. Now, they're not here to defend Quebec. They say that they're always there for Quebec, but they're only standing up for Quebec when there's benefit in it for them, in accordance with their conservative ideology. That's the truth. That's what we saw in the previous conservative government, and that's the situation today. When they don't agree, they don't stand behind Quebecers. Now, she seems to be putting the cart before the horse here, because she's saying we're going to be adopting the motion today, and we'll hold the discussions and look at how to achieve the ideal solution, which is to simplify things for Quebecers and to protect jobs. But she should have done that firsthand, beforehand, like the NDP did. We had a serious, responsible approach. And that's why we realized that in the current context, it's not possible, because there are 5,500 jobs, 2,500, $2,600 jobs at GM. Now we're talking about, everyone agreed to that. Now we're talking about 5,500 jobs. When we talk about public servant jobs, it seems like the Conservatives don't care about those 5,500 jobs. I'd like to hear what she has to say about the concerns raised by her workers and the fact that she's putting the cart before the horse and that she didn't do her homework on this motion. The Honourable Member. First of all, we met with Quebecers and listened to them. And contrary to the NDP, we haven't flip-flopped, and we didn't listen to just one opinion, one side of the story. We listened to everyone. We crisscrossed the province with our leader. Now, it's easy for the NDP to say, oh, the Conservatives do this or that. You changed opinions, you flipped and flopped. You changed your views. And you know why you changed your views and your opinion? Because the unions, well, I call them the unions, talk to you. Otherwise, we would have been the first ones to vote in favor of it. Now, the discussions need to take place. We need to talk about these things together. When we talk about an initiative like this, Quebec needs to be there. Everybody needs to participate in the discussions. And we're going to do it because we've always done it. When we took the time to put forth motions and bills, we've always sat down to talk about them with people. That is what respect for democracy is all about, and respect for the Premier of Quebec. I'd like to remind the Honourable Member that I haven't changed my mind on anything. I'm sure that I can assure her of that. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. What an emotional day. Quebec is in the forefront, and we see that it's given rise to lots of emotion. And I'd like to try to calm things down a little bit here and bring forward the facts. Now, today, we're here to debate a motion in the name of the member for Richmond-Athabasca. It wasn't just put together to play some kind of a game. Not at all. It is the result of some very concrete steps that we took. Now, as my colleague had just mentioned, in 2006, Stephen Harper, who my colleagues opposite like to criticize, had or obtained recognition as a nation for Quebecers here in this House. And what we're doing here is looking at what Quebecers expect from a motion. The 11 Conservative members from Quebec, we crisscrossed the province. We went to the North Shore, Abitibi, name a place, we went there. And we sat down and we listened to Quebecers. I said, Quebec has been recognized as a nation in 2006. We were behind that. What does that mean for you? And they all talked about a single tax return. Now, we're not into motions here. We're talking about administration. We're talking about paper. There's nothing emotional attached to that. We get emotional because we have to fill out both of them, and that makes us angry. We get angry about having to fill out two separate tax forms. But as I said, we crisscrossed the province. We came back. We didn't invent anything. We listened to Quebecers. Now, at the same time, the National Assembly decided to put forth a motion, and it was supported unanimously by all parties. And they all said, yes, that's what we want. Now, this is very rational, Mr. Speaker. Let's all take a deep breath. So, listening to Quebecers, and our leader listens to Quebecers on a host of issues. The leader of the Conservative Party of Canada said, when we form government, we will negotiate with Quebec and we'll see how to achieve it. We're talking about administration. Now, this brings me to today's motion, where it talks about a context of confidence and trust with a view to working well with the provinces, working together. We're here, and we're prepared to say we're going to work appropriately with the Quebec government to establish the guidelines for dealing with a single tax return. Now, what's so emotional about that? Now, then the issue of jobs came up, and each time decisions are made, important policy decisions, there are always considerations for expenditures, jobs, revenues, etc. That's normal. But the basic principle, and the reason for this motion here today, is that there are 8 million Quebecers, 1/4 of the population of Canada, and they're doing 2 tax returns. We simply want to streamline the situation. Now, we're going to manage the impact of that, look at how we need to organize things. The leader of the Conservative Party said we would manage it properly. These are federal employees. They would be reassigned, perhaps, but we are concerned about those people keeping their jobs. Now, Mr. Speaker, now I hear someone yelling in the background there, but listen to our position. We're talking about a fundamental situation. Are we here to eliminate jobs? Absolutely not. They're trying to sidetrack the debate and to insert a political argument. And, well, in the NDP, they've changed their mind 2 or 3 times. But my comments are for the Liberal Party and the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, who each time Quebec asks for something, he simply rejects it. Now remember Premier Couillard, who prepared a document for talking about constitutional issues. It was prepared. It was a very complex piece of work that the Quebec government did. They brought it forth very calmly and said, we'd like to discuss this. The Prime Minister looked at journalists and said, poof, we're not going to talk about that. And that what gives rise to emotion. If you want me to blow a gasket, it's when someone reacts like that. Now, there are some 41 Liberals in Quebec who don't give a hoot about what Quebecers want. I can't understand that. And that shocks me. Each time there's something that comes up about Quebec, there's a negative reaction from the government. So if we set motions aside, Mr. Speaker, I just ask the House to be prepared to listen and talk about the measures or steps that we need to put in place if we're going to sit down and work as adults. But what I've seen so far today is far from that. Now, the Premier of Quebec, Premier Couillard, at the time, was in favor of this. The motion was voted on under the Liberals. Now the CAQ is in power with Premier Legault, and they agree as well. So if there's anyone who knows Quebecers, it's the government of Quebec. And we went to Quebec, we went into the province and confirmed what they were asking for. And what's important here, what's important to note, is that all Conservative members here support this measure. Our entire caucus agrees with this approach for Quebecers. At the convention in Halifax, the 3,000 delegates voted 99% in favor of this proposal for a single tax return for Quebec. So let's set the emotions aside. Let's be rational. Jobs are important. Yes, we can manage the situation, but fundamentally, there are 8 million Quebecers who are tired of filling out 2 tax returns when all other Canadians are only preparing one. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Louis. Well, Mr. Speaker, I really don't understand. Now, on the other, that's the other side. They want to be divisive. They want to create uncertainty and anxiety among people. Now, the member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges raised the issue. At present, thanks to technology and software packages that we all have access to, in Quebec, it is possible to use a software package that does all the work for you. It's not like when you had a pencil and you had to start with one pile of papers and then move on to the next. No, thanks to technology, it can all be done with the software. So why is the party opposite trying to cause upheavals to arrive at something we already have, that is a single tax return if you use a piece of software, a type of software that is designed for that? The Honourable Member. Well, I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his question, and I will simply say, because we listen to Quebecers. Now, perhaps in his riding, they didn't do that, or nobody talked about it, but there was unanimity across the province. We listened. We didn't hold bogus consultations. It was unanimous. And the National Assembly is also asking for a single tax return, not 2. So I think that if my colleague opposite were to poll the people in his riding, he would hear the same thing. Questions and comment. The Honourable Member for... Trois-Rivières. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can't not make a comparison or draw a comparison between du vin nouveau, new wine, and the Conservative Party. Now, when I listen to them talking about cooperation and the need for cooperation, well, I wonder how come we haven't achieved it. Now, we've heard the Conservatives ad nauseum say that there would be no job losses, no job losses, and no job losses. And I'm quoting the member for Mégantic-L'Érable, who repeated that at least 15 times. But the Conservatives are refusing or rejecting our amendment, which would have added to this motion that very specific notion. Could they add a guarantee for the jobs? So the question is very simple. Why would they refuse to put in writing what they've been repeating here in the House since the start of this debate? The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. I'd like to thank my colleague, the member for Trois-Rivières, for his question. Unfortunately, colleague, through you, Mr. Speaker, of course, The NDP, the NDP changed their mind with pressure. They bowed to pressure from the union and changed their mind. So we can't do that. Our position is very clear. We know what Quebecers want. We know what direction we're moving in, and their internal communications in the NDP is problematic. And we can't simply ask my colleague to change his motion because of the flip-flop by the NDP leader on his position, etc. We have time for one final quick question. The honourable member for Terrebonne. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've got a motion before us that will be beneficial for Quebecers. We've said ad nauseum that there is consensus at the National Assembly in Quebec. All elected officials there, they represent the people who elected them. They represent people of all horizons. And all of these people are in favor of the proposal in front of us, a single tax return. Now, perhaps my colleague could help explain why some parties and the NDP, this unanimous consensus from Quebec isn't being reflected here. The honourable member has 30 seconds. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. It's exactly what I was saying earlier. We crisscrossed the province, we consulted with people there, but the 40 Liberal members were absent in the province. They're having such a negative reaction. They're so disconnected from the reality of Quebecers, and that's the problem. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it's my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
Member for Vancouver East Indigenous Affairs,
the Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles, Justice.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West, Asbestos. Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Rosemont.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Straight off, I would like to let you know that I'll be sharing my time with my colleague, the member for Jonquière. She is very much aware of this file, very involved in finding practical solutions for people in her region, for those workers and also for Quebecers in general. I think that today we're having a very interesting discussion because you can see that there are some extreme positions, some positions that may have been settled upon at the last minute that have been sort of improvised, whereas we have a very clear yet nuanced position. And it is that way because we've really invested the thought. We didn't just test it out willy-nilly. So just to summarize the situation, at the last federal NDP convention in Montreal, there were 3,000 delegates from all over the country, and this was one of the subjects that we debated there. That was one of the resolutions. Now, this resolution, which came from Quebec, of course, had two aspects. First, we recognized that something didn't really make sense, and that is that Quebecers are the only people in the country who have to fill out two different tax returns, whereas all other Canadians only fill out one. So, does having a single tax return for Quebec make sense? A vast majority of delegates supported that resolution, and they supported that principle because, indeed, it would simplify people's lives. But there's a second aspect to that resolution. And the idea was that we want to improve things, but we don't want to shoot ourselves in the foot either. So we want to move towards a change, but we don't want to make people suffer at the same time. There's over 5,000 workers in Quebec working for the CRA. So they help Quebecers and people from other provinces fill out their tax returns, and they also do other tax-related tasks. So the NDP resolution was very clear. We support the idea of having a single tax return, but it has to be done in a way that respects the workers in Quebec, and we want to make sure that they can keep those very good jobs. These are people who work in the regions, primarily in Mauricie. My colleague from Trois-Rivières, of course, is very aware of the situation. And there are also workers from Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean. So what did we do? We adopted the resolution, and then we got to work. In this context, it meant meeting with the workers who are there every day, every year, so that we could say to them, okay, is it possible to find a plan so that people can be maybe reassigned to other tasks, given additional duties, different duties? And when you look at the details, it's actually a lot more complicated than it looks for a whole series of reasons. There are a lot of student workers, a lot of seasonal workers, a lot of people who file tax returns but can't necessarily be reassigned to more detailed tasks, like dealing with tax evasion, for example. And look, we do want to crack down on tax evasion, of course. This is a big thing for the NDP. But you can't simply take someone who does job X and put them into job Y. That would just be too easy. So when I hear the leader of the Conservative Party saying, look, it's simple, people who are doing tax returns today can deal with tax evasion tomorrow, well, to me, that's the proof that they haven't done their homework. They haven't talked to the people on the ground. They haven't figured out what would actually be feasible in reality. You know, earlier I talked about improvisation, but really here we're talking about amateurs. When the member from Chicoutimi this morning, the Conservative member, made a speech about how to ensure that there wouldn't be any job losses and what those people can be doing, you know, he said, oh, those are just details. Those are details. But we're talking about the lives of over 5,000 people, people who have good jobs that they depend on. There's a whole economy, context associated with that. These people, you know, having good jobs means that they can give money to local businesses and restaurants and so on. So we need to do this job in a professional manner, and that's what we tried to do at the NDP. We had a number of meetings. We proceeded in a reasonable and diligent manner, which is what you need to do when you really respect workers. So that's what we did from the very beginning. So the principle is a good one. It's even a very attractive, simple to understand concept, but it would have impacts on the regions, on families, on economies. And when people say, oh, you know, you at the NDP, you don't listen to Quebec. Well, 5,500 workers, 5,500 Quebecers, that matters. We sat down with them and we listened to their concerns. Now, the FTQ is part of Quebec in my definition. That's a lot of people. That's civil society. These are people that we talk to, that we sit down with to find practical solutions. That's what we did, and unfortunately, some political parties, like the Conservatives, didn't do that. Now, they are really not willing to stick their necks out on this, and I'll demonstrate that by saying what happened this morning. The member for Sherbrooke said, you know, this Conservative motion has some interesting things in it, but there's a big piece missing. And the piece that's missing is the second aspect that I talked about when I was talking about our resolution earlier. In other words, ensuring that people won't lose their jobs in the regions. The member from Sherbrooke presented an amendment, a very simple one, that said this must be done without losing any public jobs. Now, shockingly, this was rejected by the Conservative Party. They said no. It's true, they really did. Although in all of their jobs and statements today, they said no job losses, no job losses. But then when it actually came down to putting it in writing in the motion, they said, well, no. You know, it's details, we'll work it out later. So I think that we can't trust a party that slashed public service jobs, that attacked social programs for 10 years under the Harper government, and is now saying, don't worry, just trust us, we'll sort out the details later. Well, it doesn't work like that. If you want to have a plan to have a single tax return one day, but there's no plan, you know, it doesn't work. We would be open to it if you could keep the jobs. Now, there are a number of countries in the world where tax returns are actually filled out in advance, and citizens have to check to make sure that the information matches their records. Because for many citizens, if they have a regular salary, 9-to-5 work, it's very simple to fill out a tax return. So there are a number of OECD countries that work in that way. And that could be a solution, a possible path that we could consider in order to simplify things for Quebecers. But for the moment, that's not what we're dealing with. And I think it's unfortunate that today there are political parties who, what's the expression I'm looking for, who get carried away, who are going off on a rhetorical tangent without actually seeing what the reality is on the ground. So, yes, it would be a good idea to invest more energy into fighting tax evasion and aggressive tax avoidance. But first, the Liberal government needs to be serious about it. They need to invest the necessary resources. Now, there aren't any millionaires in prison for hiding millions in the Cayman Islands or in Barbados. So the Liberals aren't credible. They're signing new agreements with tax havens. If they really want to tackle tax havens, we will support them, but for the moment they haven't done that. And the Conservatives certainly didn't do that for 10 years. So they don't have any credibility on that, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Lac Saint-Louis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, it doesn't happen often, but I agree with the member across the way. It's easy to say, you know, we're just going to merge these organizations or these systems, and it'll be easy as pie. But of course, that's not the reality. And the Conservatives' plan seems to have been thrown together on the back of a napkin in the lobby, so that they could try to attract a few more votes in Quebec. Now, it's very difficult to merge the two, any two things, whether we're talking about the private sector or whether we're talking about the public sector. Often it's more difficult in the public sector because you have to try to find an agreement about which system takes precedence over the other. And there will always be some group that isn't satisfied with the result. So you need to find some administrative loophole or path that will allow you to do that. And when you're talking about tax returns, you can't have something that isn't really up to the standard because it just creates chaos in the economy. So I agree with the member, but I guess my question is simple. We already have a lot of access to software programs where you can just plug in your information and it prints out 2 tax returns and you send one to the province and one to the federal government. So what would we gain from this plan? I don't understand. The Honourable Member. Well, I thank my colleague, and it reminds me of some of our work together on electoral reform back in the day, but that's a whole other subject. So I think that you know, this does show that we had a very prudent approach at the NDP. We talked to families, and I do like the specific point that he brought up, because indeed there are a number of software programs that are very widespread and accessible, and as soon as you plug things into your computer, you just do it once, and then you send 2 copies to the different governments. This is what a lot of people already do. Now, I know that there are people who come into my office, and if they're low income, I will help them with their tax return in my riding office, and that's the method that we use to help them. If they have literacy problems, for example, and they need some help with their tax return. So I think that is a very good example of the way in which technology can be used easily to solve that problem. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech and for reminding everyone of the NDP's very responsible approach to this issue. The Conservatives are just jumping on any opportunity to cut jobs in the public service, and the Liberals are slamming the door on any possibility of sitting down and working with the people involved to find solutions. So I think the NDP has the most responsible approach here. I'd like to get his opinion on the fact that 5,500 jobs really is a lot. It means there would be a lot of economic consequences. Our jobs are with the families in Oshawa who were affected recently by job cuts there. There are 2,600 jobs that are about to vanish in that community. So could my colleague just put that in context and talk a little bit about what 5,500 jobs really represent, because that's more than double the jobs that were lost in Oshawa. What does that mean for communities like Shawinigan and Jonquière, where they really depend on these jobs? Now, everybody agrees that what happened in Oshawa was bad news, but would they also agree that this is bad news if the Conservatives were to apply their austerity 2.0 plan and cut these jobs? The Honourable Member. I want to thank my colleague for his excellent question. Now, the basis of the NDP really is workers. It's labor. We're the party of labor, and we're also the party of public services. We always want to make sure that we respect these people and give them the best jobs possible, rather than having them lose their jobs. We don't want them to lose their job. That's the most important thing. And that's why we work for auto workers. That's why we fight for the workers in the Davies shipyard. That's why we rise in this House to support aluminum and forestry workers. That's why we're in politics, Mr. Speaker. And that's why we have colleagues who bring forward bills to protect people's pensions so that they don't lose their pensions like the workers at Sears did. And we're proud to do that work. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, as the member for Jonquière, it's a place that's been mentioned many times in this House today. I do have a direct relationship to that tax centre, and since 1983, since the tax centre opened, we've had over 1,000 workers employed there, or rather there are currently 1,000 people employed there, full and part-time, and those people are often the breadwinners for their families. I'd like to thank all of my colleagues from the NDP Quebec caucus, with whom I worked very well in finding solutions, because of course we discussed a resolution in our last convention concerning whether having a single tax return form in Quebec would make sense. And of course our goal was not to have any job losses. The idea of having a single tax return is a noble one. In the other provinces, there is a single tax return form, but we really had a hard time trying to figure out what would happen if we only had that one tax return in Quebec, because there are 5,500 workers in Jonquière and in Shawinigan, and also in the subcenter in Chicoutimi. So that's a significant number of jobs. And I think we are the only ones here in the NDP who really cared this deeply about the workers and their future. It's all well and good to make proposals. You know, we are people who are supposed to express our opinions in this House, and that can be a good thing. But sometimes when you really sit down and do your research and meet with people, like people at the tax center, I went to these tax centers several times. I mean, when you do that, you really see how important the work is. And it's important to thoroughly understand what these people do day in and day out. That's why we at the NDP wanted to review everything and make sure that we were putting workers first. Because when you move forward with this proposal, you come up against a wall. What happens to those jobs? I said there are over 1,000 men and women working in Jonquière in the tax center. There are men and women who support their families with these jobs. And they also drive the economy. In Jonquière, we're talking around $40 million in salary in the region. And that's really significant for a region like mine. We're always looking for ways to improve the economy, to get high-quality jobs that will really help people. You know, we have housing problems in my riding. A lot of people can't even find a place to live. Well, the way you solve those problems is by having high-quality jobs. And having these high-quality public service jobs in Jonquière and in Shawinigan means that our families will have a higher standard of living. Now, throughout the day today, I've had the opportunity to follow some of the debates and to listen to some of the speeches, particularly from the Conservatives. And some of them don't seem to care about the people, the individual people who are working hard every day, conducting audits and so on. Sure, a lot of people don't like audits. You know, people pay their taxes, but then when you see the quality of the services that are provided, particularly in Quebec, you can see that that's what helps build a great country and a beautiful country, a beautiful province like the province of Quebec. Now, I said I had some concerns, and I'm concerned that some people in this House aren't concerned about the workers. I've listened to these Conservative speeches all day. You know, I met a father last weekend. He's got 4 children, and he told me that he was really concerned. He was living in uncertainty because he knew that the elections were coming, but he didn't know if the politicians really cared about him. He said, I've got 4 children. I've been working at this tax center in Jonquière for 15 years, and I don't know if I'm going to have a job next year or the year after. I don't know what's going to happen to me. So, the sort of negative aura in the House today is not helping us work together, and it creates a lot of uncertainty. I think that as parliamentarians, it's our responsibility to care about those people. We've had a number of debates in the House. You know, earlier we were talking about the workers, the GM workers in Oshawa, those high-quality jobs that were lost. Well, the same goes for the workers in Quebec. And I'm particularly concerned for my riding of Jonquière. I talked earlier about the father that I met, that I talked to. He was concerned. And there are hundreds of people living with that uncertainty. I hope that people will hear reason and that the Conservatives and the Bloc Québécois will do the same work that we did. It's easy to pick a sentence and repeat it 10 or 20 times to say, no job losses, no job losses. But when you can't even agree to have it written down as an amendment on paper, because my colleague from Sherbrooke proposed that amendment this morning, if you can't say that you're going to protect the workers, that there won't be any public service job losses, when you can't even write that on paper, well, it just doesn't work. So at a certain point, you need to walk the talk. That's important, Mr. Speaker. Now, I wouldn't be afraid to sign a document if I had the courage of my convictions. I would sign it. I would put it on paper. But this is a very clear example that the Conservatives have rejected our amendment protecting jobs for workers. And that includes people from Jonquière, from the tax center. So clearly, this isn't working.
Et ça, je le répète, en tant que parlementaire, de veiller. C'est vrai que peut-être notre fiscalité, moi, je crois qu'on devrait la revoir. On devrait améliorer les façons de faire. Il y a beaucoup, là, au niveau des PME. On a beaucoup de choses à améliorer. On a un monde encore à construire. On a un avenir à avoir.
Je m'excuse de l'interrompre, mais on a un problème.
We have a whole world to build. Are you getting the interpretation? Can you hear me in both official languages?
Oui. Est-ce que vous m'entendez en anglais?
Can you hear me in English?
Do you hear me in English? I can. You can? Okay. When I spoke in French, does everyone hear me in English? Ça se fait? Okay, la traduction.
All right. Please continue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, I will repeat, the Conservatives have to understand the importance of caring about workers, and not simply to express it through words, but to express it through action. What's important is to work together and to be able to communicate with the province of Quebec to see where we might improve things and where there are opportunities for improvement. But as the member for Jonquière, I will always stand in this House and in my riding to defend the interests of workers and especially to make sure that their jobs are protected. And I hope everyone in this House will listen to reason, be it Conservatives or the Bloc Québécois, will listen to reason to make sure there isn't a job loss and that we're able to work to find a solution. This is not partisanship. This isn't where we're going into an election campaign where we're talking about things that we can't do. We want to have a budget. Now, you know, there are these like 1,600 jobs. I hope they don't think they're going to balance the budget on the backs of these workers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I've been, listening to a great deal of the debate today, and it is, in fact, a very emotional debate often in regards to this particular issue. I think one of the underlying themes that I want to emphasize is, in fact, something that the members made reference to, and that is the workers. It's recognized that Canada Revenue Agency actually employs literally thousands of people in the province of Quebec. And it goes far even beyond the province of Quebec. And these are professional civil servants that have really done an outstanding job in terms of providing first quality service standards and so forth to all regions of the country, but in particular in the province of Quebec. That's what we're talking about today, and the actual impact. And that's my question. Does the member believe, as I do, that the Conservative Party has really underestimated the importance of those CRA jobs and the quality of work that they actually perform for people of Quebec and, in fact, all Canadians, either directly or indirectly?
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, There have been several debates in this House that we have participated in. But I'd like to talk about what's been said, how these things might be taken lightly, job losses might be taken lightly, but quite the contrary. We have to be very responsible here. We have to go about things in such a way that as parliamentarians, we don't just come up with proposals. We have to go and talk to people on the ground in these tax centers, in Shawinigan, for example, and look at the work that's done there and see if it's possible to do more. They talk about things going to tax havens. I think that we could come up with programs to find these tax cheats. This would be something that would necessitate training. People would have to learn how to process the data on individuals or on businesses. There would be different skills required, so there would be different kinds of training that would be necessary. I think in Quebec, there are ways we can improve things. There are a lot of people we meet with in our riding offices because they complain about services that have been cut. So I think there's a way of improving things, but we have to think about all these jobs before saying just any old thing. Questions and comments?
About a minute question and a minute answer, and we'll be right on.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I not always agree with my friend from Winnipeg, but I do today. I think the tone in which the honourable member from Jonquière has defended her community, has defended the jobs in her community, has been constructive in her suggestions is really admirable. She's fighting for jobs in her community the same way the member for Oshawa fought for jobs in his, except this time the shoe seems to be on the other foot. So I'd like to ask through you, Mr. Speaker, to my honourable colleague exactly why she thinks the Bloc and the Conservatives are doing this today.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Very simply, these people didn't do their work. Now, they had a problem in terms of communication with Quebec, with the National Assembly. But also, they've taken a step back because we're responsible as federal parliamentarians to do our duty. Now, whether it's the Bloc Québécois or the Conservatives who are putting these ideas forward, they refuse the amendment put forward by my colleague, the member for Sherbrooke. He wanted an amendment to make sure that there were no job losses. It was rejected. We got a clear no. So we can see that they don't really follow up on what they say. They don't walk the talk. When proposals are put forward, and I find it really sad, even catastrophic, that there are two parties in this House of Commons that are creating all kinds of worry. And when I think about my riding of Jonquière, they're afraid of the tax centre closure. But I will do everything I can to defend them and their jobs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's with great pleasure that I speak now at the end of the debate to conclude. This has been a very animated debate, and I think, Mr. Speaker, we can really see who's scaring whom in this House. The question before us is whether Quebecers will have two tax returns or not. Now, the government thinks one thing, but we're basing what we're saying on common sense. The Quebecers have to fill out two tax returns, whereas others only have to fill out one. This can be done without job loss. I repeat, without job loss. It would be the first time that they'd have an agreement of this type. There are other agreements of this type. For example, the GST collects the GST and delivers it to the federal government, and they don't lose a cent in the transaction. All Canadians, including Quebecers, should have one single tax return with no job loss. Mr. Speaker, how is it that Quebecers are the only people in the country who have to fill out two returns? This happened on January 24th, when, in 1954, when Maurice Duplessis, who was Premier, said he wanted a tax return for the province of Quebec. People will ask, why did he do this? Well, he did this because during the war, and it was wartime, so there were emergency measures, and the government had arrogated the right to undertake certain tax measures after the war. And this was under the Right Honourable Louis Saint-Laurent, who was Prime Minister. The Right Honourable Louis Saint-Laurent recognized Quebec's right and authority to create its own tax return. And according to historians, in the 60s, this allowed Jean Lesage's government to bring in new measures, some of which led to the Quiet Revolution. Over the years, Mr. Speaker, this question has resurfaced either provincially or federally. The question of whether or not it was a good idea for Quebecers to have two returns to fill out, that it might be better to have one return. And on several occasions, Mr. Speaker, there was a Federalist Party, a party that wanted Quebec to remain within Confederation. It was Action Démocratique du Québec. That was the party, and they have wanted this from time to time, but they needed to do it in a realistic way. But it took two to tango. You needed a Quebec government that wanted it and a federal government that wanted it. So if one side doesn't want it, you can't really dance. But, Mr. Speaker, for a year now, the debate is on again. And Conservatives, in a debate and in a meeting with our leader, who was our brand new leader, the leader of the official opposition, had a talk with us, and he said he knew that Quebecers were the only Canadians to have to fill out two tax returns. He said, can we change this? And that's when we did our homework. The Quebec's Conservative MPs talked to people to see if there was an appetite for this and if it was possible. And so we initiated consultations and discussions. There were talks in the party, talks across Quebec, with, as a result, for the first stage, because this wasn't something you could do overnight, we got through the first stage on May 12th, 2018, and our party, which had met the provincial wing, had met in Saint-Hyacinthe. Some will remember that the former leader of the Bloc Québécois came to sit with us. A member of another party joined us. Mr. Speaker, it was at that moment, and I don't want to, blow the trumpet too loud for our party, but it was the member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Yes, it was me. And there was also Mr. Plamondon, who put this issue on the table. It was adopted by a very large majority in our provincial wing. And I'd like to salute Mr. Charles Plamondon, who has served as the president of our riding wing. And I'd like to salute all those who work to benefit and to promote our political process. There are people who are moved to act by their conviction that politics is important, and nobody more so than Mr. Plamondon, who is president of our riding association. And I salute him and thank him. So on May 12th, the Conservative Party took a decision. Its provincial wing took a decision for a single tax return. And then, a few days later, the National Assembly of Quebec voted on a motion. And we've heard that, well, maybe the National Assembly wanted this or wanted that. That's crazy. The chronology is that we decided on this. We said this very clearly because we want to govern Canada in 9 months, Canadians willing, but we know we have a very serious challenger, although we hope that we will get the support of Canadians. But we are a great national party. We were taking a concrete decision. The National Assembly looked at it, and all members of the National Assembly stood and supported this motion, whether it be people at the extreme left like Québec Solidaire or sovereigntists like the PQ, whether it was people who were with the CAQ or great federalists like the provincial Liberals. Each and every one agreed. And I'll get back to that later, Mr. Speaker, because as was said earlier, throughout the day there are things that have been said here which really are beyond understanding. But I'll get back to this. So, the leader began the discussion among Conservatives. The provincial wing adopted the motion, and all political parties in the Quebec legislature agreed. And a few weeks later, the day after the Saint-Jean-Baptiste, our Quebec's National Day, the Conservative leader announced that a government led by him would work for a single tax return for Quebecers, as was the case for all Canadians. So our position was clear. It was approved. But we're hearing from the other side the same kind of stupidity that we heard during question period. We, last week, with our colleague from Calgary, put a question on this issue. And I can... And you, Mr. Speaker, you should have seen the Liberal colleague saying he's asking a question in English. What's going on? But we in the Conservative Party, be it in English or French in the West or East, in Quebec and Ontario or in the far North, we always say the same thing in both official languages.
So, yes, the Conservative Party agrees with what was voted on at a convention. Yes, Mr. Speaker, we worked diligently, seriously, on this realistic and responsible motion for Quebecers. So, what are our objectives? Well, Mr. Speaker, our first concern is the taxpayer. Our main objective is to look at how to help the 8 million Quebecers. Now, of course, all of them don't fill out a tax return, but how do we help Quebecers by simplifying the situation? So it's simplifying life for them, and it's all about the taxpayers. This is an administrative agreement, like there are so many others at various levels of government, between the federal government and all of the provinces, because that's an important fact. We need to mention it. Others are saying, well, they want to please Quebec and take specific action. No, Quebec is the only province that has this problem. Quebec is the only province where people are required to fill out 2 tax returns. It's to simplify things for Quebecers. That's our objective, Mr. Speaker. And when I talk about Quebecers, I'm talking about all people working in Quebec, even people working in the federal public service, people who are working for the CRA as well in the province. So it's an administrative agreement it's unique. And Mr. Speaker, we are not doing anything to diminish the sovereignty of the federal parliament, which adopts all fiscal measures, all regulations, all acts, all measures, all lines, all of those aspects that need to be filled out. All of that is under the purview of this Parliament. Quebec has nothing to do with taxation federally and vice versa. We are honoring the jurisdictions, respecting the jurisdictions, and is what we want to do. That's what we've always done. So all of these measures are voted on in Ottawa. Now, there could be some legitimate concerns by some people saying, well, look, what are you doing? You're giving that taxation right to the province? No, the taxation power remains a federal jurisdiction, but the application of it, that is done at the provincial level. Now, Mr. Speaker, this has existed since 2011 for the GST. And that's not a minor situation. We're talking about billions of dollars a year in and year out, move between Quebec and Ottawa. Quebec collects the GST on behalf of Ottawa and remits it to Ottawa. It's already done, and it's done well. It's more effective that way. And it facilitates matters for all. And that's a good thing, Mr. Speaker. It's working well. And the best way of acknowledging that is that nobody notices and nobody complains about it. Now, bear in mind that this agreement was reached in 2011 under the previous Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Stephen Harper, and the Premier of Quebec. And Mr. Charest was a Premier of Quebec. He reached an agreement, this collaboration agreement on the GST. And as you will also recall, Mr. Charest sat here as a federal member of parliament in. Now, that went well. There was a sovereigntist government under Pauline Marois. It worked well then. A Canadian Federalist Liberal government under Liberal Mr. Couillard. It worked well dealing with... now we've got the CAQ government under Mr. Legault, and things are all working well. So what I'm trying to illustrate with these examples, Mr. Speaker, is this isn't a political issue. It's an administrative agreement, as there are many others between the federal government and all of the provinces. And it's on that basis that we want to use the same principle for a single tax return. So I'd like to reiterate that under Pauline Marois, a minority government, she was a sovereigntist government, things went well. So people saying, oh, the Quebec government will get angry and mad and won't send the money and won't remit the taxes. No, it will work well with a single tax return. And, Mr. Speaker, a cardinal point, and I kept it for the last because it's something that's at the heart of this debate here today, something we've heard since the beginning of the day. The jobs will not be jeopardized. They will be maintained. On January 22nd, the leader of the official opposition, Mr. Speaker, went to Montreal and made an announcement, among other things, about tax measures to ensure people can return to the workforce without being penalized. We announced that we would directly attack the issue of effluent being put into the rivers, among other things. As I said, our government began preparing our plan on the environment. And at any rate, there was a statement from the leader of the opposition, and I quote, "It is not a question or a matter of eliminating jobs. We will deal with these fiscal measures. It will be better for taxpayers. We need officials to ensure that federal legislation is well enforced, and we can use people more effectively who are working for the federal government." Those are the words, the clear comments, the clear and precise comments made by the leader of the official opposition. There will not be job losses. Now, we've had the fear-mongering. We've heard them say they're jeopardizing these jobs. It'll affect the families, and their heart is not in the right place. That is false. It's not true. Those are falsehoods. We will not abolish jobs or cut jobs. Is that clear? There will be no job losses. If you work for the CRA, look at me, be it in Shawinigan or somewhere else, you will not be losing your jobs. People who are saying the opposite are not telling the truth. Now, Mr. Speaker, I hope these comments will be reported, because I see my eminent colleague, the member for Shawinigan, from the region of Shawinigan, who, in a diatribe for over 10 minutes, forgot that detail. And he forgot to mention that the Conservative leader said there would be no jobs. Now, among the other things that bothered me over the course of the day was when the member for Mount Royal stood up and made a link between the single tax return and the separate threat of separation. Those are the exact words he used, the exact words. And the last time the Conservatives did something, we ended up with the Bloc Québécois. Mr. Speaker, do I have to remind the member for Mount Royal that it was under his party the country has almost broken down twice? We had the rise of the separatists under him, and we had two referendums, and the one in '95 that almost failed. The Bloc Québécois was born following the death of the Meech Lake Agreement, and who didn't agree with it? The Federal Liberal Party, Mr. Speaker. More specifically, Jean Chrétien, who did his utmost to thwart it. It's unfortunate, and he was very proud, and he was hugging his friend Clyde Wells. That was the Liberal Party at the time, but the Liberal member for Mount Royal didn't talk about that. And what's worse, Madam Speaker, is that what we understand under his, based on what he said, is that people who support a single tax return are separatists. So is he going to say that Philippe Couillard is a separatist? Pierre Arcan is a separatist? Christine St-Pierre, David Birnbaum, I worked with him as well, that they're separatists? André Fortin, people who see him as a leader of the Liberal Party, that the Honourable Jeff Kelly is a separatist? Catherine Whale? Madam Speaker, it's unfortunate to see a lawyer I respect make comments like that. The people of Quebec are fed up with this fear-mongering, completely fed up. And there is no link between the separatists and the single tax return. And anyone who maintains that is wrong. And this isn't the first time that we've seen this fear-mongering. I talked about a chronology. We adopted on May 12th a motion, and that was when the Chicoutimi by-election was underway. It's the opposite side of the river from Jonquière. And what's in Jonquière? Their National Revenue Agency. So, Madam Speaker, that's where it's located. People opposite were attacking us, the NDP as well. And need I remind them that at the time they agreed with it, they said the opposite. And so it's fear-mongering, and that's what we've heard day in and day out. They repeated it for weeks, in fact, in Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. But, Madam Speaker, these fear-mongers, I misspoke. There's another debate on that. But at any rate, they wanted to make people in Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord afraid. They are people who believe their members, and they agree with the member for Regina Fort Qu'Appelle when he says there won't be jobs lost there. And, Madam Speaker, allow me to wrap up my remarks with a quote by the former Minister of Finance from Quebec, a Liberal, a convinced Federalist. He said he was extremely disappointed with the Prime Minister of Canada's position, because this is something that is in the interest of all Quebecers. The member's time is up. I'm sure that what he didn't have time to say in the final seconds of his remark are comments that he could bring out during questions and comments. We've got a bit of time for that. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Lac Saint-Louis. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member for Charlevoix? Louis Saint-Laurent. I apologize. Well, we know each other well. We sat on committee together, but he seems to forget why there are two tax forms in the province. And it's because at one point, Quebec, as a distinct society, wanted to control its development and wanted to have leeway for tax credits and fiscal measures to enable it to achieve measures that are specific to Quebec. It didn't happen because we wanted to simply make life difficult for Quebecers. Not at all. There was a reason behind it, behind the Quebec tax form. Now, why is this an approach to want to remove that flexibility and to adapt Quebec's system to the rest of Canada's? Why are they trying to take this flexibility or leeway away from the province of Quebec? I'm sure that the honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent can answer the question and doesn't need any other additional assistance from his colleagues. The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Well, I'd like to thank the member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier, who made an exceptional speech today. And after 3 years in the House, we can tell that he's a seasoned member. What an excellent speech. Now, for the member opposite, for whom I have a great deal of respect, well, that's the problem, Madam Speaker. The Liberals think that we just want to throw everything out. No, what we want to do is facilitate things for the people of Quebec. The Quebec can adopt the legislation, any of the legislation it wants. Ottawa adopts legislation. There isn't any interference there. The current Minister of Finance for Quebec, and he knows the member opposite well because he ran against him in the last election. He will say that this isn't a political issue. There are administrative obstacles, but nothing is insurmountable. That is the position in Quebec. It being 5:32, it is my duty to interrupt the fourth one. All questions for the disposal of the business of supply. The question is as follows. Mr. Reyes, seconded by Mr. Kelly, moves that A, given the House has great respect for provincial jurisdiction and a trust in provincial institutions,
B, the people of Quebec are burdened with completing and submitting 2 tax returns on federal and 1 provincial, and C, the House believes in cutting red tape and reducing unnecessary paperwork to improve the everyday lives of families. Therefore, the House calls on the government to work with the government of Quebec to implement a single tax return in Quebec, as adopted unanimously in the motion of the National Assembly of Quebec on May 15, 2018.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my view, the nays have it.
Call in the members. Okay. The Honourable Official Opposition Whip.
I ask that the vote be deferred until tomorrow, Wednesday, February 6, 2019, at the end of the time provided for government orders.
Accordingly, the recorded division stands deferred until Wednesday, February 6th at the ordinary hour, February 6th at the expiry of the time provided for government orders. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader has a point of order.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I suspect if you were to canvass the House, you'd find unanimous consent to see the clock, 10 minutes from now, so that we could begin private members' hour. So I guess that would be
6:45.
5:45.
Does the Honourable member have unanimous consent to see the clock at 6:45? 5:45. I'm sorry. 5:45. 5:47. To be exact, at 5:47. Yes? Agreed? It's agreed. Accordingly, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Members' business, consideration at second reading of Bill C-266, Respecting Families of Murdered and Brutalized Persons Act, standing in the name of Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan, seconded by Mr. Cooper, moves that Bill 266, an act to amend the Criminal Code, increasing parole ineligibility, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Debate. The Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it is indeed a pleasure for me to be able to rise to speak to my bill, C-266, the Respecting Families of Murdered and Brutalized Persons Act. And this bill will amend Section 745 of the Criminal Code. Now, this bill has been before the House before, and to quote one of my speeches previously in the House, I said back in 2014, in this bill, I want to empower our courts with the ability to increase parole and eligibility when sentencing individuals who have abducted, sexually assaulted, and killed our innocent and most vulnerable from the current 25 years up to a maximum of 40 years. Now, this bill isn't about creating stiffer penalties for sadistic murderers. These depraved convicts don't qualify for parole. My bill is about saving the families of the victims from having to go through the agony of attending unnecessary and traumatic parole hearings. So let's be perfectly clear, Madam Speaker. Bill C-266 is not about mandatory minimum sentencing. This bill is in compliance with Section 12 of the Charter of Rights. Now, based on, and the way it is that this is based on the discretion of the presiding judge through a recommendation to the jury. A judge can set parole ineligibility of anywhere between 25 and 40 years. It's not prescribed where they fall in there. They have the discretionary power of being anywhere from 25 years of parole ineligibility to 40 years. Now, this was modeled after a previous bill brought forward in previous Parliament, Bill C-48, Protecting Canadians by Ending Sentence Discounts for Multiple Murders Act, which we are seeing in use today with the MacArthur trial as well as the murder that did the mosque massacre in Quebec. Now, that piece of legislation affords judges the opportunity to make the parole and eligibility periods for multiple murders consecutive rather than concurrent. And most of those convicted of these multiple murders or these heinous crimes of abducting, sexually assaulting, and murdering our loved ones never get parole. So why do we continue to put families through these unnecessary parole board hearings? There is absolutely no need to re-victimize those families. Now, as I mentioned, Madam Speaker, I brought this forward in previous Parliament. It was introduced back in February 27th, 2013 as Bill 478. I made it as far as report stage, or up to committee stage, I should say, when I was appointed as parliamentary secretary, so I had to withdraw the bill. And then Colin Mays, our former colleague from BC, then picked it up as Bill C-587, and it made it through committee and came back to the House's report stage and third reading on June 2nd, 2015, but of course, I never made it to that final vote before the House recessed and the election took place. Now, as I said, this amends Section 745 of the Criminal Code, and by increasing parole ineligibility from 25 years to 40 years, you actually save families from having to go through the process of attending unnecessary parole board hearings and making victim impact statements, which are traumatic to say the least and heart-wrenching for those families, by 8 times. You will eliminate 8 unnecessary parole board hearings that they would have to attend, because these sadistic murderers often apply for parole every 2 years starting at year 23 for the sole purpose of toying with the families, of re-victimizing them and reliving the gruesome killings that they have committed. Now, so it's going to change a number of different sections under Section 745. Now, it is based upon recommendation by the jury. We are expecting, in the bill, it says that a judge must ask the jury at time of sentencing. He has to say if they wish to make any recommendation with respect to the number of years that the accused must serve before the accused is eligible for release of parole. So when the jury is passing judgment, they can also recommend what the parole and eligibility can be. And the judge has discretion on whether he accepts that or not, and he may or she may, on their own accord, set it at a level that they find appropriate. Because all judges on the board, when determining parole and eligibility, must have regard to the character of the offender, the nature of the offenses, and the circumstances surrounding their commission. Now, over the years, I've had the pleasure of working with a number of people on this legislation, along with Colin Mays, the former member of Parliament from BC. So over in the other place, Senator Boisvenu was a big help on this back over the years. He founded an organization called Murdered or Missing Persons Families Association. This is something that he's incredibly passionate about. Sharon Rosenfeld, her son Darren, was murdered by Clifford Olson, the notorious Clifford Olson, and her organization, Victims of Violence. Susan Ashley, the sister to Linda Bright, whose sister was killed by Donald Armstrong. Terry Praiello, her sister Darlene, also called Dolly, was murdered by David James Dobson. And also the organization Canadian Parents of Murdered Children has provided input over the years. And this goes back some time. I got interested in doing something for families back at the end of 2009, 2010. If you remember the terrible abduction, rape, and murder of Tori Stafford. And Terry Lynn McClintock, of course, got arrested and prosecuted in 2010, and Michael Rafferty in 2012. And during that time, while my heart was breaking listening to the Tori Stafford story, Clifford Olson was dying in prison from cancer, and Sharon Rosenfeld was on the radio talking about how this killer had impacted their family over the years, where he would send letters to them describing how he murdered their son, Darren. And because of that type of sadistic behavior of tormenting these families and using parole board hearings to feed their own sick appetite, it became apparent to me that we needed to do something for families. And I knew full well that with the murderers of Tori Stafford, that Michael Rafferty and Terry Lynn McClintock will be applying for parole board hearings at year 25, or year 23 after that murder of 2009. And so that, I think, for all Canadians would be considered unacceptable, that families would have to go through this ongoing saga of parole board hearing after parole board hearing after parole board hearing. Now, we need to make sure that this is legislation, Madam Speaker, that is targeted at the most depraved of our society, the sadistic murderers who go out there and often prey on children and those that are the most vulnerable, that they abduct these individuals, that they sexually assault them on numerous occasions, and then finally murder them, and often in very gruesome manner. So we're talking about people like Robert Pickton, Russell Williams, Michael Rafferty, as I already said, Clifford Olson, Paul Bernardo, David James Dobson, Donald Armstrong, Luca Magnotta, and we're watching the MacArthur case unfold right now in Toronto. And so this would apply to those individuals, especially those in particular that aren't going to be getting consecutive life sentences, that they would be eligible up to, or they could have a 40-year sentence applied upon them before they can apply for parole and eligibility. I think it's important that we talk about some of these families, like Linda Bright, who was just 16 when she was abducted by Donald Armstrong in Kingston back in 1978. And he has applied for parole board hearings numerous times over that time frame. And I can tell you, I've been talking to Susan Ashley, Linda's sister, and she has said about the parole board hearings in the past, she says, "My heart breaks having to live through this again. My heart breaks having to watch my mom and dad drag up their thoughts and pain from that deep place inside them where they tuck away their hurt." Now, Linda's mother, Margaret, has said as well when she did her victim's impact statement. This is not fair. We should not have to relive our tragedy. When I remember my daughter, let me remember her as a little girl. Don't make me think about that other awful time in 1978. Let me tell you, this has been the most difficult thing I've had to do in the last 20 years. Gary Rosenfeld, who was Darren Johnson Rood's father, he was married to, or he's now passed away, but his wife is Sharon Rosenfeld. And he said, after going through a number of parole board hearings in 2006, 2010, and even back in 1997 when there was still the faint hope clause, and he said publicly, what's really horrendous about this is only the beginning. We're going to have to do this every 2 years as long as Olson lives. And this is a very, very painful experience for myself and my family. It should be noted that Clifford Olson died in prison, never got parole. These individuals don't get parole. And Darlene Prioriello, and she was abducted, raped, mutilated, and murdered by David James Dobson in 1982. He's at the Bath Institute, and Terry has said we're having to go through these painful experiences at these repetitive and unnecessary parole board hearings. Says families have already been victimized once. They shouldn't have to be victimized every 2 years. Having to face a loved one's killer and to read what he did to her and how her death has affected our lives is something nobody should ever have to do once, never mind twice. And unfortunately, that goes on. Now, I can tell you that we've had the Library of Parliament research how these murderers have been treated in prison and whether or not they've ever received parole. And the best that we can find is that some of them have been given day parole or temporary leave, but never, ever released back into the public on full parole. They are serving life sentences, and they will continue to do that. So a lot of people wonder how I came up with the 15 extra years, 25 plus 15, while murder is 25 years without parole. Abduction is a maximum of 10 years without parole, and sexual assault is a maximum of 4.6 years without parole. Add them together and you get 40 years. So let's be clear that I'm not saying that we are setting mandatory minimums and taking it up to 40 years. It's anywhere in between that the judge and the jury decide where that parole and eligibility should be set, Madam Speaker. So it could be 25 years, it could be 30 years, it could be 35 years, it could be 40 years. That's up to judge and jury to make those decisions. And by respecting the independence of the court, we are in compliance with Chapter 12 of the Charter. And we've seen this type of approach being taken in previous legislation, and this judicial discretion is incredibly important because the judge will take that recommendation along with the regard that he has to have for the character of the offender, the nature of the offenses, and the circumstances surrounding their commission. And if the jury chooses, they can provide input as well. So as we wrap up the discussion, and I'm looking forward to hearing the position of the government on this. I'm looking forward to seeing what the NDP are, but I am appealing to all members of the House to support this. And it should be noted that in the previous Parliament, that all Liberals voted yes at second reading for this legislation. And many of them sit on the benches today that are still here. And I want to make sure people understand that these depraved murders, these brutal and sadistic members of society are never released back into society. And if they're not going to be released, and if the Parole Board of Canada continues to hold them in institutions, knowing that they are dangerous offenders and potentially could reoffend again because so often they are psychopaths, Madam Speaker, then let's ensure that we aren't re-victimizing those families by having to go to all these unnecessary parole board hearings, having to relive the murder and the brutal details of how their loved ones were killed. all to the self-gratification of those incarcerated psychopaths. Madam Speaker, I ask that everyone support us, support this legislation. Let's get it to committee. Let's hear from the victims' organizations, the families that have been impacted, and the families that are calling upon this. Let's give them some peace. Let's respect their wishes and respect their lives so they do not have to go on and on living this nightmare. As Yvonne Harvey of Canadian Parents of Murdered Children said, although I've not personally faced the ordeal of a parole hearing, I have spoken to many individuals who have. I'm certain that the primary intent of this bill, to spare the families of victims from having to attend unnecessary parole hearings, would be most welcome. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Victoria.
I appreciate the work of my friend from Selkirk Interlake Eastman for bringing forward this initiative. He indicated in his remarks that he did not think that this bill transgressed the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, the point about presumed cruel and unusual punishment. He said that because he claims there's this discretion available to judges on sentencing or juries between 25 and 40 years in his scheme. My question is, does he have a formal legal opinion to that effect, or is that simply his idea?
Honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Madam Speaker, I can tell the member that in the previous Parliament, I discussed this with the Department of Justice, along with the judicial team at the Library of Parliament, to ensure that this was in compliance. It is falls along the same suit of Bill C-48 from that Parliament, which is still in use today and is in compliance with the Charter. So this isn't about anything that is considered cruel and unusual punishment. Madam Speaker, this is a piece of legislation that provides full flexibility and independence to the courts to make these decisions.
And comments, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And despite the fact that this might be in compliance, as the member is suggesting, I'm just curious if he can explain the process last time of it coming through the House, being voted on. And I understand that it sat on the order paper for a while, and for some reasons it didn't move forward from there. But why didn't the previous government pick up on this? Is there any insight into why it wasn't moved along by the former Conservative government?
Honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, I can tell you, Madam Speaker, if I can pull it up here, this piece of legislation I tabled in February 2013. It was given second reading June 5th, 2013, because that's where I came up in the draw, Madam Speaker. It was reinstated after the recess. It was already through second reading and referred to committee. I was then appointed as parliamentary secretary. As parliamentary secretary, not allowed to carry any private member's business. So it was picked up by my colleague Colin Mays, who then brought it back in April 2014. It was then given second reading through that time and referred to committee after the summer break, September 24th. It came through committee, and if I recall, committee, Madam Speaker, was jammed up with a number of different pieces of legislation, but it was reported back on April the 1st, 2015, and report stage here June 2nd and third reading at the same time. So it came through the normal process as private members' bills do, and as the member fully knows, that's often we are down lower in priority, with only given an hour a day in the House to have these types of debates and discussions, and government business takes precedent at committee over private members' bill. I'm hoping that we can get everyone on side and move this through quicker, knowing the time frame that we have in front of us and recessing at the end of June.
The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman for his leadership in bringing forward this bill. The fact is that murder is the most serious offense in the criminal code, but not all murders are equal. Some are so heinous, so sadistic, so violent that they're really in a special category. And as the member pointed out, that is the object of this bill. And I agree wholeheartedly with the member that it is important that we pass this bill at second reading to get it to committee, so to hear, as he said, from some of the victims' families and friends. But as the member pointed out, in the last Parliament, it was studied at committee. I was not there in the last Parliament, but I did read the transcripts from the committee, and there was some very powerful testimony from victims. Could the member comment?
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman has about 40 seconds.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my friend for his question. And I can tell you that Susan Ashley and Sharon Rosenfeld were there, and it was heart-wrenching for them to be there to talk about how their loved ones had been murdered and how important this legislation is. I hope that we can get it back to committee as quickly as possible. And just to go back to the point raised by the previous member, the reason that the bill is only coming forward now is that this is when my name came up in the draw, and that's why it's been sitting around for 3 years since I tabled it at first reading, and we're only getting to second reading now.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise today to speak to Private Members Bill C-266, an act to amend the Criminal Code. The objective of the bill is to protect victims and alleviate the re-victimization by limiting the number of parole applications in which they may need to participate. The underlying assumption of Bill C-266 is that its proposed reforms would spare families from the heartache of reliving the loss of their loved one who may have been murdered in unspeakable circumstances. As currently drafted, Bill C-266 proposes to modify Section 745 of the Criminal Code in order to effect two changes. First, it would make it mandatory for a judge to impose parole ineligibility period of not less than 25 years for all offenders convicted of the following offenses: committed as part of the same event or series of events and in respect of the same victim: kidnapping and abduction-related offenses, sexual offenses, and murder, irrespective of whether it is in the first or second degree. Second, the bill would provide judicial discretion to set the period of parole ineligibility between 25 and 40 years for the same small subset of offenders who, given the severity of their crimes committed, are truly unlikely to obtain parole in any event.
It should be noted that Bill C-266 is similar to previous private members' bills, namely former Bill C-478 and the former Bill C-587. Bill C-478 received second reading and was referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights, but it did not proceed further. By contrast to Bill C-266, the former Bill C-478 did not require that the offenses for which the offender was convicted be committed as part of the same criminal transaction.
Former Bill C-478 was later reintroduced as Bill C-587 by the member from Okanagan-Shuswap and essentially proposed the same legislative amendments as Bill C-266, except for slight wording differences. Ultimately, former Bill C-587 was adopted by the Justice Committee without amendment and had commenced third reading debate in the House, but did not proceed further because of the dissolution of Parliament for the 2015 federal election. I want to take a moment to thank the member from Selkirk Interlake Eastman for the laudable objective of this bill. I think all of the honourable members of this House can agree that alleviating the trauma, emotional suffering, and re-victimization of families whose loved ones have been murdered is a worthwhile cause that merits our full consideration. Les victimes ont des droits à toutes les étapes.
Victims have rights at all stages of the criminal process, including the right to information, protection, restitution and participation. These rights, previously recognized by Internal Parole Board of Canada and Correctional Service of Canada policies, are now entrenched in the Canadian Victims' Bill of Rights and provide clear statutory rights for all victims of crime.
Once victims are registered with the Parole Board of Canada or the Correctional Services of Canada, they can choose to receive information on the offender, including but not limited to the sentence start date and length, the offender's eligibility and review dates for unescorted temporary absences, parole, or statutory release. Upon further request, additional information could be provided to a victim, including the date of any Parole Board of Canada hearing and the reason why an offender waived a hearing, if one was given, and whether the offender has appealed the decision of the Parole Board not to grant a release and the outcome of that appeal. Victims' participation rights include attending the offender's parole hearing or listening to an audio recording of a parole hearing if the victim is unable to attend in person, presenting a written statement that outlines the continuing impact of the offense has had on them, any risk or safety concerns the offender may pose, as well as requests that special conditions be imposed on the offender's release for the Parole Board's consideration, and obtaining a copy of the Parole Board's decision, including information on whether the offender has appealed the decision and the outcome of that appeal. I'd like to pause here to highlight Bill C-83, an act to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act and another act, which is proposing other legislative changes to better support victims of crime. Currently, a victim who does not attend a parole hearing is entitled to listen to an audio recording of the hearing, but if the victim does attend, they lose the right to listen to a recording. Simply stated, parole hearings can be quite difficult for family members. Despite attending the hearing, they may not always remember everything that was said, and they may, for a variety of reasons, wish to listen to an audio recording at a later date. I'm pleased to know that changes proposed in Bill C-83 would give all victims the right to listen to an audio recording, regardless of whether they attend the parole hearing or not. The laws and policies that have been put forward were designed to be respectful of the privacy rights of victims who do not wish to be contacted or who do not wish to receive information about the offender who has harmed them. Madam Speaker, this recognizes the fact that victims are not a homogeneous group, and that while some victims may choose not to attend or receive information about parole hearings in order to avoid emotional trauma, others will attend parole hearings as a means of furthering their healing, and they feel empowered by having their voice heard. In fact, on March 9, 2015, officials testifying on behalf of the Parole Board of Canada indicated during their testimony before the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights on former Bill C-587 that every victim is different, and the Parole Board of Canada also has victims who are interested in attending parole hearings. Therefore, we need to ask ourselves, are the proposed amendments in Bill C-266 the most effective way of supporting the needs of victims affected by these brutal crimes? I also wonder, despite the bill's laudable intentions, whether some victims might feel negatively impacted by legislative changes designed to reduce the number of parole hearings they may choose to attend. I am certain that all of the honourable members would agree that a fulsome debate on the impact of Bill C-266, these proposed changes, requires consideration of these questions, and I'd be interested to hear the views of the member from Selkirk, Interlake, Eastmont on these points. Madam Speaker, it is clear that there are various ways of supporting the victims. The changes proposed in Bill C-266 present one avenue for bettering the experience of victims at the very end of the spectrum of the criminal justice process. As parliamentarians, we should strive to achieve a fair, effective, just, and compassionate criminal justice system for all involved. And for these reasons, I will be monitoring closely the debate on Bill 266, and I look forward to hearing the views of other honourable members on its potential impacts. Thank you. Merci beaucoup.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to oppose the initiative of my honourable colleague from Selkirk Interlake Eastman on Bill C-266. As you have heard, it proposes to increase the period of parole ineligibility from 25 years to up to 40 years for those convicted of heinous crimes such as abduction, sexual assault, and murder. I want to start by saying, Madam Speaker, that I'm not here to criticize at all the good faith of the member and for this initiative coming forward. Again, I think this is above politics. I respect entirely his, I think, passionate commitment to victims and not wishing through the parole process to re-victimize the people who've suffered such trauma for these heinous crimes. I therefore respect entirely the initiative and the intention behind it. On the other hand, I think there are some significant problems with this initiative. I think it would do more harm than good for reasons that I will describe. My primary motivation for taking this position, Madam Speaker, is that the security of prison workers is at issue. The proposed legislation, I say, could further remove the incentive for inmates to behave while incarcerated. This poses serious risks, as I say, to prison workers and other inmates, and they are entitled to a safe workplace. The workers who look after our incarcerated population and often put themselves in harm's way to do so. For that reason alone, we cannot support this bill. Secondly, as I insinuated in my question earlier to the member, I think lawyers we've consulted have serious concerns about the constitutionality of this bill. Firstly, Madam Speaker, a little history. In 2010, to my surprise, the Liberals and the Conservatives voted to abolish what has been called the Faint Hope Clause. That provided an opportunity for a hearing 15 years into a 25-year sentence. At that time, the NDP opposed what was then Bill S-6 in an effort to keep the Faint Hope Clause alive. As previously mentioned, the rationale was to keep security personnel safe in our institutions. Now, the member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman, his proposal would further disincentivize good behavior in correctional facilities with the potential of increasing violence toward other inmates and correctional workers. While I'm sure that was not the intent whatsoever, I think this aspect is worthy of our consideration and discussion. Unfortunately, Bill C-266 may present adverse safety concerns. Providing even a glimmer of hope for parole provides incentives for good behavior. It reduces the prospect of violence toward other inmates and correctional workers. The bill would remove any foreseeable chance of release for those convicted of serious crimes for up to an additional 15 years, thereby further reducing the rate of rehabilitation. If someone in prison, Madam Speaker, is serving a life sentence and they cannot be eligible for parole until they've served up to 40 years, arguably that person has nothing to lose by committing violence in prison. It can create quite a difficult situation for everyone involved. The rationale for the Faint Hope Clause was that it incentivizes offenders to participate in programming and work toward their rehabilitation, which leads to reduced violence and better behavior toward other inmates and correctional workers. I don't think this is simply any kind of tough on crime initiative. I think it truly is, in the spirit I said initially, a bill that's trying to look after the victims who don't want to be re-traumatized, and I respect that motivation entirely. In our current system, Offenders can apply for parole 2 years after they're initially denied parole. After that 2-year period, they're eligible to reapply after 5 years. I understand that the victims' families are under duress when the convicted individual has a parole hearing, but we mustn't forget the safety of those prison workers and other inmates exposed to these individuals every single day. Now, a 2010 internal study by the Department of Justice found this was the case, that those with nothing left to lose are more likely to resort to violence. That was confirmed in a study that was then discussed and updated in a 2017 article in the Globe and Mail by Dean Beebe. He says this, and I quote, "A key taxpayer-funded study supporting the faint hope clause never entered that debate because it was not released by the Department of Justice. It came out under the Access to Information Act. Then a June 2010 report looked at whether the faint hope clause was working, and it concluded that it worked well. Quote, overall, the analysis indicates that the faint hope clause is not a free pass for individuals convicted of murder, said the study. Quote, those granted reduced time under the faint hope clause do better in the community than other offenders. Lower recidivism rates from faint hope offenders suggest decisions to release early are based on fairly accurate assessments of an offender's risk to reoffend. Madam Speaker, a couple of obvious points. The Parole Board points out on its website that a life sentence means life. Lifers will never again enjoy total freedom. And it is important to note that 7 out of 10 offenders are denied parole at their first parole review date. 7 out of 10. The board has absolute discretion to keep them back if there's a concern, and the foremost consideration is the safety of the public. And most offenders released on parole successfully complete their sentences without committing new offenses. So, Madam Speaker, in 2013-2014, 99% of federal day parole periods and 97% of federal full parole periods were successfully completed by offenders without reoffending. So the evidence, it seems to me, is incontrovertible, Madam Speaker, that a gradual, controlled, and supervised release is the most effective way of ensuring public safety. And that applies to the serious offenses that we're talking about in this bill as well. Over the long-term offense, those offenders who were released at the end of their long sentences, I found this staggering, were 4 times more likely to be readmitted on a new federal sentence than offenders who completed their sentences on full parole. So, in other words, Madam Speaker, it appears that the system, which can easily be criticized like every other institution, is actually working well in this particular context. So, extending parole eligibility beyond the currently possible maximum of 25 years may have been possible sometimes in the past, but the faint hope clause is no longer there to help mitigate any increase in parole eligibility since Bill S6 was passed by the Conservatives and the Liberals in 2010. So, Madam Speaker, I know I'm running out of time, but the other point I wanted to make is that there is a concern about the constitutionality of having to wait up to 40 years. I've made the point about safety, but there's also the notion that lawyer Michael Spratt of Ottawa has said that by extending it up to 40 years, there's a large chance that the bill would be challenged as violating the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And he also points out, I think, the practical result would be that people would no longer plead guilty because of the fear of that, and they would end up finding themselves in the justice system for longer, and the courts would be even more clogged than they are now. The arbitrary period of 40 years that a member described how we arrived at that number is also so arbitrary that I can't believe a court would find that compelling. The Canadian Bar Association criminal law section likewise doesn't believe that Canadians would benefit from a system where individuals are effectively condemned to spend their entire life behind bars with no hope of ever being released. So in conclusion, Madam Speaker, the introduction of Bill C-266 would, like the abolishment of the faint hope clause and the introduction of consecutive periods of parole ineligibility, remove incentives for good behavior in correctional facilities, thwart rehabilitation efforts, put the lives of our correctional workers in greater jeopardy, and therefore the NDP cannot support this provision. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise to speak in strong support of Bill C-266, introduced by my friend, the honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman. This is legislation that seeks to amend Section 745 of the Criminal Code to provide a judge with the discretion to increase the parole ineligibility period from the current 25 years for up to 40 years for individuals who are convicted of abducting, sexually assaulting, and murdering the same victim. Before, Madam Speaker, discussing the merits of this bill, let me just note that this bill was introduced by the member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman in the last Parliament and carried forth by the former member for Okanagan Shuswap when the honourable member was appointed parliamentary secretary. It is a bill that passed second reading. It is a bill that was carefully studied at the Justice Committee. It is a bill that enjoyed the support of both Liberal and Conservative MPs, and it is a bill that, simply because of timing, did not make it through the last Parliament. Madam Speaker, first-degree murder is the most serious offence in the Criminal Code. It's why individuals who are convicted of this offence are subject to an automatic sentence of life and are also subject to a parole ineligibility period of at least 25 years. But, Madam Speaker, as I noted in the question that I posed to the member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman, not all murders are equal. There are some murders that are so heinous, so sadistic, so violent, that they fall into a category unto themselves. Madam Speaker, that is the object of this piece of legislation. It is directed at those offenders, individuals who have committed such a heinous crime and whose character is so irredeemable that, for all intents and purposes, the only thing that can be done with them is to separate them from society for the rest of their life. My friend, the honourable member for Victoria, referred to hope, the faint hope clause. He talked about, in his speech, when the issues around when offenders lose hope. Madam Speaker, simply put, these offenders have no hope. They have no hope of ever seeing the light of day. But yet, Madam Speaker, if they are sentenced to life with a parole ineligibility period of 25 years, so unless they're classified as a dangerous offender, which is a high threshold and rarely applied, they would be eligible for parole, even though, for all intents and purposes, those applications are dead on arrival. And, Madam Speaker, that has a profound impact on victims. When this bill in the previous Parliament was studied, there was compelling evidence from victims' families who were also victims. One was from Susan Ashley, whose sister, Linda Bright, was abducted, raped, and murdered when she was 16 years old back in 1978 by one Donald Armstrong. Ms. Ashley said before the committee that when Mr. Armstrong was sentenced, the family was assured that they would never have to see or hear from him again. But they did have to, in the end, hear and see him again because he applied for parole. Ms. Ashley spoke of the betrayal, the horror, and the pain that her family went through, having to prepare for and then observe the parole hearing. Of course, Armstrong was never issued parole. People of Armstrong's ilk are never issued parole. But nonetheless, Ms. Ashley and her family had to go through the process. Theoretically, they could be required to go through the process again and again and again. Madam Speaker, is that just? Is that fair? Is that compassionate? Madam Speaker, I say it isn't. My friend from Victoria raised issues about Section 12 of the Charter. Let me say that there is precedent for this legislation in the way of Bill C-48, which provides for consecutive sentencing. Madam Speaker, Bill C-48 provides for consecutive sentencing for individuals who are convicted of multiple murders. It has been applied on a number of occasions in courts across Canada since its passage, and indeed in some of the horrific cases in which it has been applied, including in the case of Douglas Garland in my province of Alberta, and Derek Saretsky, another horrific Alberta case. About the only thing good, the only thing just that came out of those horrific trials was the fact that those individuals were put away for the rest of their lives, and the victims' families had the assurance that they would never have to go through the process of a parole hearing to relive the horrors of what the likes of Saretsky and Garland did to their loved ones. Madam Speaker, while there is consecutive sentencing for multiple murderers, what we don't have is a regime that can provide appropriate discretion in appropriate cases by judges to hold those most particularly evil killers accountable and spare families unnecessary parole hearings. And one perfect example of that is in relation to Torrey Stafford's killer. He is someone who was 28 years old when he was convicted. That means he will be eligible for parole at the age of 53. Make no mistake, when Justice Heaney sentenced him to life without eligibility of parole for 25 years, he characterized that individual as a monster. He's not going to see the light of day, but he will be entitled to a parole hearing at the age of 53, and then every 2 years thereafter. And what that means is that if he lives until the age of 80, Torrey's family could be subject to 14 or 15 parole hearings. Madam Speaker, how is that fair, how is that just, and how is that compassionate? Madam Speaker, it isn't. The law needs to be changed, and Bill C-266 will change the law in the right direction for victims. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And as I've indicated in the past, it's always a privilege to be able to stand and share some thoughts on important pieces of legislation and motions that come before the House. And I listened very closely to my colleague across the way as he introduced the legislation, and he talked a great deal about the issue of parole hearings. And I couldn't help but reflect on another initiative that the government had actually brought in. I believe it was Bill C-83. And I know the last speaker would likely correct me if I'm wrong. I believe it was C-83, where the government did make some changes regarding parole hearings for audios. In the past, what would happen is that if there was a criminal that was up for parole, and let's say a victim of sexual assault, as an example, wanted to listen to the parole hearing, go there in person, that individual would not be allowed to have an audio copy of what had taken place at the parole hearing. And this government, through the legislation, actually recognized that as a problem and made the necessary correction. And the reason why I mention that is because I believe that when you take a look at the issue of justice and the types of legislation that we have brought forward to date in the last 3 years, you will see that there is very much legislation that takes into consideration victims. And that's just one example. So in that example, today, as a result, a victim of a sexual assault would be able to go to the parole hearing, listen, and request the audio tape of it, so that there is nothing that might have been missed out because of who knows what sort of an atmosphere she would have been placed in listening to the parole hearing. And that's one piece of legislation. We had another piece of legislation dealing with victims when we reformed the way in which our military laws were being dealt with to make sure that they're more conforming to the criminal code, where there was a victim's Bill of Rights incorporated into the legislation, Madam Speaker. So I use these as examples because what I have found when I was in opposition and even in listening today to the current Conservative opposition is that the Conservatives at times seem to be wanting to use our justice system, our laws, as a way to provide wedges and to look at how we are actually tough on crime, that sort of mentality. And there's a good example, and it was made reference to earlier today, and my colleague before me in his speech talked about, the first-degree murder. And that is a crime that, in the criminal courts recognize it for what it is, and those people are going away for a long time. When you've been convicted of first-degree murder. And he's right in his assertion. When you talk about, it doesn't mean that all murders are equal. Some are far more horrendous than others. And when you really stop and you think about it, we had a huge debate, members will recall, not that long ago, about Tori Stafford, where she was the focal of a debate inside this House for a great period of time. And what we heard was the government of the day was actually being criticized because Tori Stafford's murderer was actually transferred over into a medium security prison facility. And the outrage that came from the opposition. Now, the reason why I raised this issue is because on the surface, the legislation that's being introduced is fairly compelling in terms of support. But there's a couple of things that come to my mind. Number one, the member that brought in the bill was, in fact, a fairly influential member of the Harper government as a parliamentary secretary, as someone that was fairly well known amongst the conservative benches, and no doubt one of the reasons why he was elevated to parliamentary secretary. And that bill did not proceed. In the questions and responses that was posed to the member, well, you know, it was a timing issue. We didn't have enough time. It sat there for a lot more time than what you're given this current government in order to be able to deal with it in regards to the process. So one could question in regards to why it is that the member feels that the urgency is greater today. Was there something that he was told that didn't allow the government of the day, the Harper government, to proceed, Mr. Speaker? And that's why I think I would be very much interested in hearing the ongoing debate on it. Or is that a part of what I believe often is the case with the Conservative Party, where they like to take that tough line, Madam Speaker? And that's the reason why I'm giving the second example of the Tory Stafford. Because day after day after day, we had opposition members try to give the impression, the false impression, that this government was going about it in the wrong way, and how could we? I was actually hearing the issue at my local restaurant that I go to on a weekly basis, where they were starting to listen to what the official opposition was saying. And it was interesting, you know, the Minister of Public Services, I think, did a great service to the issue when he had that internal investigation that was conducted, and we came up with the right answer, I believe, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker. And it was while we saw some of the research that was done on the file is when we found out that under Stephen Harper as Prime Minister, that there were other murderers that were actually transferred from high security into medium security prisons. And not only were they just normal first-degree murders, we're talking about multiple murders, criminals that had committed multiple murders that were also transferred under Stephen Harper into these medium security prison facilities. Well, after the Conservatives realized, I believe, the double standard, it then became a marginal issue. The Government of Canada did what it was supposed to do, did as the minister said he would, look into the matter and come back to the House, and we were able to rectify the problem, Madam Speaker. And what I believe is that if we were to take a look at the legislation that this government has brought forward, we have been very sensitive to victims of crime. We have been very progressive in ways at being able to deal with individuals that are in our jails, because unlike the Conservatives, we do have to recognize that a good number of those that are actually in our jails today will be back into our communities. And many of the reforms that we have seen, Madam Speaker, will ensure that we have fewer victims into the future. So as a government, we have treated the file of public safety very seriously, and we haven't been reacting maybe to the degree in which the opposition at times has proven to have acted in such a way that it has not been in the public safety best interest, Madam Speaker. Now, I have listened to what the member has said about this particular legislation. I am very much interested in hearing further debate on the legislation. I believe this is our first hour, Madam Speaker. I would like to hear in particular from some of the Conservative members as to why it is they believe that Stephen Harper didn't recognize the value of the legislation as it sat on the order paper for a few years back then, Madam Speaker. So I think hearing hearing a response as to why the minister responsible didn't incorporate it in many of the judicial type of legislation that they had brought to the House, why their public safety minister didn't see fit to address it. I'm very much interested in that. And maybe we're missing out on something here, Madam Speaker. But I can assure you that this government is listening. We'll continue to listen to the debate, and we'll have to ultimately make some sort of a determination as time goes on. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I see you're trying to...
The time provided for the consideration of private members' business is now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. À l'ordre, à ce moment-ci, conformément à l'article 38 du règlement, une motion portant ajournement de la Chambre est réputée avoir été présentée et appuyée.
38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. February is Black History Month. Events from coast to coast to coast give Canadians an opportunity to celebrate Canada's diverse Black community. For many of these communities, their stories, their history, their contributions, both in the past and today, do not get the recognition that they deserve. Black History Month serves to remind us we can and we must do better. But while this government talks about doing a lot of things better, they often fail to take action. A year ago, the Prime Minister said it was time to take action on anti-Black racism in Canada. Budget 2018 even provided some good first steps for funding. But even the Liberal MP for Hull Almer, chair of the Parliamentary Black Caucus, is publicly complaining about how little is actually changing. He spoke about the need for public service buy-in to the initiatives. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, leadership comes from the top. Before blaming the public service, we need to recognize that the Minister of Heritage set the tone by suggesting that systemic racism doesn't exist in Canada. In October, I asked the minister 4 times to acknowledge his out-of-touch statement that systemic racism is not part of his vocabulary. The minister's comments were an insult to racialized and visible minority Canadians. For Canada's Indigenous communities who contribute and continue to deal with the legacy of colonialism on a daily basis, his comments are a slap in their face. If the minister took the time to read the Heritage Committee's report, taking action against systemic racism and religious discrimination, including Islamophobia, he would get a glimpse into the impact of systemic racism for the Indigenous, Métis, and Inuit community from Senator Sinclair and Dr. Cindy Blackstock. Senator Sinclair said, and I quote, "Systemic racism is the racism that's left over after you get rid of the racists. Once you get rid of the racists, within the justice system, you will still have racism perpetrated by the justice system," end quote. The minister today has yet to apologize for his comments. The minister was caught out with those outrageous comments because it was reported in the media. He learned that systemic racism exists in Canada through a process of open and public accountability. It is no small irony that the consultation process for Canada's anti-racism action plan was done behind closed doors. Participants are by invitation only. Canadians have no information about it. We don't know who was invited or what was said. All we know is that the consultations are now closed. This is the same old story time and time again. The Liberal government makes a bold announcement. They say that they're the most transparent government ever. Then they engage in a pretend exercise of consultations behind closed doors. I've learned from some participants that they're asked only to comment on a few very specific questions. Some left wondering what the purpose was. Maybe it's so that they can elicit the kind of feedback on developing a program that the government has already decided on so that they could produce the kind of photo ops that they want. Even members of the Liberal caucus are growing frustrated. The minister should apologize for the insulting comments and let the light of day shine on the process to develop Canada's anti-racism action plan.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage and Multiculturalism.
Madam Speaker, we'll speak frankly. Now, despite Canada's reputation as a welcoming, multicultural society backed by laws and policies to combat racism and discrimination, various forms of systemic racism and discrimination continue to exist and persist in Canada. Nous savons que toutes les formes de racisme institutionnel.
We know that all forms of systemic and institutional racism and discrimination have a direct impact on Canadians, in particular, Indigenous people and racialized groups. This can affect them in a number of different ways in their lives, whether through processes where they try to obtain a job or interact with the criminal justice system or the health or education systems.
Canada is also not immune to hatred and bigotry. We recognize that discrimination and racism against Indigenous peoples are systemic in Canada. Past paternalistic and disempowering federal policies and institutions have perpetuated and deepened racism and discrimination against Indigenous groups. Sadly enough, Indigenous peoples and racialized women and girls are among the most disadvantaged groups when it comes to their economic outcomes and social participation. Le racisme sous toutes les formes.
Racism in all its forms is unacceptable, and we should not tolerate it. Diversity is our strength, and when we embrace it in a spirit of cooperation and openness, we all benefit.
Budget 2018 had committed a total of $42 million to address racism and discrimination targeted against Indigenous people and racialized women and girls. Also to plan cross-country consultations on a new national anti-racism approach and to enhance community supports and research to address the unique challenges faced by Black Canadians. We're consulting extensively to develop this anti-racism approach and have heard firsthand from Indigenous peoples across the country on the issues that they are facing. Comme le Premier ministre l'a dit,
as the Prime Minister said, no relationship is more important than that between the government and Indigenous peoples. We have clearly indicated our intention to renew our nation-to-nation relationship with Indigenous peoples, founded on the respect of their rights, cooperation and partnership. We will not be able to achieve true reconciliation until Indigenous peoples are treated fairly and equitably.
The implementation of the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Implement the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action, several of which focus on addressing racism, and to create a recognition and implementation of Indigenous rights framework, which will ensure that recognition and implementation of rights is the basis for all relations between Indigenous peoples and the federal government. La réconciliation n'est pas seulement un problème autochtone.
Reconciliation is not only an Indigenous problem, it's also a Canadian issue. We need to seek to eradicate all forms of institutional and systemic racism and discrimination that affect the social fabric of our country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Being Black History Month and that the anti-racism plan consultations are apparently over, I would have thought that the Minister of Heritage would have taken this opportunity to stand in this House and apologize for his comments and lay out the pathway forward. The Parliamentary Secretary acknowledges there's systemic racism, yet the Minister himself said that is not in his vocabulary. Sadly, this is not the case. Whether it's the housing crisis at Cat Lake or reports of coerced sterilization, the Indigenous community is well aware that systemic racism exists. Canada's Black community knows it well too. Today, Black Canadians are still stopped far more frequently than other groups of Canadians through the practice of carding. In 2016, former Hamilton City Councillor Matthew Green, who will be running for the NDP in Hamilton Centre this fall, was street-checked while merely waiting for a bus. Black Lives Matters, and the time for action is now.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I can edify my colleague with the news that the Government of Canada remains committed to meaningful and evidence-based communities involved and whole-of-government initiatives in the pursuit of equality and growth for all Canadians. That is why Budget 2018 committed $23 million to Canadian Heritage to address racism and discrimination targeted against Indigenous peoples and racialized women and girls to support cross-country consultations on a new national anti-racism approach. Budget 2018 had also committed $19 million to Canadian Heritage and Public Health Agency of Canada to provide community supports for Canadian Black youth at risk and to develop research in support of more culturally focused mental health programs in the Black community. Thank you, Madam.
L'honorable député de Charlebourg.
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a very tricky situation, which is the trial of Vice Admiral Mark Norman. I'll give you a little summary, because it would take me a long time to go through everything, but to get to the heart of the matter quickly, I'll just say that the case of Vice Admiral Norman starts when he was the commander of the Canadian Navy. On November 18th, 2014, he informed the House Committee on Defense that we had a problem with our resupply ships and that the Navy would no longer be able to meet its operational capacity. So we needed additional supply ships to supply our frigates around the world. The government at the time, the Harper government, said, well, we need to find a solution because the contracts that had been awarded by to C-SPAN in Vancouver had not yet actually started. So the shipyard hadn't actually started building the ships that had been ordered by the Conservative government at the time. So we said, okay, what do? We have an operational problem. Then they came up with the idea of the Federal Fleet, which is a partner of the Davie shipyard in the region of Quebec. It was a great idea. It was a civilian resupply ship that could be transformed at a reasonable cost for the Canadian Navy. And it could be delivered within very tight deadlines, which would allow the Royal Navy to have the equipment quickly. So in August 2015, Prime Minister at the time, Mr. Harper, made a decision and said, we are awarding the contract to the Davie shipyard to build what was called the Asterix. The next morning, the election campaign started. It went until October 2015. Then there was a new government. And we still had to deal with the file. And the contract had been awarded but not signed. So I have a document here, and all of the documents up until today are in there, the whole timeline of what happened. And it shows that there was a huge amount of pressure put by various stakeholders on the new government not to give the contract to the Davie shipyard. The deadline for signature was November 20th, 2015. So it was right down to the wire. And everything was done to try to cancel the contract. That's when the problem started. So what happened after that? Well, the guy who was the number 2 in the Canadian Armed Forces, Vice Admiral Norman, was accused. And, okay, there's a trial. Now, the trial is happening now. I know I only have 30 seconds left, but I'll just say that what is essential is that there's political gamesmanship happening here. Nobody's duped here. Everybody knows that that's what's happening. And Mr. Norman, you know, there were a whole series of communications between him and departments. This man should not have to pay for political partisanship. If he made a mistake, he can pay for it, but he should be able to defend himself adequately. And we want to know why the government is refusing to provide the required information. Thank you. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and the Attorney General of Canada. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. There are 2 reasons why it is proper for this government to refrain from commenting on this matter. First, it's important to respect the role of the Director of Public Prosecutions and the independent prosecutors under her direction. Second, the sub judice rule provides that it is improper to speak on matters that are under active deliberation before the courts. From the outset, it should be noted that the prosecution in question is being handled by the Public Prosecution Service of Canada, which operates independently from the Department of Justice and my office. Counsel to the Attorney General of Canada is fulfilling all of its obligations before the court with respect to the third-party records application. It's also important to bear in mind that the specific matter before the Ontario Court of Justice is a third-party records application in the midst of the criminal trial itself.
Council, Madam Speaker, seek to obtain relevant documents from certain government departments and entities. To be very clear, these are not the relevant documents provided to the defense counsel in a criminal proceeding under first-party disclosure obligations, which are known as Stinchcombe disclosure. What is now before the court is third-party disclosure, meaning relevant documents that are not in the possession of the prosecutors and presumed to be in the possession or control of a third party.
A third-party records application is a two-stage process. The first stage involves the court's assessment of whether the documents being sought are likely relevant to the criminal proceeding. At the second stage, the court looks more closely and determines whether the documents that were deemed likely relevant are in fact actually relevant. And the court then rules on claims of privilege, public interest immunity, or privacy. These interests must be balanced with the extent to which the document is necessary for the accused to make full answer and defense. The court will ultimately determine whether relevant documents are in the possession of a third party, and if so, whether such records will be ordered disclosed to the defense.
Witnesses in third-party record applications, Madam Speaker, are called to provide evidence in respect of the existence and availability of relevant records. Counsel for the defendant may ask a wide range of questions and raise a variety of allegations in the course of examination. However, nothing has been proven or accepted by the court as a fact at that point. Such determinations are for the court to make at the appropriate stages of the proceeding. I would reiterate, Madam Speaker, that it is improper to speak on matters that are under active deliberation before the courts, and that counsel to the Attorney General of Canada is fulfilling clearly all of its obligations before the court with respect to third-party records applications. Merci beaucoup.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague across the way for the government's answer to my question. Now, I understand that there is a legal way to answer the question, but there's also the political aspect. Now, the Prime Minister has the power to lift the publication ban on certain documents. It's within his power to say, hand over the documents as requested. So I'd like to know from my colleague if he considers that the Prime Minister should use his power in the interest of Mr. Norman. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, what I can say is that there is a rule, the Sub Judice Convention, that prevents parliamentarians from making statements about cases that are currently before the courts, particularly criminal cases. Members need to abstain from discussing cases that are before a judge or a court of record. The goal of this convention is to protect parties who may be facing trial and anyone who may be affected by the completion of legal proceedings. As the Supreme Court stated, this is a principle of great wisdom. In other words, that the courts and Parliament respect their respective roles when it comes to public affairs. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's the start of a new year, and Canada has a ban on asbestos. Well, not quite. While I applaud the government for moving to ban this deadly substance, I am perplexed and disappointed that they've decided to allow exemptions. The final regulations have been watered down considerably, and most worrisome and troubling is the chloralkali plants that will be allowed to continue to use asbestos for 10 more years despite alternatives available. How we get from a ban to exemptions can only be explained by heavy-duty lobbying by the asbestos industry and a government that didn't stand up for workers and their health. I say this because there is no evidence whatsoever to the claims being made by industry to allow exemptions. None. The only evidence to continue exemptions is ensuring good profit for a few at the expense of many. That is putting at risk the health of Canadians to make a buck. Companies will also be allowed to sift through mining waste with asbestos concentrations of up to 40% looking for magnesium. I need to add, there'll be no bigwig CEO going to be sifting through asbestos-laden mining waste. Workers trying to make a living will be the ones putting not only their lives on the line, but the health of their family, friends, and the community. Kathleen Ruff, who has campaigned for years for a ban on asbestos, is also disappointed that the government has weakened their proposed regulations and succumbed to lobbying by vested interests. The government promised 3 years ago that it would bring in a comprehensive ban on asbestos, the deadliest industrial killer. Yet the regulations that have just gone into effect have been weakened by allowing exemptions. Between the time the proposed regulations were made public in January 2018 and the time the final regulations were published in late October, the government had added new exemptions. In his promise to ban asbestos, the Prime Minister said, "We know that its impact on workers far outweighs any benefits that it might provide, but the final regulations contradict this statement." The government estimates that asbestos exposure was responsible for approximately 1,900 lung cancer cases in 2011 and 430 cases of mesothelioma. According to these statistics, throughout the duration of Canada's proposed 7 to 10-year time-limited exclusion, asbestos will be the cause of cancer for over 16,000 Canadians. Just yesterday, the Minister of Health talked about the government's commitment to helping Canadians take action to prevent cancer, and I agree. I would suggest a total, comprehensive ban on asbestos should be a priority for a Minister of Health committed to preventing cancer. Yet, the Quebec and federal governments have both contributed millions of dollars in funding for Alliance Magnesium to extract magnesium from decades of asbestos mine tailings in Quebec. Now that the government has finally acknowledged the dangers of asbestos to human health, it makes no sense that their ban on asbestos allows so many exemptions. Will the government immediately move to disallow these dangerous exemptions, stand up once and for all to the asbestos lobby, and protect the health of workers and all Canadians? Thank you.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General, and the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to respond to the comments made by the Honourable Member for Saskatoon West regarding asbestos. This is clearly an important issue, and her advocacy on this issue is important. The Government of Canada is committed, Madam Speaker, to protecting the environment and safeguarding the health of Canadians from toxic substances. That is clear. The government recognizes that asbestos can cause life-threatening diseases and is proud to have taken action by banning asbestos and products containing asbestos. These regulations prohibit the import, sale, and use of asbestos, as well as the manufacture, import, sale, and use of asbestos-containing products, with a limited number of exclusions. Those were highlighted by the member for Saskatoon West. These new regulations, along with existing provincial controls, will prohibit activities using asbestos mining residues that could pose health risks. During the development of the regulations that are now in place, the Department held consultations with a wide variety of stakeholders, including industry, non-governmental groups, labor organizations, health and safety institutes, and provincial ministries and agencies. You can be assured that all of the information and comments received in response to the proposed regulations were taken into consideration in the development of the final workup of the regulations. Through the consultations that I've just mentioned, it was determined, for example, that the Quebec government has controls in place to manage the risks associated with the use of asbestos mining residues. In addition, there are numerous regulations in place right across Canada to protect the health and safety of all workers, including those working with asbestos mining residues. While the new regulations do not generally apply to asbestos mining residues, they do prohibit certain activities, including the sale of asbestos mining residues for use in construction and landscaping, unless authorized by the province in which the construction or landscaping occurs. The regulation also prohibits the use of asbestos mining residues to manufacture a product that contains asbestos. Allowing the extraction of valuable metals, such as magnesium, from asbestos mining residues is an important economic opportunity. Furthermore, allowing the use of asbestos mining residues for the rehabilitation of former mine sites will lead to a reduction in asbestos mining residues over time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've heard all these rationales before. There is no such thing as a safe level of exposure to asbestos. Every single one of Quebec's health authorities has asked the federal government to use its authority and not to exempt mining wastes. The facts about asbestos are irrefutable. For more than a century, asbestos has been known to be a deadly cause of diseases. All types of asbestos cause cancer. There is no such thing as a safe level of exposure or a safe controlled use of asbestos. There are numerous pathways of asbestos exposure for those mining, transporting, handling, repairing, removing, and disposing, particularly in the chlor-alkali industry. All exemptions will impact the efficacy of the Canadian ban and signal to importers and users in the United States and around the world that industry comes before health and the environment in Canada. Why does this government ignore the evidence and continue to put Canadians at risk? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
So again, appreciating the member for Saskatoon West and her comments in this House, but the issue of the health of Canadians is a fundamental priority for this government, as it should be, as it should be for all parliamentarians. Again, the regulatory approach we are taking to asbestos mining residues is consistent with the government announcement that was made in December 2016. At that time, we indicated that we would prohibit asbestos and products containing asbestos, but would allow the use of asbestos mining residues for the extraction of valuable minerals. While the new regulations do not apply to asbestos mining residues, they do prohibit the sale of asbestos mining residues for use in construction and landscaping, unless authorized by the province in which that construction or landscaping occurs. The regulations also prohibit the use of asbestos mining residues to manufacture a product that contains asbestos. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.